Chapter 633. A Heart of Compassion. Ning Qi. Are you really going to make a deal with that existence? This is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Li Macho frowned and said, after walking for several kilometers, I have my reasons for doing this. Ning Qi laughed faintly. After pausing for a moment, he continued, There is no need for you to follow me this time. I will go to Sky Demon City alone. If anything happens, it will be easier for me to escape. You are now a 6-star Do Huang. You should make the best use of your time to advance. The earlier you become a Do Zun, the earlier you can escape from Hua Yeyu's control. Li Macho hesitated for a moment before nodding. Take care. That's right. I have something to give you before I leave. Ning Qi took out a long sword and a middle-grade Xian-class invisibility talisman from a spatial bag and handed them to Li Macho. This is a low-grade heaven-class Do weapon. Keep it well. There is also this talisman. Use it on yourself when you are in danger. Li Macho looked at the long sword in her hand with some shock. The aura on it was many times more terrifying than the middle-grade Earth-class Do weapons that she currently possessed. However, she did not probe further. After keeping the Do weapon and the middle-grade Xian-class invisibility talisman, she turned around and left. After sending her off with his eyes, Ning Qi returned to Cheongqi City. This was the only way to Sky Demon City. Wu Qiuhan, don't think that I won't dare to deal with you just because you are an elder of the luminous pure sect. You should have expected to encounter such a situation when you joined hands with a few others to attack us demonic beasts. Jiao Manlu and the other half-transformed demonic beasts surrounded Uncle Wu and the dozen luminous pure sect disciples as they coldly laughed. Wu Qiuhan looked at Jiao Manlu indifferently. Although you are half a step away from becoming a rank 7 demonic beast, you are ultimately a rank 6 demonic beast. If we fight, we will just perish together. So what? Jiao Manlu coldly laughed. Let's see if your disciples die first, or if we die first. Uncle Wu! The luminous pure sect disciples were somewhat afraid. Some of the female disciples' faces even turned extremely pale. This was because the group of half-transformed fey beasts looked at them with ferocious eyes, as though they wanted to swallow them whole. Thinking that they would soon become their food, these female disciples couldn't help but shiver. Even the male disciples were infected by this atmosphere. They would rather face the stronger enemies of the human race. At least they would die with dignity. Suddenly, a figure walked into the middle of the confrontation. Jiao Manlu and Wu Qiuhan were startled. Everyone looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced around and laughed dryly. You guys continue. I'm just passing by. Having said that, Ning Qi had no intention of stopping and continued to move forward. Jiao Manlu and the other demonic beasts heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Qiuhan hurriedly said, Little brother. Ning Qi stopped in his tracks. What's the matter? Seeing Ning Qi stop, a hint of joy flashed in Wu Qiuhan's eyes. The luminous pure sect disciples behind him all revealed hopeful gazes as they looked at Ning Qi. Before Wu Qiuhan could speak, one of the half-transformed fey beasts beside Jiao Manlu said, This matter has nothing to do with you. This is a personal grudge between us and Wu Qiuhan. Quickly leave. Ning Qi smiled and looked at the Minotaur. What if I don't leave? You. The Minotaur revealed a hint of anger in his eyes. This was probably the legendary bull's temper. Shut up. Jiao Manlu berated the Minotaur before smiling at Ning Qi. You are also a member of our fey beast race, right? We have a personal grudge with these humans. For my sake, please don't meddle in other people's business. Ning Qi shook his head. I am not a fey beast. I am a human. What? A hint of surprise flashed in Jiao Manlu's eyes. He had clearly sensed an aura from Ning Qi that was extremely similar to a fey beast. How could he be a human? Wu Qiuhan and the others revealed looks of joy. If Ning Qi was a human, then things would be easy. "Young master, we don't want to become food for these fey beasts. Can you save us?" A female disciple from the Radiant Pure sect finally could not suppress the fear in her heart and asked Ning Qi for help. Wu Qiuhan's expression changed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. However, this female disciple had done the right thing. If Ning Qi had not helped, his life would not have been in danger if they had fought. However, the same could not be said for this group of luminous pure sect disciples. He alone could only protect 3 of them at most. Ning Qi looked at the fear on the female disciple's face. He originally did not want to meddle in other people's business, but now he felt a trace of compassion. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. He looked at Jiao Manlu and said, "The misunderstanding between you two is because of the corpse of the fey beast, right?" "Oh, what do you think?" Jiao Manlu frowned slightly. "Did you not notice that the fey beast was different from all of you?" Ning Qi continued. Could it be that he also noticed it? Jiao Manlu was slightly shocked. He recalled that Ning Qi had disappeared for a period of time. Perhaps he had discovered something. Jiao Manlu immediately said, "Brother, did you discover something?" "I can only say that it is different from all of you. After it dies, who knows if it will leave behind a corpse? There is no need for you two to fight over a small misunderstanding. If this happens a few times, which human would dare to trade with your sky demon empire? The pills that you consume and the dough weapons that you use, do you refine them yourselves?" Ning Qi smiled. Jiao Manlu looked deeply at Ning Qi and nodded. "Since little brother has come out to be a mediator, I will give you face." Jiao Manlu. The Minotaur wanted to say something else. Jiao Manlu had already turned and left. The Minotaur could only angrily glare at Wu Qiuhan and Ning Qi before following closely behind. After the group of fey beasts left, Wu Qiuhan let out a long sigh of relief. He cupped his hands at Ning Qi and said, "Little brother, thank you for speaking up for justice today. There is no need to be so polite. When you are outside, you should help the human race more." Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked in the direction of Cheongchi City. When Wu Qiuhan heard that, a trace of redness appeared on his face. That was because he had previously told his disciples not to meddle in other people's business when they were outside. It was better to avoid trouble. But now, Ning Qi's words were clearly a ruthless slap to his face. The Radiant Pure sect disciples were somewhat moved as they looked at Ning Qi's back. Their eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. Ning Qi did not know that he had inadvertently turned this group of Radiant Pure sect disciples into chivalrous warriors who would help others when they saw injustice. Among them there was even a Dou Sheng. 3 months later. Chapter 634. Meeting an old friend. Ning Qi suspected that the fog that shrouded Heaven Demon City was an array formation. Many powerful demon beasts and humans would land on the ground when they were about to arrive. They didn't dare to touch the fog at all. Regardless of their cultivation level, they would line up at the city gates and enter the city. All of a sudden, Ning Qi seemed to see a giant hand flashing past on top of the city wall. Soon after, it was shrouded by a dense fog. It seemed like there was a demonic beast on top of it, looking down at the people entering the city. Just like the Fong Sacred Palace, if one wanted to enter Celestial Demon City, they would need a special jade token. There were hundreds of camps near Celestial Demon City. Groups of humans and monsters came and went in these camps. Some of them were selling elixirs, while others were selling spiritual materials and spiritual treasures. However, without exception, they all looked at those fellows who were qualified to enter the Heaven Demon City with envy in their eyes. "Brother Ning? Is that you, Brother Ning?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi turned his head and saw a young man standing behind him with a surprised expression. "Brother Xiaolin, it's you." The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. This person was none other than Xia Linjiaqiang, who Ning Qi had brought into the Fong Sacred Palace. At that time, Xia Linjiaqiang had taken Ning Qi to the Fang family to apply for a servant position. Then Ning Qi had challenged Fang Mo and left the Fang sacred palace after winning. He had never seen Xia Linjiaqiang since then. Ning Qi had not expected to see Xia Linjiaqiang again in a place millions of miles away. The last time he saw him, he was still a 7-star king of Dou. Now he was a peak king of Dou. He was only half a step away from becoming a Dou Huang. This kind of advancement, speed, surprised Ning Qi. But thinking about Xia Linjiaqiang's pursuit of power, it was not surprising that he had such achievements while traveling alone. Xia Linjiaqiang was very excited. He had been chased all the way into the Sky Demon Empire. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, he had finally arrived outside Sky Demon City. He had not expected to see an old friend here. Moreover, this old friend was someone who had defeated Fang Mo more than a year ago. Ning Qi's cultivation should have improved a lot in the past year, right? Thinking of this, Xia Lin Jiaqiang realized that he could no longer see through Ning Qi's cultivation. He guessed that Ning Qi must have successfully broken through to the Dou Huang class. If he knew that Ning Qi was a peak Dou Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death, Xia Lin Jiaqiang's jaw would drop to the ground in shock. Brother Xia Lin, aren't you at the Sacred Palace? How did you end up in the Celestial Demon Empire? Ning Qi asked curiously. Xia Lin Jiaqiang bitterly chuckled and said, Ever since you defeated Fang Mo, Elder Fang Ku determined that I was with you. Not only did he not recruit me as a servant, but he also sent people to kick me out of the Holy Palace. Then I accidentally offended a Heaven's favorite from the Yuan clan and was chased all the way here. The genius of the Yuan family. A bright light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He did not have a good impression of the Yuan family. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Brother Xia Lin, let's go. Let's enter the Heaven Demon City. I believe the geniuses of the Yuan family might not find this place. You can cultivate in peace inside. What? Entering the Heaven Demon City is even more expensive than entering the Holy Palace. I have only collected 500 middle spiritual crystals. I am still 1,000 away from the entrance fee. Xia Linjiaqiang revealed a shocked expression. Ning Qi only smiled and walked toward the city gate. Seeing this, Xia Linjiaqiang suddenly remembered that he had been able to enter the Holy Palace the last time because Ning Qi was generous and had helped him pay the entrance fee. Could it be that Ning Qi was going to help him again today? Thinking of this, Xia Linjiaqiang hurried to catch up. Halt! Do you have the Sky Demon token? At the city gate, a group of soldiers stopped Ning Qi and Xia Linjiaqiang after letting a human emitting the aura of a Dou Zun into the city. This group of soldiers looked no different from humans. However, Ning Qi knew that all of them were rank 7 demonic beasts that had completely transformed. They were equivalent to Dou Zongs. Looks like you don't have the Sky Demon token. I'm sorry, but please leave. A soldier looked at Ning Qi and Xia Linjiaqiang coldly and said. Ning Qi took out 3,000 middle spiritual crystals from a space bag and handed it to the soldier. He said with a faint smile, I want to buy 2 Sky Demon tokens. To Ning Qi, who had a net worth of more than 6 million middle spiritual crystals, 3,000 middle spiritual crystals was just a small amount, like a drop in the ocean. Seeing that a mere Dou Huang at the peak of the Dou Huang class was able to take out 3,000 middle-tier spirit crystals, the soldier was momentarily stunned, after which he received the spirit crystals expressionlessly. After inspecting them and confirming that the spirit crystals were not fake, a soldier with a stronger aura than him stepped forward and handed Ning Qi and Xia Lin Jiaqiang 2 jade tablets. These 2 Sky Demon tokens contain the aura of the Sky Demon Emperor. However, they can only be maintained for 5 years. Therefore, you will have to come back after 5 years to exchange them. At that time, you will only need 100 middle spiritual crystals. Of course, if you have broken through to the Dou Zong level by then, You will only need 10 middle spiritual crystals. Thank you very much. Ningqi smiled, took the sky demon token, threw one to Xia Linjiaqiang, and entered the city with him. At this time, a figure rushed over from afar. After seeing Xia Linjiaqiang, he roared, Xia Linjiaqiang, stop right there for your Grandpa Yuan. Xia Linjiaqiang looked behind him and was scared out of his wits. He quickly entered the sky demon city. Yuan Dongcheng, who was chasing after him, was stopped by the soldier. Stop. Do you have the sky demon token? No. Yuan Dongcheng's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. Seeing that Xia Linjiaqiang was about to disappear from his sight, he hurriedly asked, How much is the entrance fee? Below the Do Zone level, 1,500 middle spiritual crystals. The soldier said faintly. Yuan Dongcheng was only a peak Do Huang who had entered the first stage of life and death. Therefore, he had to pay 1,500 middle spiritual crystals to enter the city. He glanced at his Qian Kuan ring and left with an ugly expression. This was because he only had 1,000 middle spiritual crystals after putting all his belongings together. Xia Linjiaqiang, when I gather all the spiritual crystals, you will die. Is that the guy who was chasing you? Ningqi smiled faintly. Xia Linjiaqiang laughed dryly and nodded. He said, Yes, his name is Yuan Dongcheng. He is ranked 136th on the dragon roll. He is the heavenly son of the Yuan clan. Why is he chasing you? Ningqi smiled faintly. Xia Linjiaqiang hesitated for a moment before he smiled bitterly and took out something. He said, Because of this, I found it in a battle saint's tomb. That tomb had already been swept through countless times. When I found it, it was coincidentally seen by a member of the younger generation of the Yuan clan. However, that fellow's cultivation was not high, so he fled after I injured him. I did not expect him to call Yuan Dongqing over. Chapter 635. Chapter 635. Alchemy Apprentice Examination. A key made of low-grade spiritual godstones? Ningqi's eyes flashed with curiosity. Seeing that Ningqi did not look greedy, Xia Linjiaqiang heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he did not trust the wrong person. After keeping the key, he said in a low voice, I suspect that the Do Sheng left behind an inheritance somewhere else, and the key to unlocking the inheritance is this key. I am currently looking for information on the Do Sheng. As long as I find some clues, I might be able to obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources. Oh, Ningqi nodded. He wasn't very interested, because even if this key was sold to the system as a low-grade spiritual godstone, it would only be worth about 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. He had killed many dragons with Li Macho during this period of time, and had almost 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Ningqi was busy with missions and had no desire to find the Do Sheng's inheritance. Oh yes, my name is Ning Beixian now. Don't call me by the wrong name. Ningqi reminded him via voice transmission. Xia Linjiaqiang's eyes flashed with doubt. Because he had been on the run, he did not see the latest dragon rankings, and did not know that Ningqi was now first on the dragon rankings. Otherwise, he would know why Ningqi suddenly changed his name. Brother Ning, I know. Xia Linjiaqiang nodded and replied, The evil monarch residence is recruiting servants. I heard that it is to find a few alchemy apprentices for his daughter, Xie Yulan. They will pay 1,000 middle-grade spirit crystals a year. Let's hurry over and take a look. Maybe we will be chosen. What, really? 1,000 middle-grade spirit crystals a year? Is there such a good thing? Could it be a lie? The evil monarch residence's housekeeper personally spread the news. How can the third son of the Sky Demon Emperor lie? If you don't hurry, I will go myself. Go, 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 of course we are going. Sky Demon Emperor's third son? What a coincidence. Ningqi was thinking of how to steal the water dragon's sword without anyone noticing. This was his chance. Brother Xia Linjiaqiang, let's go and take a look. Ningqi smiled. Xia Linjiaqiang felt that this scene was very familiar. Previously, he had gone to the Fong family with Ning Qi to apply for the position, and Ning Qi had challenged Fong Mo. This time, Ning Qi wouldn't have designs on the evil monarch manor, right? Brother Ning, you have to think about it carefully. The evil prince is the third son of the sky demon, Heavenly Emperor, a rank 9 monstrous beast. He seems to have the bloodline of the ancient demon clan in his body. Moreover, he has a violent temper and eats people at will. You must not challenge him again. After all, monstrous beasts are not as reasonable as us humans. Xia Linjiaqiang quickly advised. Don't worry, I'm here to find something to do, not to challenge you. Ning Qi laughed. Hearing that, Xia Linjiaqiang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he happily rushed towards the evil monarch manor with Ning Qi. When they arrived, they discovered that there were more than 1,000 people who had come to apply for the position. These 1,000 people were led by the servants of the evil monarch manor and lined up in an orderly manner. In front of them, there was an incomparably huge plaza. There was a tall platform on it, and a man and a woman were sitting on it. The man appeared to be in his 20s. His eyes were incomparably cold, and his face was chiseled. He was half a head shorter than an ordinary human youth. He was only 6'1", 7 meters tall. There was an incomparably lazy white tiger lying beside his feet. The aura of a peak dozun was faintly being emitted from this tiger. It was a rank 8 boss, the heaven-swallowing white tiger. Could that man be the third son of the sky demon, Heavenly Emperor, the evil monarch? It's rumored that he has lived for more than 8,000 years. Ning Qi's eyes were somewhat solemn. He couldn't see through the aura of the youth, and the system didn't display his attributes either. They were all question marks. Ning Qi could clearly see the little girl beside the youth. She was a rank 7 demonic beast, and her strength was probably similar to Dongfang Haojie's. Her name was Xie Yulan, and she was the daughter of the evil monarch mentioned by the passers-by. Behind the two stood over a dozen guards. The aura of each guard was not weaker than the heaven-swallowing white tiger. One of them even surpassed the heaven-swallowing white tiger. Ning Qi suspected that this fellow was also a rank 9 demonic beast, stealing the water dragon's sword under their noses. This mission doesn't seem very possible. Yi Qin muttered to himself. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. This time, those who came to apply for the position of Xie Yulan's alchemy assistant were basically all Dowang to Dohuang. Only a few were Dozongs, and those Dozongs were obviously not here for the 1,000 middle-grade spirit crystals a year. They probably wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with Xie Yulan to establish a relationship with the evil monarch. I heard that they are only accepting for alchemy assistants this time, with so many people competing for 4 positions, and among them are Dozongs or rank 7 demonic beasts. We don't seem to have much chance of winning. Why don't we leave and see if we can find other opportunities? Xia Lin Jia forced a smile and transmitted his voice. Ning Qi replied, Let's see what happens first. All right. Xia Lin Jia nodded. Oh, my dear daughter, almost everyone is here. Take a look at the one you like and recruit him as an alchemy assistant. I still have something important to do. On the high platform, the young man glanced at the crowd indifferently, as if the heavens were looking at ants. There was no emotion in his eyes. However, when he turned his head to speak to Xie Yulan, there was a trace of doting on his face. It was extremely difficult for his race to give birth to children. In the past 8,000 years, he had only given birth to 3 sons, and Xie Yulan was the crystallization of his hard work 100 years ago. Therefore, the evil monarch had always cherished Xie Yulan like a pearl in his palm. Xie Yulan was also very diligent. In 100 years, she had broken through to rank 7 and entered the top 150 of the ranking list of young masters. Moreover, she was talented in alchemy. It should be known that demonic beasts were different from humans. In 100 human cultivators, there might be 1 alchemist. However, in 100,000 demonic beasts. There might not be one alchemist or blacksmith. As for Xie Yulan, she was already an alchemy grandmaster. Among the demonic alchemists in Celestial Demon City, she was ranked in the top 10. Those who were better than her were old demonic beasts that had lived for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Father, don't worry. I only have one requirement for the 4 alchemy assistants I'm recruiting today, and that is that they must have strong bodies. This is because the 10,000 catty grass they will touch cannot come in contact with battle energy. Xie Yulan smiled. 10,000 catty grass? The evil monarch's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. No wonder his daughter suddenly wanted to recruit alchemy assistants. It was for the 10,000 catty grass. Xie Yulan stood up and jumped off the high platform. Under the gaze of 1,000 pairs of eyes, she came to the center of the square. With a wave of her hand, a small hill that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of her. Whoever can lift it with physical strength can become my alchemy assistant. However, you're not allowed to use any battle energy. Otherwise, it will be seen as cheating. Xie Yulan said lightly. When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other speechlessly. Even if it was a demonic beast, it would need to be at least a rank 7 or rank 8 demonic beast to lift this small hill with its physical strength, right? Although it was more than 10 meters tall, it was already very tall when it stood up. It was equivalent to the height of a 7 or 8-story building on Earth. Some of the humans shook their heads and left in disappointment. The strength of the human race was definitely not comparable to that of the demonic beasts. Therefore, it was meaningless for them to stay. Brother Ning, let's go. Xie Lin Jiaqiang transmitted his voice. At this time, a strong man had already walked towards the small hill. Chapter 636. I have the strength to uproot a mountain and an aura to conquer the world weight a little longer. Does Brother Ning still want to participate in this assessment? Xie Lin Jiaqiang looked at the small hill not far away, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Not to mention a human, even a 6th-grade dragon would not be able to lift this small hill with just their physical strength. And the dragon race was already recognized as the race with the greatest strength. At this time, the strong man with a proud expression had already walked in front of the small hill. He bowed toward Xie Yulan and said, "Respected Miss Yulan, my strength is boundless." "Infinite strength? I hope your strength will satisfy me." Xie Yulan nodded lightly. Limitless strength smiled faintly, a look of incomparable confidence on his face. His true form was that of a devilox of strength. Most dragons of the same rank as him might not even be as strong as him. Boundless strength roared, his hands directly piercing into the small hill. In an instant, his body expanded by several times, turning into a monster that was 6 meters tall. His entire body was covered with black hair that resembled steel spikes, and 2 snaking horns appeared on his head. Boundless strength lowered his head and pierced the small hill with his horns. Then he suddenly exerted force. A furious roar came from his mouth, and the small hill instantly moved. Then it was slowly raised by a foot. This limitless strength is a Herculean demonic bull. No wonder it's so strong. There are only 100 or so demonic bulls left in the Celestial Demon Empire. Don't they all stay in a small mountain village all year round? Why is this guy in the Celestial Demon City? Sigh. Looks like this time he can definitely become Miss Yulan's alchemy boy. TSK, 1,000 middle spiritual crystals a year is nothing. Most importantly, if I can establish a relationship with Lord Evil Tyrant, I will be able to do whatever I want in the Celestial Demon City. Many demonic beasts and humans looked at Li Wuqiang with envy. Such great strength! Xie Lin Jiaqiang's face revealed a look of shock. Just by relying on this strength, without the use of battle qi, Xie Lin Jiaqiang could seriously injure or even kill him with a single punch. A faint blush had already appeared on Li Qiong's brown skin. His expression was incomparably conflicted. His muscles were bulging and his veins were bulging. It could be seen that he was using all of his strength. However, the small mound only continued to rise by about a foot before he suddenly took a step back. With a boom, the small mound fell heavily onto the ground. Although he didn't lift his shoulder, he managed to lift it 2 feet high. This result was already very good. Limitless Force panted heavily as he glanced at the crowd with a pleased expression before looking at Xie Yulan. "Oh, your strength is not bad. Stand over here." A look of disappointment flashed across Xie Yulan's eyes, but he nodded indifferently. A look of ecstasy appeared on Limitless Strength's face, and he eagerly stood behind Xie Yulan. His chest puffed out, he proudly surveyed his surroundings. "Let me give it a try, too." At this moment, a young man shouted and walked out, standing in front of the small hill. A look of ridicule flashed across Limitless Strength's eyes. The young man reached out and grabbed the small hole that Limitless Strength had just dug out and forcefully lifted. "Ah!" The young man let out an angry roar, his face completely red. However, the small mound didn't move at all. A cool breeze blew past. The young man awkwardly loosened his grip, clasped his hands towards Xie Yulan, and turned to leave. "Ha ha ha! Little guy, you still dare to fight with me for favor? Why don't you consider your own capabilities first?" Limitless Strength laughed maniacally in his heart. In his opinion, there was no one else here who could lift this small mound apart from him. After the young man's failure, other demonic beasts came forward to try. There were even a few humans among them. However, without exception, all of them failed. The one with the best result was a demonic beast whose true form was the 9-nethered demon elephant. He pushed the small mound to the side by about a centimeter, but that was all. He thought that Xie Yulan would accept him, but all he got was a disappointed shake of his head. The 9-demon elephant turned around and left in disappointment, but he did not leave the plaza because there were less than 100 people left. He wanted to see, in the end, other than having endless strength, if there was anyone else who could rely on pure physical strength to lift this small hill. Xie Yulan watched as one person after another left in disappointment. Her brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that she could only recruit one pill boy today? This was too far from the 4 she had envisioned. At the very least, she needed 2. Otherwise, her pill refining speed would greatly decline. After all, 10,000 gene of grass was not something an ordinary person could pick up. "Brother Ning, it's time to go." Xie Linjiaqiang transmitted his voice again. Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked directly towards the small hill. "Brother Ning, what are you doing?" Xie Linjiaqiang's face was filled with confusion. Another guy who overestimates his own capabilities has come to try. Limitless Strength's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. Xie Yulan looked at Ning Qi and discovered that he was only a human. A trace of displeasure flashed across her eyes. On the high platform, the evil lord swept a glance at Ning Qi and sneered. Were all humans so arrogant now? What is that guy doing? Is he a human? Does he want to lift this small mound? Ha ha! Isn't this a disgrace to the human race? Using one's weakness to attack another's strength. Interesting, interesting. The humans who were about to leave stopped in their tracks and frowned at Ning Qi. They secretly transmitted their voices to each other, asking about Ning Qi's origins. "Have you seen this kid before?" "Never seen him before. He should be new here, right? Otherwise, why would he overestimate his capabilities? Isn't this discrediting the human race? That kid seems to be with him. Let's go and ask." The group of humans looked at each other and walked in front of Xie Linjiaqiang. Xie Linjiaqiang saw that he was surrounded by a group of Do Huangs and immediately became nervous. "Hey, is that guy your friend?" One of the Do Huangs looked coldly at Xie Linjiaqiang. Xie Linjiaqiang swallowed and nodded. "Yes, what's wrong? Quickly send a voice transmission to get him back here. Don't embarrass the human race." The Do Huangs coldly said. "But Xia Linjiaqiang revealed a bitter smile and pointed at Ning Qi. He has already started. Everyone turned to look at Ning Qi. At this time, Ning Qi had already reached out and grabbed the small mound. Compared to the small mound, his 2-meter-tall body was as small as an ant. Although the lines of his muscles were good, compared to limitless strength, it was still worlds apart. Just as the demonic beasts were sneering and the humans were frowning, Ning Qi silently said in his heart, "Return to the source!" The next moment, his body swelled with the wind and instantly grew to more than a meter tall. His bronze skin glistened under the sunlight, and his explosive muscles left everyone dumbfounded. Is this guy a human or a demonic beast? The evil monarch looked at Ning Qi, his eyes slightly startled, and his expression became somewhat dignified. The sky-devouring white tiger at his feet, the rank 9 demonic beast guards behind him, and the rank 8 demonic beast guards all looked at Ning Qi with astonishment, because they couldn't tell whether Ning Qi was a human or a demon. Chapter 637. A little trick. What's going on? Is he not a human? Is it a cultivation technique or a bloodline? Is it a cultivation technique or a bloodline? Be it the humans or the demonic beasts, they all stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Xie Yulan's eyes brightened as she looked at Ning Qi with satisfaction. With so many people, there was finally one who met the requirements in her heart. Perhaps just him alone was enough? Xie Yulan glanced at Limitless Force. Limitless Force had yet to react to the possibility of being eliminated by Ning Qi. He was still in a state of shock, looking at Ning Qi with a pale face. Lord Evil Monarch, this aura seems to be from an ancient bloodline. Could he be a demonic beast? The guard, who seemed to be a 9th-level demonic beast, walked up to the evil monarch and whispered. The evil prince glanced at Ning Qi with a faint smile on his lips. No, he's a human. But don't forget that in ancient times there were many other ancient races besides the dragon clan, the human clan, and us. It was only because of that battle that destroyed the world that the continent was smashed into pieces that those races disappeared in the river of history. Lord Evil Monarch, are you saying that he has the bloodline of some ancient race? The 9th-level demonic beast guard whispered. And there is such a possibility. The evil monarch looked at Ning Qi curiously. So strong. Xia Linjiaqiang finally understood why Ning Qi stayed behind. So his strength was this terrifying. The faces of the Do Huangs around Xia Linjiaqiang changed. They quickly took a few steps back, secretly rejoicing that they did not attack Xia Linjiaqiang, because the strength that Ning Qi had displayed was enough to crush them. If they had touched Xia Linjiaqiang just now, they would have offended a terrifying existence. And this existence was about to become Miss Xie Yulan's pill attendant. Putting down the small hill, Ning Qi's figure returned to normal. He smiled at Xie Yulan. Come over. Xie Yulan nodded. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. At least he had temporarily infiltrated the evil monarch manor. As for the future, he could only cross the bridge, naturally. Brother Xia Linjiaqiang, let's part ways here. See if you can find other jobs in Sky Demon City. Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Xia Linjiaqiang. Xia Linjiaqiang nodded blankly, still immersed in shock. Oh, looks like this kid is indeed here to look for work. Xia Jun glanced at Xia Linjiaqiang. He saw that Xia Linjiaqiang was merely a Do Wang at the peak of the Do Wang realm. Coupled with the content of Ning Qi's voice transmission, Xia Jun's doubts about Ning Qi disappeared. After all, many of Xia Jun's enemies knew that he liked this daughter the most. If he was not careful, those enemies might take advantage of him. The consequences would be unimaginable. Following that, more people came out to try, but none of them reached the required strength standard. Xie Yulan waved her hand, sending them away. Then she bade farewell to the Vile Lord and brought Ning Qi and Li Wujin into the mansion. Ning Qi and Li Wuqiang followed behind Xie Yulan, not uttering a single word. Along the way, Li Wuqiang was secretly sizing up Ning Qi. Every time Ning Qi looked at him, Li Wuqiang would pretend to look straight ahead, as if it was someone else who had been sneaking glances at Ning Qi. After a while, Xie Yulan brought Ning Qi and Li Wuqiang to a courtyard. There was a thick, medicinal fragrance in this courtyard. Clearly, this was where Xie Yulan refined pills. There are 3 rooms here. 2 of them are yours. Choose yourselves. My spirit herbs will arrive in Celestial Demon City in a month. During this time, I will arrange for someone to teach you some alchemy knowledge. Otherwise, you won't even be able to distinguish the spirit herbs. Xie Yulan said indifferently, "Many thanks, Miss Yulan. I will definitely study hard." Li Wuqiang was overjoyed to be able to learn alchemy knowledge. As a Herculean demon bull, he also had the heart to become an alchemist. "Miss Yulan, I do know a little about alchemy." Ning Qi smiled. If he spent this month learning alchemy knowledge, it would be a hindrance to his future actions. Thus, after a slight hesitation, Ning Qi decided to reveal some of his alchemy skills. If he was lucky, he should be able to gain more freedom than Li Wuqiang. As expected, a look of surprise appeared in Xie Yulan's eyes. She looked Ning Qi up and down. "Are you a human or a demonic beast?" "Human race," Ning Qi said indifferently. "No wonder. There are many fellows in the human race who know alchemy. However, if you're just a pill refiner or a pill refiner grandmaster, then you still need to learn. Because the pills I refine and the spirit herbs I use are things that most pill refiners have not even seen before." Xie Yulan said lightly, "Lad, Miss Yulan is a grand pill refiner grandmaster. Do whatever Miss asks you to do. Don't force yourself." A look of displeasure appeared on Li Wuqiang's face. This fellow, he really can't wait to fight for favor. "How about this? You refine a pill that you're best at. I'll take a look. If it meets my requirements, then—" Xie Yulan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Then you don't need to be my pill attendant. I'll let you become a consecrated pill refiner of the evil monarch manor." Consecrated pill refiner? A look of shock appeared on Li Wuqiang's face. The status of a consecrated pill refiner of the evil monarch manor was like heaven and earth compared to a pill attendant. If this lad really became a consecrated pill refiner, then a look of disbelief appeared on Li Wuqiang's face. He did not believe that Ning Qi's pill refining skills would be able to catch the eye of Miss Yulan, because to become a consecrated pill refiner of the evil monarch manor, one had to at least be a pill refiner grandmaster, right? Such an existence would definitely not come to Sky Demon City, because they were able to do very well in the land of the human race. All right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. A ball of devouring dragon karmic fire appeared on his right palm. The faint blue flame caused Xie Yulan and Li Wuqiang to reveal a look of surprise. "What kind of deviant flame is this?" Li Wuqiang frowned. "Devouring dragon karmic fire?" Xie Yulan was indeed the daughter of the evil monarch, the granddaughter of the Sky Demon Emperor. She immediately recognized the origin of the deviant flame in Ning Qi's hand. Then, a look of shock appeared on her face. To think that this human in front of her would actually possess such a rare deviant flame. Although the devouring dragon karmic fire was not ranked high on the list of deviant flames, and its power was not strong, but it had a special effect on the dragon race. It was the nemesis of the dragon race. Just based on this, countless people hoped to obtain the devouring dragon karmic fire. But because the conditions for the birth of the devouring dragon karmic fire were extremely harsh, most of them would be destroyed by the guards of the dragon race the moment they appeared in the dragon graveyard. So it was very rare for the devouring dragon karmic fire to appear in the world. Following that, Xie Yulan saw Ning Qi take out a bunch of spirit herbs and throw them onto the devouring dragon karmic fire. With a fluid motion, he refined a pill that caused her to involuntarily swallow her saliva. This faint silver pill emitted an aura that was extremely attractive to her. What pill is this? Xie, Yulan asked in surprise. Low-grade, mystic-grade demon essence pill. Chapter 638. Chapter 638, Demon Essence Pill? What kind of pill was that? Boundless Forces' face revealed a trace of confusion. But when he saw that Xie Yulan didn't seem to know the origins of this pill, his heart leaped with joy. It seemed like this was a trash pill that this kid had invented himself. Kid, don't take out any pills to show off. Miss Yulan is not that easy to fool. Infinite Strength sneered. At this time, Xie Yulan subconsciously reached out to take the pill and looked it up and down. After a while, she asked Ning Qi cautiously, "What is the use of this demon essence pill?" "It increases strength." "Oh, it has no effect on humans. Could it be a pill specially used by us demonic beasts?" "That's a bit of a trick." Infinite Strength's face changed slightly as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Then, Xie Yulan suddenly threw the pill into her mouth and swallowed it. At this time, a figure broke through the air and appeared beside Xie Yulan. It was the rank 9 demonic beast guard behind Xie Jun. He looked at Xie Yulan nervously and smiled bitterly. "Miss, why didn't you let someone test the poison before you swallowed it yourself?" Then he looked coldly at Ning Qi. "If there's a problem with your pill, then you better pray that you can die in a dignified and comfortable manner." As soon as this guard appeared, Limitless Strength lowered his head and trembled uncontrollably. Although they were both demonic beasts, the deterrence of a high-level demonic beast to a low-level demonic beast was still very strong. He was only a rank 6 Herculean demon bull. Being so close to a rank 9 demonic beast, it was already very courageous of him not to wet his pants. "Third Uncle Tao Tai, it's all right. This pill is not poisonous." Xie Yulan's eyes slowly opened and she let out a long sigh. She smiled at the rank 9 demonic beast and looked at Ning Qi with shining eyes. "This pill, did you invent it yourself?" "No." Ning Qi smiled lightly. "Then who invented this pill? It's especially useful for us, demonic beasts. Could it be a senior alchemist among the demonic beasts?" Xie Yulan was pleasantly surprised. "No." Ning Qi shook his head. Then, Xie Yulan did not understand. Seeing Xie Yulan's reaction, Uncle Taosan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Clearly, that pill was not simple. Otherwise, Xie Yulan would not have such a reaction. "It's an ancient medicinal pill that has been lost for a very, very long time. I only obtained it by accident." Ning Qi smiled faintly. A lost ancient pill. This time, even third Uncle Tao and the other two looked at Ning Qi in shock. To be able to refine ancient pills that had been lost for generations, no matter what their cultivation was, they were all extraordinary existences. Every faction would treat such people like treasures and protect them. "Yulan, what's the effect of that pill?" Third Uncle Tao asked solemnly. "After taking this pill, I feel that my strength has increased by 5%. Evil Blue stared at Ning Qi, her eyes glowing brightly. 5%. Third Uncle Tao was shocked. As a rank 9 demonic beast, he had lived for thousands of years. What had he not seen? Xie Yulan's 5% strength was at most equivalent to a rank 5 demonic beast. However, this increase was no small matter. She had only taken one pill, and her strength had increased by 5%. What if she took 10? 20? Wouldn't her strength have doubled? On this point, third Uncle Tao was wrong. Every human alchemist only needed medicinal resistance. In other words, if a person consumed the same type of medicinal pill, after a certain amount, the medicinal pill would lose its effectiveness. This amount also depended on the type and quality of the medicinal pill. 5% increase. Oh my God! If I had taken that pill, then... When Li Wuji thought of this, he was no longer afraid of third Uncle Tao's aura. Instead, he stared at Ning Qi passionately. Kid, what's your name? Where did you come from? Why would the 9 great clans allow someone like you to come to Sky Demon City? Third uncle Tao coldly looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi immediately felt an incomparably terrifying aura lock onto him. If he hadn't bought the bloodline of the World Destroyer Titan, Ning Qi definitely wouldn't have been able to endure it. However, right now he only felt that the aura was terrifying. It was purely because of the other party's terrifying strength. After all, the Titan bloodline was not something ordinary demonic beasts could compare to. Even if the opponent's bloodline was mixed with the ancient demonic race's bloodline, it could not be compared to the Titan bloodline. My name is Ning Beixian. The 9 great clans do not know that I can refine the demon essence pill. This pill is useless for humans. If I don't come to Sky Demon City, where else can I go? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, third uncle Tao came to his senses. Although the demon origin pill was a lost ancient pill, it was only useful for beasts. In the land of the human race, not only was it useless, but it would also attract countless greedy eyes. It was better to come to Sky Demon City. At least he could obtain a satisfactory status. Can you still refine the demon essence pill now? I won't take you for free. As I said earlier, as long as your pill refining skills satisfy me, you'll be my evil monarch manners consecrator. Now you are, so I will buy it from you at a price that will satisfy you. Xie Yulan looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Ning Qi had only earned less than 100 sets of demon essence pills in Chengqi village. Most of the spirit herbs were already extinct in Dongxian, so he had to use them sparingly. Ning Qi thought for a moment and said, "The spirit herbs required for the demon essence pill are very difficult to obtain, so I can only refine 50 at most. Miss Yulan, if it is possible, I hope to exchange for my demon essence pills with battle weapons." Exchange with battle weapons? No problem. My father loves to collect dough weapons. There are all kinds of dough weapons in his treasure trove. How about this? You only need to give me 50 demon essence pills. You can choose any dough weapon that is below the middle grade of the heavenly stage. Xie Yulan said, "Dough weapons that are below middle grade Tian class. Oh my." Li Wujin looked at Ning Qi with envy and jealousy. This price was already on the low side in Ning Qi's mind, but his true motive was not for those battle weapons. So, Ning Qi only showed a hint of hesitation before nodding in agreement. This hint of hesitation was purposely shown to Xie Yulan and third Uncle Tao. Seeing Ning Qi agree, Xie Yulan heaved a sigh of relief, joy in her eyes. Third Uncle Tao nodded and looked at Ning Qi with a much gentler gaze. He said, "Yulan, you stay here with Grandmaster Ning. I'll go and get Grandmaster Ning's identity jade token." "Thank you, third Uncle Tao." Xie Yulan cupped her hands respectfully. Uncle Tao San smiled, glanced at Ning Qi and flew away. Then, Xie Yulan looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Chapter 639. Water Dragon Sword Li Wujin stared at the porcelain bottle, a hint of greed flashing across his eyes. He immediately reacted and lowered his head, afraid of being seen by Xie Yulan. At this time, third Uncle Tao flew over and threw a jade token to Ning Qi. There was a strange aura on it. There should be a forbidden spell on it. This is the token of the evil monarch manners consecrator. With it, other than a few important places, such as the evil monarch manor's treasury, the backyard of the evil monarch manor, and so on, you can enter and leave the evil monarch manor freely. As long as you work well for the evil monarch manor, the evil monarch will not mistreat you. Third Uncle Tao smiled lightly. "Many thanks, Senior." Ning Qi kept the jade token and cupped his hands. Xie Yulan also thanked third Uncle Tao, after which he said to Ning Qi, "I will keep my word. Follow me to the treasure-keeping hall. You can choose any dough weapon that is below the middle grade of the Tian class." "Many thanks, Miss Yulan." Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy. Limitless strength watched with jealousy as Ning Qi left with Xie Yulan. He had planned to flatter third Uncle Tao, but the latter had already disappeared. Seeing this, limitless strength could only sullenly choose a room, lie down on the bed, and sleep. If there are no accidents, the water dragon's sword must be in the treasury. If everything goes well, I will be able to get it today. At that time, I might be able to find clues about the water dragon, Holy Land from it. Ning Qi thought to himself as he followed behind Xie Yulan. Not long after, Xie Yulan brought Ning Qi to a courtyard. Inside, there was a wooden building that towered into the clouds. Before they even approached the main entrance, Ning Qi could already sense a very thick aura of a Do weapon coming from within the wooden building. Fourth miss. The guards outside the treasure pavilion saluted Xie Yulan and Ning Qi with slight surprise. When they saw Ning Qi walking together with Xie Yulan, they thought that he was Xie Yulan's friend. They secretly guessed Ning Qi's identity. After all, they had never seen Ning Qi in the evil monarch manor. There didn't seem to be such a person in the Sky Demon City. And this is the new consecrator of the evil monarch manor. His surname is Ning. In the future, you must be more respectful to Master Ning. Xie Yulan smiled lightly. What, consecrated alchemist? The guards' faces showed a trace of surprise, and they quickly saluted Ning Qi again. Greetings, Master Ning! You're welcome. Ning Qi smiled faintly. These few guards were all rank 7 low-grade demonic beasts, equivalent to a 1 to 2-star dozong. Additionally, their bloodlines were quite strong. An ordinary Do Huang would definitely panic if they saw them. However, Xie Yulan saw that Ning Qi responded appropriately and could not help but nod slightly. It seemed that Ning Qi had a rather high status in the human race. From the first time Xie Yulan saw Ning Qi, she had interacted with him for a while. Until now, she had a good understanding of Ning Qi. At least, compared to the Herculean demon cow, Ning Qi was more suitable to help her concoct pills. Let's go! Xie Yulan smiled faintly and led Ning Qi into the treasure pavilion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned towards Ning Qi and Xie Yulan. When they saw Xie Yulan, they hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Greetings, Miss Yulan. Xie Yulan nodded lightly and said to Ning Qi, as long as you have done something for the evil monarch manor, you can come to the treasure pavilion to choose your weapon. These fellows are all disciples of the evil monarch manor. Master Ning, you can get to know them. You will have frequent dealings with them in the future. Master Ning? The way everyone looked at Ning Qi changed slightly. Among them, there was a pair of eyes that was the most special. There was not doubt in them, but fear and enmity. Ning Qi looked towards the owner of that pair of eyes. It was a pretty boy. Oh, it was just that he looked like a pretty boy compared to this group of muscular men. But, in fact, he was not very good-looking. It was just that his skin was fair. From the aura on his body, one could tell that he was 100% human and not a demonic beast. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes. Evil Monarch Manor, Lihan Grade, Peak Do Huang, 4th stage of life and death, Cultivation Method, Earth High Grade Demon Transformation Innate Formula Martial Technique, Earth High Grade Herculean Demon Fist Health Points, 178000 Demon Transformation Innate Formula? Is this fellow preparing to train as a demonic beast? A look of surprise flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. Then he smiled at everyone as a form of greeting. The first floor is filled with some lower-grade weapons, but they have extraordinary origins. There are ancient weapons from 100,000 years ago, and there are also weapons from a demon monarch tens of thousands of years ago. But because of the wear and tear of time, they are already broken beyond repair. The heaven-grade weapons are on the 4th floor. I'll bring you up. Xie Yulan introduced to Ning Qi. When everyone heard this, they jumped in fright. Could it be that Miss Yulan was going to give this person a heaven-grade weapon? Li Han's face was a little ugly. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. His emotions were complicated. Although he was a human, he had fallen in love with Xia Yulan the first time he saw her. It was also because of this that he entered the evil monarch manor and willingly became an ordinary disciple of the evil monarch manor, also that he could occasionally take a look at Xia Yulan. But now, there was a human like him who was so close to Xia Yulan. Xia Yulan even personally brought him to the treasure trove and gave him a heaven-grade weapon. No one in the evil monarch manor had enjoyed such treatment before. There's no need, Miss Yulan. I'll just take a look on this floor. Ning Qi rejected with a faint smile. Xia Yulan was slightly taken aback, a little puzzled. But Ning Qi had already started to inspect the weapons here. She could only furrow her brows and follow. He even rejected. This fellow actually rejected going to the 4th floor. Is he crazy? Everyone stared at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly. If they had such a chance, even if their legs were broken, they would still climb to the 4th floor. Originally, Li Han should be happy that Ning Qi rejected going to the 4th floor. But for some reason, his heart felt even worse than before. He stared fixedly at Ning Qi's back. If looks could kill, Ning Qi would have already been dismembered into 1,000 pieces. Ning Qi pretended to look around and asked Xia Yulan about the origins of some of the weapons, listening to her stories. Finally, he walked to the center of this floor. There was a huge rock there, and a light blue sword was stabbed into it. Before he even got close, he could feel that the surroundings of the sword was filled with faint water vapor. Miss Yulan, I wonder what is the origin of this top-grade Xian-grade weapon. Ning Qi looked at Xia Yulan and asked with a faint smile. This Do weapon. It's a long story, but it was once a sacred weapon of the ancient water dragon race. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 pure ancient dragon races have already disappeared in the river of time. If not for some clues left behind, I'm afraid that many people would have long forgotten about their existence. It is rumored that this water dragon sword has the whereabouts of the water dragon tribe. However, it is only a legend. Currently, it only has ornamental value. Its strength and rank are roughly equivalent to a top Xiando weapon. Chapter 640. Success. Equivalent to a top-grade mystic weapon? Then, Miss Yulan, I want it. Ning Qi smiled. Haha, this water dragon sword is one of the evil monarch's 10 favorite weapons. He specially placed it in the center of the 1st floor for everyone to admire. This fellow actually wants the water dragon sword? What a fool's dream. Li Han couldn't help but mock. Everyone else also looked at Ning Qi mockingly, waiting for Xia Yulan to reject him. In the end, Xia Yulan was only slightly taken aback. You really want this water dragon sword? Ning Qi nodded. But without the ancient demon bloodline, you will not be able to pick it up. Xia Yulan smiled bitterly. Why don't you change it? Miss Yulan, if I can pick it up, will you give this water dragon sword to me? Ning Qi smiled lightly. A hint of hesitation appeared in Xia Yulan's eyes. She knew that her father was very fond of the water dragon sword. After all, it was inextricably linked to the ancient water dragon clan and the former great emperor of the Yao clan, Gu Sanduo. Even if it was only a legend, it added a layer of mystery to the water dragon sword. But this fellow should not be able to pick it up. Xia Yulan didn't sense any demonic aura from Ning Qi. That transformation technique he used earlier should be a special technique of the human race. According to what she knew, there were a few heaven-level techniques of the human race that could transform one's body. When cultivated to the extreme, one could even reach a height of 5 zhang. It would be much larger than the true form of ordinary demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Xia Yulan nodded and said, All right, Master Ning, if you can pick up this water dragon sword, I will make the decision to give it to you. What? Miss Yulan really wants to give the evil monarch's favorite weapon to this fellow. Why? Why? Li Han was a little angry. Even if Miss Yulan wants to give him the water dragon sword, I'm afraid he won't be able to pick it up. That's right, in the evil monarch manor, there are only a handful of people who can pick up this water dragon sword. Someone said in a low voice. Hearing this, Li Han breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at Ning Qi mockingly. He wanted to see how Ning Qi would embarrass himself. Miss Yulan hated people who overestimated themselves the most. Ning Qi smiled and walked to the side of the boulder. He jumped up and stood in front of the water dragon sword. Indeed, when Xie Yulan saw that Ning Qi still wanted the water dragon sword, a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Ning Qi did not listen to her advice and insisted on taking the water dragon sword. He was truly overestimating himself. Originally, I wanted to let him take a middle heaven tier do weapon. Now, it looks like we only need to give him a low heaven tier do weapon. After all, he has already used the chance to choose a do weapon. Xie Yulan thought to herself. At that moment, Ning Qi had already placed his palm on the hilt of the water dragon sword. Grandmaster Ning, can you lift it? Xie Yulan thought that Ning Qi had used too much force, so she laughed lightly. Come with me to the 4th floor, go, go! She watched dumbfoundedly as Ning Qi pulled the water dragon sword out of the boulder. After admiring it for a while, it disappeared from Ning Qi's hand. Obviously, he had put it into his Qian Kuan ring. What is going on? How can you pick up the water dragon sword? Xie Yulan was shocked. Li Han and the others were also shocked. Could it be that this guy was not human? Could he be a demonic beast with the bloodline of the ancient demon clan? Following this, the way they looked at Ning Qi underwent a huge change. The demonic beasts withdrew the mockery in their eyes and replaced it with a hint of respect. Demonic beasts with the bloodline of the ancient demon clan were all worthy of their respect. As for Li Han, his expression was very interesting. There was doubt, shock, jealousy, and envy. He himself could not tell what kind of feeling he was feeling. But one thing was for sure. Ning Qi was definitely not human. He felt a little better. It was normal for Miss Yulan to be nice to demonic beasts. It seemed like there was no unspeakable relationship between the two. Could it be that the technique you used to change your true form was not a human technique, but the bloodline of the ancient demon clan? Xie Yulan's eyes were filled with realization. Speaking of which, there were many people with the bloodline of the ancient demon clan. Although she had never seen it for some reason, she was sure that in Dongxian there were at least 10 bloodlines of the ancient demon clan flowing in the blood of the human race. It seems like he has one of them. Xie Yulan sighed, feeling a little regretful. After all, the water dragon sword was of great significance. Giving it away just like that was more painful than giving away a middle heaven level fighting weapon. But she was a woman of her word. Since she had given it away, she would not ask for it back. Thinking of this, Xie Yulan asked Ning Qi, Master Ning, are you sure you only want the water dragon sword? It can't increase your strength. I am sure. Ning Qi smiled faintly. After obtaining the water dragon sword, the system notification sounded, saying that he had found the key mission item to enter the water dragon sacred ground. Even if he wanted to throw away the water dragon sword now, it was impossible because it had become a mission item and belonged to the system, not him. All right then. Xie Yulan nodded, and then left the treasure pavilion with Ning Qi, returning to the small courtyard that was used for alchemy. Master Ning, you stay here first. I will order someone to arrange a small courtyard for you. Just wait for me to finish taking the demon essence pill. Xie Yulan said. Thank you, Miss Yulan. Ning Qi smiled and nodded, watching Xie Yulan leave. He knew that Xie Yulan would come looking for him after taking the demon essence pill, because the upper limit of the demon essence pill was 1,000. This was what he learned in Cheongqi village of the ancient demon clan, and Cheongba said it himself. Even if Xie Yulan's ancient demon clan bloodline was not pure, and there was only a trace of it, she could at least take 300 to 400, right? 50 was definitely not enough. The small courtyard that Xie Yulan lived in was in the center of the evil monarch residence, adjacent to evil monarch's courtyard. When she took the demon essence pill, Evil Monarch and third Uncle Tao were there in person, waiting outside. After an hour, Xie Yulan walked out of the room. Evil Monarch and third Uncle Tao's eyesight was extraordinary, and they saw the huge change in Xie Yulan at a glance. After taking 50 demon essence pills, Xie Yulan's strength had more than doubled, and she felt that she could take more demon essence pills. Father, third Uncle Tao. Xie Yulan's face showed a hint of joy. I picked up a treasure this time. Not only does that fellow possess the bloodline of the ancient demon clan, but his alchemy skills are also not inferior to mine. He knows how to refine the long-lost ancient elixir, the demonic essence elixir. I have consumed 50 of them, and my strength has doubled. Not bad, not bad. Evil Monarch laughed happily. Chapter 641. Zaburo what? Xie Jun was slightly stunned and then shouted, You gave the water dragon's sword to that guy? That's right. This is because we had already agreed before that he could choose any Do weapon below the middle grade of the Tian class to exchange for the demonic essence pill. Therefore, Xie Yulan grabbed the evil prince's arm and shook it coquettishly. So, father, don't be angry. Anyway, the water dragon sword has been in your hands for thousands of years, and you still haven't found the whereabouts of the great ancient emperor. Sai, since my dear daughter's strength has increased, I don't mind giving away the water dragon sword. I didn't expect this human boy to have the bloodline of the ancient demon clan. I'm curious, when he transformed into his true form, even I couldn't tell which branch of the ancient demon clan he belonged to. Xie Jun smiled bitterly. What he couldn't stand the most was his obedient daughter's coquettish behavior. As long as she acted coquettishly, he reckoned that even the stars in the sky would be plucked for her. I'll ask Grandmaster Ning when I have the time. Perhaps even he doesn't know. Father, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to look for him to ask for a few more monster essence pills. That way, when I break through to the 8th order in the future, my strength will increase by dozens of times. Xie Yulan laughed. Oh, go ahead. The evil prince waved his hand. After Xie Yulan left, he turned to look at third Uncle Tao and said indifferently, Go and investigate that kid's background. If he really has the bloodline of the ancient demon race, our evil monarch manor can nurture him with all our strength. But the prerequisite is that he cannot be a spy sent by those old fellows. If he is related to those old fellows, kill him directly. A murderous intent slowly emanated from the evil prince. Third Uncle Tao nodded and said, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved slightly and disappeared from the world. Grandmaster Ning, the effects of your monster essence pill are really good. Xie Yulan said happily when she saw Ning Qi. Hearing her voice, limitless strength hurriedly ran out of the room, a fawning smile on his face as he stood behind Xie Yulan, looking as though he was ready to do as he pleased. Unfortunately, I don't have the spirit grass to refine the demon essence pill anymore. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Xie Yulan said seriously, Master Ning, there are all sorts of spirit herbs in the treasury of my evil monarch manor. There should be some that you need. Do you want to go take a look? There's no need for that. A few of the spiritual herbs required to refine the demon essence pill are in an extremely mysterious place in Dongxian. It's impossible for them to be found here. How about this? If Miss Yulan still needs them, I'm willing to make a trip there. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Shall I go with you? A look of curiosity appeared on Evil Blue's face. A trace of joy flashed in Limitless Force's eyes. A place with heavenly materials like this would definitely have many cultivation resources. Ning Qi shook his head and directly refused. No need. I intend to pass that place to the younger generation in the future and make it the holy land of the clan. I see. All right then. Xie Yulan nodded in disappointment. Limitless Force cursed in his heart. This fellow really didn't know what was good for him. He even dared to reject Miss Yulan. More importantly, He had lost a chance to obtain cultivation resources. After that, Xie Yulan personally sent Ning Qi out of the evil monarch manor. Ning Qi did not linger in Heaven Demon City for long and directly rushed out of the city. Above Ning Qi's head, there was a figure following him like a shadow. However, Ning Qi could not detect the existence of this figure. After leaving Heaven Demon City, Ning Qi was stopped by a figure before he had even walked 10 miles. Yuan Dongcheng looked at Ning Qi coldly. I saw you entering Heaven Demon City with Xie Linjiaqing. Are you his friend? Why? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. I'll give you a chance. Enter the city and help me capture Xie Linjiaqing. In the future, you will be my friend. Yuan Dongcheng said coldly. When he said the 2 words Yuan, his tone was especially heavy. Oh, a disciple of the Yuan family of the 9 great clans? Ning Qi pretended to be surprised. As long as you know. A faint smile hung on Yuan Dongcheng's lips. The name of the Yuan family was useful no matter where it was, and he also had a bit of status in the Yuan family. Then, do you know Yuan Shang? Ning Qi smiled. Cousin Yuan Shang? He is in the top 50 of the dragon ranking. Yuan Dongcheng sneered. Why don't you tell me that you know Yuan Shang? It's too easy to know his name. Anyone who has seen the dragon ranking knows him. Oh, I do know Yuan Shang. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Even if you know Yuan Kongming, you have to go in and capture the Xie Linjiaqing for me. Yuan Dongcheng sneered. Yuan Kongming? I seem to know him too. Ning Qi laughed dryly. If you continue to talk nonsense with me, I will kill you with a single stroke of my blade. Don't forget, you are in the vast forest in the Sky Demon Kingdom. If I kill you, no one will know. The humans here will not meddle in other people's business. Yuan Dongcheng suddenly had a big saber in his hand. The aura of a low-grade Earth-class weapon could be faintly felt. Actually, I have one last thing to ask. Ning Qi smiled. Ask away. Yuan Dongcheng frowned slightly. Why don't you go in and find Xie Linjiaqing yourself? Why do you want me to help you? Ning Qi asked. Yuan Dongcheng was speechless. Was he supposed to tell Ning Qi that he was not qualified to enter the city because he did not have enough middle spiritual crystals? Thinking of this, Yuan Dongcheng became angry. He roared and slashed at Ning Qi. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Yuan Dongcheng stood still and looked at the broken saber in his hand. You! How dare you destroy my low-grade Earth-class weapon? Yuan Dongcheng was filled with grief and indignation. The value of a low-grade Earth-class weapon was almost the same as the cost of entering the Heaven Demon City. For him, it was the most valuable thing in his possession. But now it was broken. Are you very angry? Then come and hit me. Ning Qi smiled. Go to hell. Yuan Dongcheng lost his mind and rushed in front of Ning Qi. Slap. Ning Qi slapped Yuan Dongcheng's face. Yuan Dongcheng stood on the spot and covered his left cheek with one hand. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Ning Qi's attack was so fast that he could not react. You. Slap. I. Slap. 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 A long while later, Yuan Dongcheng looked at Ning Qi with an incomparable fear. He could not understand. Ning Qi was the same as him, a Picto Huang who had stepped into the first life and death stage. On the other hand, he was a disciple of the Yuan clan, one of the 9 great clans. Regardless of whether it was Qi methods or martial techniques, they should be above Ning Qi. But now, why was he beaten to the point where he could not retaliate? I have said that I know Yuan Shang. Even if he was in front of me, he would not dare to be as arrogant as you. With your little cultivation, it is better for you to not show your face in public. I will not kill you today, but next time, others may not let you live. Do you understand? Ning Qi looked at Yuan Dongcheng and said seriously, Yes, do you know? Chapter 642. Meteorite Valley. Alright, I still have something to do. Let's talk next time. Ningqi patted Yuan Dongqing's shoulder with a smile and brushed past him. After a while, Yuan Dongqing suddenly let out a roar of grief and indignation. However, his movement was too big, and it immediately affected the wound on his face, causing him to gasp in pain. I won't let you go. I must take revenge. I must take revenge, Yuan Dongqing mumbled to himself in a daze. He turned around and walked towards the direction of the Yuan clan. He had decided to go back for closed-door training. He would come out to settle the score with Ningqi after he had broken through the second life and death trial. As for Xiao Linjiaqiang, he knew that the latter was cunning and would not leave the celestial demon city in a short time. Interesting. Third Uncle Tao, who had been following behind Ningqi, had a smile on his face. Ningqi's fighting style had made him feel a little emotional. Not only did he defeat his opponent physically, but he also humiliated his opponent mentally. I'm afraid that when that kid from the Yuan family sees him in the future, there will be a trace of weakness in his heart. Even if their strength is equal, he will not be able to win. This time, Ningqi only spent 2 months to reach the place. The moment the phantom sensed Ningqi, it immediately condensed in the void. Jia, did you bring the water dragon sword? The phantom laughed hoarsely. I've brought the water dragon sword, but you have to tell me where Gu Sandwa's treasure is first. Ningqi didn't approach the phantom. Instead, he retreated a dozen steps. This aura. Third Uncle Tao hid himself and stared at that figure in a daze. His brows were slightly furrowed, but he already knew that Ningqi had another motive for entering the evil monarch manor. It was all for the water dragon sword. As for that demon essence pill, it was just a way for him to obtain the water dragon sword. Thinking of this, he looked at Ningqi with a trace of imperceptible killing intent. If he was not curious about how things would develop next, he would have already killed Ningqi. Gu Sanduo, you're just a mere human, yet you want to find the whereabouts of the ancient great emperor? What a joke! Even the evil lord couldn't find any clues from the water dragon's sword even after 1,000 years. Third Uncle Tao didn't believe that Ningqi and this human-like thing before him could find out Gu Sandwa's whereabouts. Words are no proof. Let me take a look. The figure sneered. Look. Ningqi took out the water dragon sword and waved it in front of the virtual shadow before putting it into his space bag. It really is the water dragon sword. Good. I can tell you where Gu Sandwa's treasures are hidden. Do you know of a valley called Falling Star in the northern part of the vast forest? The figure said. I don't know, but I will look for it. Continue. Ningqi said. Oh, there's an underground river beneath Meteorite Valley. You just have to follow this underground river, and you'll be able to reach where Gu Sanduo hid his treasures. I've already told you. Hurry up and give me the water dragon sword. The figure said, Haha, how do I know if you're telling the truth or not? How about this? I'll go look for it. Once I find it, I'll come back and give you the water dragon sword. If you're lying to me, don't even think about getting it. Ningqi smiled faintly and turned to leave. Damn it, you're going back on your word. The virtual shadow flew into a rage and roared. His body moved, as if he wanted to rush in front of Ningqi. However, it seemed that he had exceeded the range of his movement. His body was instantly shattered, and he reappeared in the same place. He could only watch Ningqi leave and wait until Ningqi's figure disappeared from his sight. The corner of the figure's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, he saw a brawny man appear in front of him in shock. He could sense the aura of the ancient Yao clan's bloodline from this man. Wait! Before the figure could speak, the brawny man killed him with a punch. After that, Uncle Tao San continued to search the area for a while. After finding nothing suspicious, he continued to chase after Ningqi. In a mysterious place, a brawny man who was chained suddenly opened his eyes. His face was pale, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. damn it, my divine soul. The soul that I've cultivated for tens of thousands of years was shattered by him just like that. Damn it. Even if that brat gives me the water dragon sword, I won't be able to stop him. I can only wait and see if he can find this place. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Falling Star Valley. When Ning Chi found it, he finally knew why it was called Falling Star. This valley seemed to have been bombarded by a group of meteors for tens of thousands of years. There were countless big and small craters on the ground. These craters were 1,000 feet deep, and the shallow ones were 100 feet deep. It was a dry season now with little rain. Otherwise, Ning Chi might not be able to find Falling Star Valley because this place would become many connected lakes. Other than him, there was a group of humans and demonic beasts digging nearby with shovels. An underground river. Which hole should I start from? Ning Chi thought to himself. Then he walked towards the largest crater. There were about 300 to 400 people there. There were humans and demonic beasts mixed in. Ning Chi could even feel the aura of the Dragon Clan. No humans or demonic beasts dared to go near those young men who were emitting the aura of the Dragon Clan. They were in the deepest part of the crater. Brother, what are you guys digging here? Ning Chi approached a 7-star Do Huang and asked with a smile. That 7-star Do Huang's upper body was naked and he was drenched in sweat. Hearing Ning Chi's question, he replied without turning his head. Of course, we are here to dig for all kinds of outer sky gold. What else can we dig? Outer sky gold? Ning Chi nodded and walked toward the deepest part. Coincidentally, that 7-star Do Huang was tired from digging and stood up to rest. Seeing that Ning Chi was about to walk toward the few incomparably overbearing, transformed dragons, he hurriedly reminded, Little brother, you can't go there. Ning Chi's footsteps paused. He turned around and asked with a smile, Why? The 7-star Do Huang carefully glanced at the few transformed dragons and asked Ning Chi, Do you know where they came from? Without waiting for Ning Chi's reply, the 7-star Do Huang continued, They are the Firmament Dragon Tribe. Each of them is a rank 7 dragon. Those who dare approach them are already dead. You should find a place near me where there is no one to dig. If Ning Chi wanted to dig the underground river, he would definitely have to dig from the deepest part. This crater was over 1,000 feet deep. If he were to dig beside the middle-aged Do Huang, Ning Chi would have to dig an additional 1,000 feet. Only a fool would do such a thing. Currently, Ning Chi did not place a rank 7 dragon in his eyes. Brother, thank you for your reminder. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands together. This 7-star Do Huang was quite enthusiastic. Ning Chi swept his eyes over the other humans. They would occasionally throw mocking and gloating gazes at Ning Chi. However, none of them had any intention of reminding Ning Chi. All of them had an attitude of being unconcerned. There's no need to be so polite. The middle-aged man parted his mouth and smiled as he wiped the perspiration on his forehead. He thought that Ning Chi would listen to his suggestion and find a place near him to try his luck. In the end, Ning Chi continued to walk toward those few firmament dragons. Those few firmament dragons seemed to have noticed Ning Chi's arrival. They all stood up and coldly looked at Ning Chi. Chapter 643. Songming Seal. Why doesn't this little brother listen to my advice? You know there are tigers in the mountains, but you still go there. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly as he looked at Ning Chi. Although he could not bear to see Ning Chi die at the hands of those firmament nether dragons, he had already done his best. Now he was powerless even though he wanted to. And can't you see us? When Ning Chi reached the bottom of the crater, one of the strongest type 7 firmament nether dragons smiled at Ning Chi. The other 3 low-grade rank 7 firmament nether dragons looked at Ning Chi with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Everyone could see their throats moving. Clearly, they already saw Ning Chi as a delicacy on their plate. I see you, but this place is so big. You can dig here and I'll dig there. Can't we not interfere with each other? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Interesting. A look of curiosity flashed in the eyes of the mid-tier tier 7 Firmament Dragon. He smiled at Ning Chi and said, "My name is Firmament Fong. What's your name?" Ning Chi was ready to fight, but he didn't expect the other party to introduce themselves and even ask for his name. Even the middle-aged man, as well as the other humans and demonic beasts, were shocked. What happened? Have these firmament nether dragons changed? Why didn't they eat that human? That's strange. Look at which side the sun rose from today. The half-transformed and fully transformed demonic beasts all looked at each other in surprise, and all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Pu Yangkong, you know that kid? Where did he come from? A human Dozong transmitted his voice to the middle-aged man. Because they saw Ning Chi exchanging a few words with him, they thought that the two of them knew each other. Pu Yangkong was confused. He quickly sent a voice transmission. This is the first time I have seen this little brother. I do not know his background. However, based on the Firmament Dragon Tribe's attitude, his background should not be small, right? Powerful background. The crowd fell into deep thought. There didn't seem to be any clan or sect nearby that the Firmament Dragon Tribe would think highly of. After all, the Firmament Dragon Clan was the same as the Redbud Dragon Clan. They were one of the strongest dragon clans below the 3 great dragon clans. There were rank 10 giant dragons in the clan. I am Ning Beixian. Ning Chi cupped his hands. Song Mingfeng's clansmen felt a little strange. They did not understand why Song Mingfeng's attitude towards Ning Chi was so good. This caused the way they looked at Ning Chi to change slightly. Song Mingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Are you here to mine the outer sky gold essence?" Ning Chi smiled and said, "Exactly." "Oh, all right. In any case, there's still a lot of empty space here. You can randomly find a place to dig, and don't pay any attention to us." Song Mingfeng smiled. Ning Chi was slightly startled, but then he nodded with a smile and said, "All right." After that, 1 man and 4 dragons started to dig with all their might at the bottom of the crater, causing Pu Yangkong and the others to be dumbfounded. These firmament nether dragons were going to let that fellow off just like that? If I had known that they were so easy to talk to, I would have gone down as well. Many people cried out in regret in their hearts. That was because when the outer sky gold essence hit the ground, it would shatter into pieces and the fragments would sink into the surrounding soil. However, there would always be a higher chance of finding the outer sky gold essence at the bottom. Ning Chi first used his feet to stomp on the ground and discovered that the rocks here were extremely hard. Ordinary battle tools would not be able to dig through them. He did not know if it was because when the outer sky gold essence collided with the rocks, the huge energy generated had caused some of the outer sky gold essence's characteristics to be integrated into the soil, causing it to become so hard. Fortunately, Ning Chi had the dragon-slaying saber. These hard rocks were as soft as tofu in front of the saber. Therefore, in less than half a day, he had dug another 10 feet or so deep. However, he still did not see the underground river. Ning Chi's speed had shocked everyone in the crater, be it humans or demons. They had been using shovels that were comparable to Earth rank battle tools for an entire day, yet they still could not dig more than 10 feet. However, Ning Chi had dug more than 10 feet in half a day. This kind of speed was too terrifying. "Big brother, why are you so polite to that brat? Is it because you already knew that his digging speed is faster than ours? In just half a day, I seem to have seen 3 large pieces of outer sky gold essence." A member of the Firmament Dragon Tribe transmitted his voice to Song Mingfeng. Song Mingfeng was also a little surprised. "I am also not sure. It seems that the tier of his saber is quite high. It is even stronger than our heaven rank low-grade dough weapons." After a pause, he continued, "As for why I'm so polite to him, haven't you noticed that he's not afraid of us at all? There are only two possibilities. First, he's a lunatic. Second, he has a trump card. I don't think he's a lunatic, so he must have a trump card that makes him not afraid of us. We're just here to dig out some outer sky adamantine to cultivate the firmament dragon body. There's no need to become enemies with a guy with a trump card. Oh, I see. The three members of the firmament dragon tribe looked at Song Ming Fong in a worshipful manner. Within the entire firmament dragon tribe, only Song Ming Feng's way of thinking was similar to that of the human tribe. When they were outside, they were willing to listen to Song Ming Feng's arrangements. Reality had proven that they had already avoided many life-threatening dangers. Third Uncle Tao was hidden in a cluster of fog in the sky. This cluster of fog was something that experts below the Doshun class could not see. His eyes were focused on Ning Qi and the dragon-slaying saber. This brat is a little slow at digging. Should I help him? Third Uncle Tao was a little hesitant. He wanted to see if there was a hidden river that even he did not know about under the meteorite valley. Moreover, he wanted to know if this hidden river could lead to the treasure of the great ancient god treasury. We are almost 200 feet deep. Why can't we see the hidden river? Ning Qi's entire body was covered in mud. A faint layer of perspiration had appeared on his forehead. At this moment, there were 5 fist-sized pieces of outer sky gold essence beside his feet. They were pale gold in color and were wrapped in a layer of grayish-brown mud. If an ordinary person saw them, they would definitely think that they were ordinary gold. Brother Bei Xian, can you sell 4 pieces of these outer sky gold essence to us? Song Ming Fong had unknowingly walked to the side of the pit. He looked at Ning Qi, who was inside, and asked with a smile. Ning Qi was slightly startled, after which he smiled and picked up 4 pieces of outer sky gold essence from the ground. He randomly tossed them to Song Ming Fong. I will give them to you. Ah, how can I accept this? Song Ming Fong was stunned. The other 3 members of the firmament dragon tribe revealed shocked expressions. Their eyes became much gentler when they looked at Ning Qi. Chapter 644. Ancient Forbidden Law. I don't need that much anyway, so you're welcome. Ning Qi smiled and continued to dig. When Song Ming Fong saw the situation, he sighed in his heart. Then he glanced at his 3 younger brothers and sent a voice transmission. You all see for yourself. There are many things that cannot be resolved with violence. Keep your temper in check, and perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise. Big brother, we understand. The 3 firmament underworld dragons looked as if they had learned a lesson. They stared longingly at the heavenly metal essence in Song Mingfeng's hand. As long as they had it, they would be able to start refining the firmament underworld dragon bodies. At that time, their strength would greatly increase by a level. Let's continue to dig for another month or so. If we can't find any more extraterrestrial pure gold, we'll go back to our clan. As for these extraterrestrial pure gold, I'll keep them with me. Song Ming Fong smiled faintly. Another half a day passed, and Ning Qi once again dug more than 10 zhang deep. He finally found that the soil was a little moist. Because Ning Qi's speed was too fast, everyone turned their heads to the side. During this time, Ning Qi dug up a few more pieces of outer sky essence gold, all of which were fist-sized, which made people envious and jealous. A few of them even had ideas in their minds. Too slow. Third Uncle Tao shook his head. He slammed his palm toward the meteorite pit. An invisible strength instantly penetrated the entire meteorite pit, after which the meteorite pit began to collapse. Everyone was caught off guard and fell into it. Fortunately, the cultivation of everyone present was at least at the Dowang level. They flew into the air after falling halfway. To their surprise, they discovered that there was a surging underground river that was over 1,000 feet deep from the crater. What's going on? Did that brat collapse the crater? Everyone looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Ning Qi revealed an innocent smile and shrugged. He then gestured at the distance between the underground river and the crater to prove that he didn't dig it himself. Ning Chi was puzzled in his heart. He seemed to have felt the ground shake just now, and this happened. Sigh, the stones have all fallen into this underground river. Let's change to another hole and continue digging. Some people sighed, shaking their heads, and then flew towards other craters. However, even more people were attracted by the activity here, flying over from other craters. Big brother, this underground river has been hidden here for who knows how many years. There might be treasures in it. That's right. Even our Firmament Dragon clan doesn't know that there is an underground river here. Could there be some ancient spiritual herbs growing here? A few Firmament Nether Dragons transmitted their voices to Tsang Mingfeng. Tsang Mingfeng nodded. That's possible. Other than them, the others also thought of this possibility, so they didn't leave. They just waited to see if there were any unknown powerful creatures hiding in the underground river. If there was no danger, they didn't mind putting down their work and exploring the underground river first. That figure said that if I follow this underground river, I'll be able to reach the location of Gu Sandwa's treasure. Before that, I should first repair the bronze puppet. After Ning Chi had purchased the World Annihilation Titan descendant bloodline, his Dragon Slayer coins had been reduced to 0. He was unable to repair the bronze puppet that had almost been destroyed by the Chi Turtle. Now he had more than 13,000 Dragon Slayer coins, which was enough to repair it. There was still an inferior grade Spirit God Stone left in the bronze puppet. When it encountered danger, it could buy Ning Chi about 10 minutes of time. System, I want to repair the bronze puppet. Because the bronze puppet is severely damaged, it will cost 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Are you sure you want to repair it? Yes. In the next moment, the bronze puppet that was riddled with wounds and had many of its gears shattered was restored to its original state in the puppet space. After that, Ning Chi immediately flew towards the underground river. Seeing this, Tsang Mingfeng hesitated for a moment before gesturing for his 3 younger brothers to follow him. Shall we go as well? There shouldn't be any danger. It's just an underground river. With so many of us here, even if there is something, we should be fine as long as we can run fast enough. Indeed, the group of humans and demonic beasts calculated in their hearts, then flew towards the underground river as well. Pu Yongkong was among them. Ning Chi did not linger for long. He immediately flew along the direction of the underground river, while the rest of the group searched the underground river. Soon, a series of excited shouts could be heard. It seemed like they had really found something unexpected. It's the yin-yang flower. To think that the yin-yang flower that has been extinct for over 3,000 years could be found here. What's the use of this flower? It doesn't have much use. However, with it, some long-lost elixirs can be refined again. It's quite valuable. There are at least 1,000 yin-yang flowers here. There should be more in the deeper parts. Let's go. There's no need to compete with those people here, Tsang Mingfeng said. All right. The 3 Tsang Mingfeng dragons nodded and followed Tsang Mingfeng into the deeper parts. Most of the cultivators could think of the same thing as Tsang Mingfeng. They were not blinded by the small profits before them as they flew towards the deeper parts of the underground river together. Ning Chi flew for an entire month. Occasionally, a demonic beast would leap out of the underground river and be slain by Ning Chi with a single slash. Most of the demonic beasts were killed by the human experts flying near him. The half-transformed demonic beasts were rather displeased. However, perhaps because the demonic beasts in the underground river had not reached the stage of transforming and did not possess much intelligence, they merely expressed their displeasure and did not put up much of a fight. If Ning Chi was on the surface at that moment, he would realize that he had returned to the realm where the illusory figure was. If the illusory figure had not been shattered by a single punch from third Uncle Tao Tai, everyone here would have become fish on the chopping board of the illusory figure. Suddenly, a mist appeared in front of them. There was definitely something strange about the appearance of such a mist in a place like the underground river that did not see the light of day. Ning Chi stopped in his tracks and did not move blindly. "Brother Feng, what do you think?" Ning Qi looked at Song Ming Feng, who had stopped beside him, and asked with a smile. Song Ming Feng stared at the mist cautiously and said, "This mist should be a forbidden technique." A forbidden technique? Pu Yangkong, who had just arrived, could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Forbidden techniques were actually very rare in Dongxian. Only those large clans and sects with a long history would occasionally have one or two sets. He had never heard of this underground river. In other words, if this mist was a forbidden technique, it would be an ancient forbidden technique that had existed for countless years. Such a forbidden technique was extremely frightening. All the humans and demonic beasts stopped moving. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at the mist in front of them. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed within the mist. An incomparably large hand suddenly extended out and grabbed a one-star Do Zong who was closest to the mist, after which it withdrew into the mist. Everyone could only hear a miserable cry before there was no more sound. Chapter 645. Meet Ning, Xiandong again. The flying celestial Changman Shan died just like that? He is an expert who has lived for more than 200 years. Terrifying. He has cultivated for 200 years and died just like that. What is that giant hand? How terrifying. He bitterly cultivated for 200 years, and yet he was buried here just like that. What exactly is that giant hand? Terrifying. He has cultivated for 200 years and died just like that. What is that giant hand? Many people showed a sad look on their faces. Some of them were Chong Mansion's good friends, who had come to the Meteorite Valley to dig for the pure gold from outer space. Seeing Chong Manshan die in front of them in a blink of an eye, they were all very sad. Did that shadow make me come here on purpose to kill me under this giant hand? Ning Qi squinted his eyes. He had misunderstood the figure. If the figure's spiritual soul had not been destroyed by third Uncle Tao Sen, Ning Qi would have been able to pass through the mist safely. We can't break this restrictive spell. We have to ask the seniors of our tribe. Song Mingfeng looked at the mist and said calmly, "Big brother, should I ask the elders of our tribe to come over now?" At Song Mingfeng Dragon asked, Go ahead." Song Mingfeng nodded. The Song Mingfeng then turned around and left. "Let's ask the elders of our sect to come over too." There might be a great opportunity behind this mist. I'll go too. Let's go to the nearest Cheongchi city and ask the city lord of Cheongwu prison to come over. You guys go. I'll stay here to prevent the humans from getting ahead of us. Great. Both the humans and the monsters started to send people to ask the people behind them to break the restrictive spell. During this period of time, some fellows would rush over from time to time. There were a few who were not afraid of death and directly rushed into the mist. After that, they let out incomparably shrill screams. Gradually, there were more than 1,000 people gathered here. Seeing this, the latecomers also learned from their mistakes. They flew behind the crowd and stopped to ask about the details. Pu Yangkong was very friendly. He would answer anyone who asked him. A few lucky people who almost rushed into the mist were stopped by him. That was why they did not die in the mist. Even I can feel a hint of danger from this restrictive magic. The existence who set up this restrictive magic is definitely no weaker than me. Uncle Towson hid in the void and looked at the mist in front of him with some fear and curiosity. He already had a guess about the giant hand inside. Oh, I'd better not make a move rashly, lest I attract trouble. Let this group of fellows test my strength first. If the owner of the restrictive technique is already dead, then I'll make a move to break it. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ning Qi had been waiting for those fellows to call for reinforcements. When their elders arrived, Ning Qi wouldn't even need to do anything. They would deal with the fog on their own, and Ning Qi would just have to sit back and reap the benefits. There's someone I know. Ning Qi sensed a familiar aura. Turning around, he saw Li Macho flying over with 3 or 4 men and women. These men and women had the same level of cultivation as Li Macho. Among them, there was a man at the peak of the Do Huang stage, who had stepped into the second stage of life and death. In front of them, there was a middle-aged man who looked very simple, like an ordinary farmer. This person was none other than Ning Qi's eldest uncle, Elder Ning Xiandong of the 5 Poisons Divine Sect. He and Li Macho saw Ning Qi immediately. Both of their faces revealed a trace of joy. Li Macho was happy because she knew that Ning Qi was going to the Sky Demon City to steal the Water Dragon Sword, which was extremely dangerous. At this moment, he appeared here without any injuries, which meant that his mission had been very successful. Ning Xiandong was happy because he didn't expect to meet Ning Qi, a descendant of the clan here. Seeing Ning Xiandong flying directly towards Ning Qi with Li Macho and the rest, Song Mingfeng's eyes narrowed. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Enemy, do you need our help?" He had taken 4 pieces of outer sky, pure gold from Ning Qi and was looking for an opportunity to return the favor. At this moment, Ning Xiandong's series of ferocious made him think that he had found an opportunity. "Brother Feng, there's no need. This is not my enemy." Ning Qi smiled faintly and flew in front of Ning Xiandong. He bowed respectfully and said, "Bei Xian greets eldest uncle." "Bei Xian, eldest uncle, this is my fake name when I travel in the martial world. I will use this name in the future." Ning Qi's voice sounded beside Ning Xiandong's ear. Ning Xiandong was slightly startled. He thought that Ning Qi was trying to avoid an enemy and did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi with a smile and said with a gratified face, "Bei Xian, long time no see. You really surprised me." With a glance, he could see that Ning Qi was already a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. The last time he saw Ning Qi was only a 7-star Do Huang. This kind of training speed was a little explosive, which was why he was so gratified. "Eldest uncle, the old grandfather still talks about you from time to time. When will you go back to see him?" Ning Qi smiled and said, "Yes, I will go back when I have time. This time around, I found some medicinal pills that can increase his cultivation. When the time comes, I will give them to him at once." Ning Xiandong smiled and nodded. "Oh, I see." Only then did Ning Qi know that Ning Xiandong had been collecting medicinal pills for the old grandfather during this period of time. "Macho." Ning Qi smiled and looked at Li Macho to greet her. "Oh, you know her?" Ning Xiandong was a little surprised. How did Ning Qi know the holy maiden of the 5 Poisons sect, the true disciple of Huayi Li Macho? At this moment, the few men and women behind Li Macho also revealed puzzled expressions. The way this person addressed Elder Ning had already surprised them. They had always thought that Elder Ning, who had no background, actually had a clan, and this person in front of them was a descendant of his clan. Not only that, this person actually knew their holy maiden. The peak Do Huang who had stepped into the second stage of life and death frowned and looked at Ning Qi up and down with a hostile gaze. From time to time, he would glance at Li Macho as if he was secretly guessing the relationship between the two. "We met once in Cheongchi City." Ning Qi smiled and said he did not intend to directly expose his relationship with Li Macho in case Hua Yeyu was on guard. Oh, Ning Xiandong knew that Li Macho had indeed gone to Cheongchi City some time ago. No wonder the two of them knew each other. The other true disciples of the 5 Poisons sect also nodded in understanding. "Come, let me introduce you. These are the true disciples of the leader." Ning Xiandong introduced them to Ning Qi. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was called Lu Jingjing, a 3-star Do Huang. The remaining 3 men were called Qi Ao, Mo Xiu, and Du Shaoling. The first 2 had the same level of cultivation as Lu Jingjing, but the third, Du Shaoling, was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the second stage of life and death. When Ning Xiandong introduced him, his face was arrogant and he only nodded slightly at Ning Qi. It was as if he was too lazy to even show a smile. Du Xiaoling is also a genius ranked 168th on the dragon ranking. He is ranked first among the younger generation of the Five Poisons sect. You can get to know him. Ning Xiandong smiled faintly. Du Xiaoling heard this, and the arrogance on his face became even heavier. Oh, 168th on the dragon ranking. His cultivation is higher than Feng Mo's, but his ranking is lower. It seems that his talent is not very good. Chapter 646. Breaking the Seal. Chapter 646. Breaking the Seal. Chiao Mo Xiao. Elder Ning's nephew doesn't seem to be weak. I can't see through him, but compared to senior brother Du Xiaoling, he should be much weaker. However, he seems to be a little arrogant, as if he doesn't place us in his eyes. Do you know which clan is behind Elder Ning? As far as I know, there are no less than 20 surnamed Ning families. Lu Jingjing transmitted her voice. There's no need to bother about this. Although we have come to search for the Holy Maiden, there seems to be a fortuitous encounter waiting for us. We should place our attention on the cluster of fog in front of us. Mo Xiao transmitted his voice faintly. That's right. So what if he is arrogant? If his clan was stronger than our Five Poison Divine sect, Elder Ning would not have come to our Five Poison Divine sect to be an elder. However, Senior Du Xiaoling has always been secretly in love with the Holy Maiden. Given Senior Du Xiaoling's temper, he will definitely teach him a lesson in the future. We can just watch the show when that time comes. The corner of Chi Ao's mouth curled into a smile as he transmitted his voice. Lu Jingjing's expression changed slightly when she heard this. An undetectable coldness flashed across her eyes as she looked at Li Macho. She remembered that when Li Macho had just been accepted as a direct disciple by Hua Yeu, she was just trash who was not even a Doang. However, in a short 1 or 2 years, she had charged all the way to the current 6-star Do Huang. Her cultivation was even 3 stars higher than her. It was really difficult to accept. This was fine. The Holy Maiden was destined to marry Hua Yeyu's son, Hua Wushang, and would not threaten the person Lu Jingjing liked. However, the person she liked, Du Xiaoling, was extremely fond of Li Macho. This caused Lu Jingjing to develop a hatred for Li Macho. This time around, she had secretly prayed in her heart that Li Macho would be swallowed by the demonic beasts in the vast forest. Unfortunately, the heavens did not fulfill one's wishes. Her prayers were useless. Not only that, Li Macho's cultivation had become even deeper. In this case, there is a creature that is at least at the Do Zun level in this cluster of fog. Ning Xiandong looked at the cluster of fog with incomparable fear after hearing Ning Qi's narration. A Do Zun level existence? There is likely a large amount of training resources hidden behind the fog. This is my chance. Du Xiaoling's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He was currently at the peak of the second life and death gate, and he was only half a step away from breaking into the third life and death gate. In other words, he was at the peak of the third life and death gate out of the 9 life and death gates. However, this half a step required an enormous amount of cultivation resources. The Five Poisons God cult did not have enough resources to give him, so he could only gather them himself. Right now, many people have gone to find experts from their clans. We just need to stay here and watch, waiting for the restrictive spell to be broken. Ning Qi smiled. Very good. Ning Xiandong smiled. Those few are from the dragon race. Suddenly, Ning Xuandong's gaze stopped on Song Mingfeng's group as a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. Noticing Ning Xuandong's gaze, Song Mingfeng returned it with a faint smile. Ning Xiandong was slightly stunned before he returned the smile. He felt a little strange in his heart. Why doesn't this dragon look like one? An expert is coming. Not just one. Cheongqi City, Lord Cheong Wuyu. The Firmament Nether Dragon races, rank 8 dragon, is here as well. That is an elder from the Jade Pill sect. A total of 9 experts with different auras stood in front of the dense fog. Everyone's eyes were focused on these 9 experts. They looked at them with anticipation, waiting for them to break the restrictive spell in front of them. Cheong Wuyu, what do you think? A 10-foot-tall middle-aged man looked at Cheong Wuyu in an indifferent manner. This person was a rank 8 dragon from the firmament nether dragon race, Song Minglang. Song Mingfeng and his brothers were already standing behind him. Among the 9 Dozuns, the strongest were Song Mingfeng and Cheong Wuyu. The remaining Dozuns ranged from 1 star to 9 stars. At this moment, all of them were looking at the 2 of them without saying anything. Clearly, they intended to let the 2 of them make the decision. Cheong Wuyu glanced at Song Minglang before looking at the dense fog. He frowned slightly. This place was not far from his Cheongchi city. It could be said to be under the jurisdiction of Cheongchi city. However, there was an ancient restrictive spell that he was not aware of. This caused Cheong Wuyu to feel a little embarrassed. Hence, he had personally come after receiving the report from his subordinate demonic beasts. Otherwise, he could have just randomly sent an ordinary rank 8 demonic beast over. The aura of this restrictive spell contains a trace of the aura of a demonic beast. It is likely that it was once set up by an expert from my Sky Demon Empire. All of you should withdraw. Cheong Wuyu spoke in a faint voice. Song Minglang smiled slightly upon hearing this. He withdrew over 100 feet. The remaining Dozuns also exchanged glances with each other before withdrawing to a safe distance, after which thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Cheong Wuyu in unison. They wanted to see what technique he would use to break this restrictive spell. Cheong Wuyu took a step towards the dense fog. He was already aware that a huge hand would appear from within. Hence, Cheong Wuyu was already prepared when a huge hand was extended from the fog to grab him. He let out a loud roar and threw a punch at the huge hand. A huge golden palm smashed onto the huge hand. Bang! The skin on the huge hand seemed to have turned into pieces and disappeared from the world. The huge hand has been defeated. Don't tell me that this restrictive spell has been broken just like that. Everyone's faces revealed a trace of surprise as they looked at Cheong Wuyu's back. Elder, as long as this huge hand is destroyed, the restrictive spell will be broken. Song Mingfeng transmitted his voice to Song Minglang. It is not that simple. All of you should continue watching. Song Minglang replied in a faint voice. Sure enough, after the huge hand disappeared, another huge hand extended from the dense fog and grabbed at Cheong Wuyu. Cheong Wuyu destroyed this huge hand with another palm strike. However, within a few breaths' time, a new huge hand appeared. Everyone had already guessed that there was no living creature within the dense fog. These huge hands should have been formed by a restrictive spell. Hence, there were so many of them. From the looks of it, it seems that even Cheong Wuyu is helpless against this restrictive spell. Ning Xiandong quietly commented in his heart. Du Shaoling was a little nervous as he clenched his fists tightly. He was waiting. Once the restrictive spell was broken, he would rush in at the first opportunity and obtain cultivation resources. Perhaps it was because he had lost his patience. Cheong Wuyu let out a loud roar and transformed into a 30-zhonglong beast with a pair of wings on its back. Its body was pitch black and it looked like a tiger or a lion. Cheong Chi of the ancient demon tribe. Cheong Wuyu indeed has the bloodline of the ancient demon tribe. The beast stared at Cheong Wuyu's true form in awe. After transforming into his true form, Cheong Wuyu's aura skyrocketed once again as he charged into the dense fog. The crowd could see the originally calm fog beginning to boil. Although they could not see what was happening inside, they could imagine that Cheong Wuyu was engaged in an intense battle with a huge hand. Bang! Chapter 647. Third Master Tao, Cheong Wuyu. It would appear that even you are unable to break this forbidden technique. Song Minglang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Humph. If you have the ability, go ahead and break it. Cheong Wu Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and snorted. He could already confirm that the existence that laid down this restrictive technique was at least a rank 9 demon beast. If he broke through to rank 9 now, he had a 30% chance of breaking this restrictive technique. However, with his current cultivation, he could only protect himself within this restrictive technique. In my opinion, why don't the 9 of us join forces and give it a try? Song Minglang said with a faint smile. Join forces? With them? The corner of Cheong Wu Yu's mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. He swept his eyes over the other 7 Do Zuns. His eyes were filled with disdain. From the way he saw it, anyone below the peak of the Do Zun class was an ant. Humph. Cheong Wu Yu is really arrogant. The other 7 Do Zuns quietly criticized in their hearts. Among them, the elder of the Jade Pill sect, one of the 36 top sects, Huang Haitao, frowned. He spoke to Song Minglang. Long Wang Lang, I will listen to you. If the poor city chief is unwilling to join hands, the 8 of us will enter and explore. Even if we cannot break this restrictive spell, we will at least not die inside. Other than Song Minglang and Cheong Wu Yu, Huang Haitao was the strongest Do Zun. He was a 9-star Do Zun and had an extremely high position in the Jade Pill sect. The moment he opened his mouth, the remaining 6 Do Zuns nodded one after another, expressing their agreement. All right, since the poor city lord is unwilling, then let's go together. Song Minglang smiled and nodded, after which the 8 Do Zuns charged into the dense fog at the same time. The next moment, the dense fog once again churned. This time around, it was even more intense than when Cheong Wu Yu had entered. It appeared to be a little turbulent. 8 Do Zuns should be able to break this restriction if we attack together, right? Even Long Wang Lang has personally acted, adding Elder Huang Haitao and the others. As long as this restriction is not placed by a Do Di, we should be able to break it. Then we have to be prepared. If they take the bigger share, we can at least take the smaller share. Elder Ning, we also need to make preparations. Right now, this group of people are eyeing the hidden treasures behind the fog. We need to make preparations in advance. Du Xiaoling said solemnly. Lu Jingjing, Mo Xiao, and Qi Ao nodded. Senior brother Du is right. Li Macho glanced at Ning Qi. She knew that with Ning Qi here, no matter how good their plan was, it would all be for naught. Just the middle-grade, profound stage invisibility talisman that Ning Qi had given her would be of great use at this time. Safety is the most important thing. Take as much as you can without risking your life. Ning Xiandong nodded and said. Then he transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. When this restrictive spell is broken, follow me closely. Yes, uncle. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Boom! A loud sound was emitted, after which Song Minglang and the other 7 Do Zuns flew backwards. Song Minglang did not have many injuries on his body. However, the 1-star Do Zun with the lowest cultivation had lost an arm. He didn't even have time to bring out his severed arm before he escaped from the fog in a sorry state. His face was still filled with fear. What happened? Everyone's faces revealed a shocked expression. Even 8 Do Zuns were unable to break this restrictive spell. It was likely that the person who had set up this restrictive spell had an extremely frightening background. A greedy expression appeared in everyone's eyes when they thought of this. Just how many alluring training resources were behind such a powerful restrictive spell? Elder Huang, are you all right? The Jade Pill sect disciples flew over in a panic. If anything happened to Huang Haitao in this place, it was likely that they would be greeted with the strictest punishment when they returned to the sect. Elder Song Minglang, are you all right? Song Mingfeng and the rest also flew to Song Minglang's side and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Song Minglang waved his hand. His eyes were even more afraid than before when he looked at the fog. The injuries on Huang Haitao's body were not serious. The Jade Pill sect disciples immediately relaxed. The unlucky Do Zun, who had lost an arm, was in a slightly worse state. The younger generation of his clan felt an extreme heartache when they saw the wound on his shoulder. Their hearts felt some regret. Kuko, why? Even you can't break this restrictive spell? Cheong Wu Yu laughed faintly. City Chief Cheong, you need not make such sarcastic remarks here. A 7-star Do Zun spoke unhappily. Cheong Wu Yu coldly looked at him. Do you have a problem with me? That 7-star Do Zun was startled. He suddenly recalled that Cheong Wu Yu had an extremely bad temper and was incomparably irritable. He hurriedly said, City Chief Cheong, you have misunderstood. Forget it. The most important thing now is to think of a way to break this fog. Aren't you curious about what is behind this fog? Song Minglang faintly asked. Only then did Cheong Wu Yu withdraw his attention from the 7-star Do Zun. He coldly said, I will go to Heaven Demon City and invite a rank 9 demonic beast over. At that time, this fog will be broken. All of you can get lost. The things inside belong to us demonic beasts. In your dreams, do you think that you have a rank 9 demonic beast behind you? Don't tell me that my Jade Pill sect does not have a Dosheng level elder behind me. Huang Haitao laughed out of extreme anger. Cuckoo, let's see who is faster. Cheong Wu Yu coldly laughed. He was about to turn around and leave after speaking when his eyes suddenly froze. His body paused in midair. An indifferent middle-aged man had appeared where his eyes landed. Song Minglang saw that Cheong Wu Yu's actions were a little strange and followed his gaze. A few Do Zuns revealed doubtful expressions after seeing the appearance of that middle-aged man. However, Song Minglang and Huang Haitao were extremely shocked. Third Master Tao! Cheong Wu Yu revealed a respectful expression as he bowed to that middle-aged man. Third Master Tao! Song Minglang and the rest also cupped their hands together. Dragon King Lang and Cheong Wu, you are so respectful to this middle-aged man. What is his background? Third Master Tao? I seem to have heard of this name somewhere before. I remember now. He is from Heaven Demon City's Evil Monarch Manor. He is the personal guard of Lord Evil Monarch, a rank 9 demonic beast. I heard that he is a descendant of the ancient demon race, Tao Tai. To think that such a person would appear here. Looks like our human race can forget about benefiting from this. Most of the humans revealed disappointed expressions. The demonic beasts, on the other hand, danced in joy and bowed to Third Master Tao. The important person among the demonic beasts has arrived. All of you should not make a sound. This opportunity has nothing to do with us. Find a chance to leave this place. Ning Xiandong transmitted his voice to everyone. Du Xiaoling's face revealed a trace of unwillingness. He was currently in urgent need of cultivation resources. There would definitely be many cultivation resources behind the fog. He was unwilling to give up just like that. Ning Qi, what are your plans? Li Macho transmitted her voice to Ning Qi. Invisibility talisman. Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Li Macho as he watched Third Master Tao's figure. Chapter 648. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Third Master Taoist nodded at Cheong Wu Yu, then ignored the others and walked straight towards Ning Qi. Pu Yongkong and the others, who were standing close to Ning Qi, quickly flew to the side. Ning Xiandong also hurriedly called for everyone to move aside. He thought that Third Master Taoist was going to walk past them, but in the end, Third Master Taoist was standing right in front of Ning Qi, looking down at him. What's going on? Who is this fellow? Third Master Tao seems to know him? I don't know. I've never seen this person before. This person. A look of reminiscence flashed across Cheong Wu Yu's eyes. Suddenly, he raised his head in shock. He finally remembered why Ning Qi looked so familiar. He was one of the 100 humans who had entered the fragment. Big brother, this human seems to know Third Master Tao. Could he have some enmity with Third Master Tao? Several Tsangming dragons transmitted their voices to Tsangming Feng. Even though the dragon tribe looked down on demonic beasts and humans, Third Master Tao was a rank 9 demonic beast. Moreover, he was very famous among the dragon tribe. He had fought with several rank 9 dragon tribe members and was not at a disadvantage. He was ranked in the top 200 of the Sky list. Oh, even if there is enmity, it is not something we can handle. Tsang Mingfeng's face revealed a bitter smile. Tsang Minglang, Huang Haitao, and the other Dozuns looked curiously at Ning Qi. Du Shaoling was startled at first, but then a look of schadenfreude appeared in his eyes. Elder Ning, this junior of the family, must have stirred up some trouble in the vast forest. Otherwise, why would this existence that even Qiong Wuyu and the others respected so much walk towards him? Du Shaoling glanced at Li Macho. Sure enough, he saw a trace of worry in her eyes. Du Shaoling's face instantly turned ashen. In his opinion, the relationship between Ning Qi and Li Macho was not that simple. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and cupped his hands together at Third Master Tao. Third Master Tao. He already understood that Third Master Tao had probably been following him all this time. In that case, he should also know the purpose of the water dragon sword and the conversation with the illusory figure. Third Master Tao looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, I will settle this with you when we get back. I'll settle the score with you when we get back? Although these words were spoken casually, everyone could feel that it was like a family elder lecturing a younger generation. Could this guy be Third Master Tao's nephew? The way everyone looked at Ning Qi instantly changed. Even Tsang Minglang took another look at Ning Qi. Qiong Wu Yu's eyes flashed with regret. If he had known that Ning Qi had a close relationship with Third Master Tao Tai, he would have left Ning Qi in Cheongqi City. That way, he would not have lost the opportunity to build a relationship with Third Master Tao Tai. Although he was only half a step away from breaking through to rank 9, the amount of time and effort he had to spend on this half step was probably much more than what he had spent on advancing from rank 1 to the peak of rank 8. The step of condensing the soul was extremely difficult. It would be much easier with the help of a 9th rank demonic beast. However, he had never had much interaction with Third Master Taoist, and he was not a direct descendant of Third Master Taoist. If there were no special circumstances, even if he came to him for help, Third Master Taoist would not help him. Hiss! Du Shaoling and the others secretly inhaled a breath of cold air. They looked at Ning Qi with some surprise. They were unwilling to believe that Ning Qi had a relationship with such an existence. A 9th rank demonic beast. That was an existence equivalent to a Dosheng. Even the strongest sect leader of their 5 poison divine sect, Huayu, was only a 1-star Dozun. It was said that she was about to break through to a 2-star Dozun. The gap between a Dozun and a Dosheng was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Du Shaoling could not help but reveal a look of jealousy when he thought that Ning Qi might be personally taught by Third Master Taoist. What was even more strange was that Ning Qi looked like a human and had just addressed the Dozong as first uncle. How was he related to Third Master Taoist, who was a demonic beast? You'll settle the score with me when we get back, Ning Qi smiled. There was no fear in his heart. Even if his target was really the water dragon sword, he had used demon yuan pills to exchange for it. He had not stolen it or snatched it. What was there to be afraid of? Third Master Taoist walked to the front of the fog. The huge hand appeared once again, but Third Master Taoist gently tapped it and the huge hand shattered. No one could see how Third Master Taoist had attacked. If such an attack had landed on them, it was likely that their fates would not be any better than the huge hand. Oh, it is indeed an ownerless forbidden technique. The person who set up this forbidden technique should no longer be around. Third Master Taoist's mouth revealed a faint smile. After Cheongwoo and the others probing, he was already 90% sure that no one was controlling this forbidden technique. Hence he had appeared. From the beginning, he did not believe the illusory figure's words. After following Ning Qi to this place and finally discovering this forbidden technique, a trace of curiosity rose in Third Master Taoist's heart. He wanted to see what was hidden behind this forbidden technique. With that thought in mind, Third Master Taoist charged straight into the fog. The others flew ahead expectantly and looked at the fog. Those who knew Third Master Taoist's true strength could already conclude that this forbidden technique would not be able to stop Third Master Taoist. As expected, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the fog violently churned for a while before suddenly dissipating. Everyone could finally see what was behind the fog. After the fog gradually dissipated, an ancient city that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in front of everyone. The city walls were covered in moss, and it was glossy green. The ancient city was completely silent, without a trace of life. It was as if it had been here for tens of thousands of years. Desolate, eerie. That was everyone's first impression of this ancient city. Could this really be the place where Gu Sanduo hid his treasures? This city is so big. There must have been many people living here in the past, right? Ning Qi frowned slightly. The forbidden technique has been broken. We can go in now, but Third Master Taoist is here. Let's observe the situation first. The group of humans and mystical beasts were anxious. They could not wait to fly into the ancient city and search for it. However, because of Third Master Taoist's presence, they did not dare to act on their own. Third Master Taoist simply turned his head and swept a glance at the crowd. He did not say a word and directly flew towards the ancient city. Third Master Taoist did not say that we're not allowed to go in. Shall we go in too? It seems so. However, let's wait for a while and let the others test it out first. All right. The humans were very thoughtful and did not want to be the first to take the lead. Ning Qi flew towards the ancient city first, followed by Ning Xiandong and the others. Finally, Song Mingfeng and the others also followed Song Minglang and flew towards the ancient city. Only then did the rest of the people turn into streams of light and flew towards the ancient city. Third Master Taoist's figure stopped in front of the city wall. Ning Qi saw that he was looking up at something, so he followed Third Master Taoist's gaze and saw 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy on the ancient city. Water Dragon Holy City. This is the city of the ancient Water Dragon clan. Chapter 649. Sword Saint's successor, Li Dongjun. According to legend, after the battle between the great ancient emperor and the clan leader of the ancient Water Dragon clan, both of them disappeared. The Water Dragon clan also disappeared from Dongxian. I didn't expect the Water Dragon sacred city to be here. How did the shadow know about it? Why would the treasure of the ancient great emperor be in the Water Dragon holy city? The treasure should be fake. Why did the illusory figure want to lure me here? I don't seem to have anything on me that he wants. Ning Qi fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of the Water Dragon sword. Yes, the illusory figure must be after this Water Dragon sword. He already knew that I would not give him the Water Dragon sword. Therefore, from the beginning, his goal was for me to bring the Water Dragon sword to this Water Dragon holy city. Thinking of this, several doubts in Ning Qi's heart were immediately resolved. The illusory figure's goal was definitely not simple. The place where the ancient Water Dragon tribe resided. The ancient Great Emperor seemed to have fought with the ancient Great Emperor's tribe leader before disappearing. That spirit said that there was the ancient Great Emperor's treasure here. Although it is not right, this place is really related to the ancient Great Emperor. Perhaps I can really find some clues from here. If I can find the ancient Great Emperor, the strength of the Sky Demon Empire will multiply. Even if we fight against the 3 great dragon tribes, we might have a chance of winning. The corner of Tao San's mouth was lifted into a smile when he thought of this. He took a step forward and walked into the holy city. Seeing Uncle Tao San enter, Cheong Wuyu and Song Minglang exchanged glances and followed closely behind. After which, it was the remaining Do Zuns and their younger generation disciples. Elder Ning, it's our turn. Let's hurry in. Uncle Tao San entered first, followed by the Do Zuns and then the Do Zongs. Everyone here had a tacit understanding to line up according to their strength. Du Shaoling hurriedly whispered to Ning Xiandong. All right, let's go in. However, we must be careful. If anything goes wrong, remember to immediately escape from this place. Ning Xiandong nodded with a serious expression, after which he told Ning Qi, You must follow behind me. Don't run around. Understood, first uncle. Ning Qi nodded. After all of them entered, the remaining Do Huang level existences entered the holy city with excited faces. They did not stop after entering and scattered. The size of this holy city was definitely not smaller than the Sky Demon City. Moreover, there were merely 1,000 of them. After scattering, it was like a needle falling into the sea. Tao Sen had gone to an unknown place. Cheong Wuyu and the others had also disappeared without a trace. Ning Qi did not have a target at this moment. Hence, he followed behind Ning Xiandong and headed to an imposing-looking courtyard a short distance away. There were a couple of other Do Zongs and Do Huangs who had the same target as them. Everyone, this holy city is very big. There's no need for you to fight with me over this courtyard, right? A 3-star Do Zong turned around and looked at everyone with a half-smile. A few Do Huangs laughed dryly, turned around and left. Obviously, they did not intend to have a conflict with a 3-star Do Zong because of a courtyard. In any case, there were many courtyards in the Water Dragon, Holy City. Let's go too. Ning Xiandong fearfully swept his gaze over that 3-star Do Zong before speaking to Ning Qi and the others. Du Shaoling and the others definitely had no objection. Li Macho looked at Ning Qi. If Ning Qi had no objection, she would have no objection either. Originally, Ning Qi would not have any objection either. However, after approaching the courtyard, a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. This feeling lingered as if there was something in the courtyard waiting for Ning Qi. Why? Are you still not leaving? The 3-star Do Zong could not help but frown when he saw that everyone had left and only Ning Xiandong and a group of little fellows were still standing in front of the courtyard. He was called Li Dongjun and was originally a loose practitioner. However, he later obtained the inheritance of the ancient sword saint Shao 13 Swords. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Within a short 10 years, he had trained from a Do Wang to a 3-star Do Zong. Therefore, his heart was extremely arrogant. He did not even care about the heaven's pride of the 9 great clans. Even though his ranking on the man ranking was very low, it was because he had wasted half of his life and spent a large amount of time. Li Dongjun believed that as long as he was given another 10 years, he would definitely charge into the top 200 of the man ranking. Therefore, even though third Uncle Tao Tian had just revealed an unusual relationship with Ning Qi, he still did not care about Ning Qi when he saw that Ning Qi was only a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first life and death stage. Instead, he had a higher opinion of Ning Xiandong. This was because Ning Xiandong seemed to be hiding something that even he was afraid of. Moreover, Ning Xiandong was a 7-star Do Zong. His cultivation was 1 level higher than his. However, the proud successor of the Shao 13 Swords, Li Dongjun, had once defeated quite a number of 7- and 6-star Do Zongs. Subconsciously, he no longer cared about such an existence. Li Dongjun, when we leave is our business. Originally, I was planning to leave this courtyard to you. However, we are not leaving now. Ning Xiandong laughed faintly. His sharp gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced into Li Dongjun's eyes. Li Dongjun was slightly startled. After which, he coldly laughed. You recognize me? How can I not recognize Li Dongjun, who has obtained the inheritance of the ancient sword Saint Shao, 13 swords, and is reputed to have the highest chance of becoming a peak Do Zun among the loose practitioners? Ning Xiandong laughed faintly. This fellow is Li Dongjun. The faces of Du Shaoling and the others revealed a shocked expression. So he is actually quite famous? It seems that they all know about him. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a curious expression. In fact, although Li Dongjuan's reputation was great, it was only spread among ordinary sections. For example, the 5 Poison Divines sect only had one Do Zun, Huaiyu. The people that Ning Qi came into contact with were already in the top 200 on the human ranking, such as Dongfang Yulua, Yuan Kongming, and Chu Feng. Their cultivation and talent were all higher than Li Dongjuan's. Therefore, it was normal that Ning Qi did not recognize Li Dongjun. Since you know me, you should know that I have defeated countless 7-star Dozongs. Do you want me to be one of the losers under your sword? Li Dongjun laughed faintly. The next moment, his expression suddenly froze, after which he looked at Ning Xiandong in horror. You poisoned me. After saying this, his body went limp on the ground. A transparent little worm flew out from Li Dongjuan's body and landed on Ning Xuandong's palm. Heaven worm Gu. Ning Qi remembered this little worm. When he first met Ning Xiandong, he was defeated by this worm. Obviously, Li Dongjun had also fallen for it. Let's enter the courtyard. The corner of Ning Xuandong's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. He directly stepped over Li Dongjuan's head. Seeing this, Du Shaoling, Lu Jingjing, Mo Xiu, Qi Ao, and the others also followed suit. One by one, they stepped over Li Dongjuan's head. Li Dongjuan's eyes revealed extreme humiliation. He was a dignified successor of the Sword Saint, but he was actually humiliated in this way. Even a Do Huang level ant dared to step over his head. This really infuriated me. Li Dongjuan's heart was about to collapse. Ning Qi and Li Macho glanced at each other. To save Li Dongjun some face, they walked past Li Dongjun. After entering the courtyard, Ning Qi found that the indescribable feeling was even stronger. He took advantage of Ning Xuandong's inattention and walked in the direction of the feeling. Li Macho followed, closely behind. Hey, where did Ning Qi go? Chapter 650. Chapter 650. Meddling. Where's the saintess? She's gone too? Du Shaoling noticed that Li Macho had disappeared as well, and his eyes were filled with anger. I'll get them back. Don't run around. After Ning Xiandong said that, he headed in the direction where Ning Qi had just disappeared. Senior Brother Du, are we really going to stand here and wait for Elder Ning to come back? Lu Jingjing looked at Du Shaoling. No need. Let's search this place first, Du Shaoling said faintly. All right. The 3 of them showed a trace of joy on their faces. Even if Elder Ning came back and found that they were not obedient, there was still Du Shaoling, the tall one, to take care of it. The 4 of them searched the courtyard together. It did not take long before they found a few porcelain bottles. Could it be elixir pills? The 4 of them looked expectant. Open it and see. Qi Ao was eager to give it a try. The 3 of them immediately looked at Du Shaoling. Du Shaoling nodded his head slightly. He was also curious about what was in the porcelain bottle. If it was really an elixir pill, it must be a lost ancient elixir pill. Qi Ao immediately opened the elixir pill, and a wisp of black smoke came out. It turned into a hideous, laughing face that opened its mouth and bit at the 4 of them. What's this? The 4 of them were shocked. Du Shaoling reacted quickly and slashed at the black smoke with his sword. The black smoke let out an indignant howl and disappeared instantly. Lu Jingjing's face was pale. She could feel that the power of the black smoke was probably not inferior to theirs. Fortunately, Du Shaoling was there. Otherwise, they would have suffered a heavy blow. Be careful. This is the sacred city of the ancient Water Dragon clan, after all. This porcelain bottle might have been left behind by an old senior who cultivated poison techniques. Don't open the things we find in the future, Du Shaoling said with lingering fear. Got it, senior brother Du. The three of them nodded. On the other side, Ningqi arrived in front of a rockery in the backyard and stared at it intently. He finally knew what the strange feeling in his heart was. Ding! Discovered inferior grade, spiritual godstone. The sound of the system notification rang out. Ningqi smashed the rockery without hesitation. In the center of the rockery was a low-grade, spiritual stone the size of a human head. It could be sold for around 100,000 dragon-slaying coins. Ningqi happily put it into his space bag. Li Macho was a little confused. This stone seemed to be the same as the one the village chief used to decorate the roots of the Bodhi tree in the pond turtle village of the ancient monster tribe. Why are you running around on your own? What if you run into danger? Ning Xiandong appeared in an instant, grabbed the two of them, and left without saying a word. Then, the three of them met up with Du Shaoling and the others. After knowing what happened to Du Shaoling and the others, Ning Xiandong ordered them to hand over all the porcelain bottles they found. When they returned to a safe place, he would open them all. After obtaining the inferior grade spiritual godstone, the strange feeling in Ningqi's heart had disappeared. He previously thought that this feeling had something to do with the water dragon, Holy Land. Although it turned out that the two had nothing to do with each other, Ningqi still obtained a windfall. I'm afraid that there should be a lot of inferior grade spiritual godstones in the water dragon Holy City. If I can search carefully, the intermediate bloodline of the Titan Destroyer descendant will be settled. Ningqi's ambition was very big. The primary bloodline naturally could not satisfy him. Above it, there were 7 or 8 levels, such as intermediate, advanced, top, and so on. Moreover, he could not buy it at a higher level. He had to go up step by step. The amount of dragon-slaying coins needed was simply astronomical. After leaving the small courtyard, under the leadership of Ning Xiandong, everyone continued to search the nearby courtyards. Li Dongjun, the successor of the Sword Sage, was still lying in the same place. Occasionally, cultivators passing by would show a trace of curiosity in their eyes when they saw him. They stepped forward to look at him, then turned and left. Damn it! Damn it! Today's humiliation. I will definitely return it 100-fold in the future. Li Dongjun roared angrily in his heart. Suddenly, he found that his strength seemed to be slowly coming back, and his eyes suddenly showed a trace of joy. Stop! Don't run! Catch him! We can't let him escape. Pu Yongkong, you can't escape. Hand over the thing, and we will let you go. A figure quickly ran in front of Ningqi, and behind that figure, there were a few peak do huangs chasing. Pu Yongkong's face showed a trace of panic. If he was caught by these 3 peak do huangs, he was afraid that his fate would be very miserable. Ning Xiandong and the others stood aside, watching the scene indifferently. They had no intention of helping. Pu Yongkong's face showed a trace of disappointment. Just as he was about to run past the crowd, a figure suddenly stopped him. Brother, is there any trouble? Ningqi smiled. Oh, why does this guy have to be so nosy, really? Du Shaoling and the others showed displeasure in their eyes. Ningqi's actions had undoubtedly reduced their search efficiency by a lot. When Pu Yongkong saw Ningqi, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He hurriedly stopped and said, Little brother, there are a few bandits chasing me. Pu Yongkong had kindly reminded Ningqi earlier. Therefore, Ningqi smiled faintly and nodded. He looked at the few peak do huangs. When these few peak do huangs saw Pu Yongkong stop, they first laughed coldly and stared at Pu Yongkong. After which, they looked at Ningqi and Ning Xiandong, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The leader cupped his hands together and said, The Jade Pill sect is handling matters. Everyone should not be nosy. Jade Pill sect? One of the 36 top sects, the Jade Pill sect? Other than Ningqi and Li Macho, Everyone's expression changed slightly, including Ning Xiandong. When these few Jade Pill sect disciples saw this, their faces revealed a pleased expression. If it was under normal circumstances, Ning Xiandong would not be polite to a few Jade Pill sect disciples. However, the Jade Pill sect's elder Huang Haitao was here. He was also a 9-star Dozun and could crush Ning Xiandong with one hand. With a flip of his palm, he could suppress the entire 5-poison divine sect. Ning Xiandong naturally did not dare to offend such an existence. He transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. They are people from the Jade Pill sect. Let's not be nosy. First, uncle, bring them and leave first. I can handle this matter myself. Don't forget, third Uncle Tao. Ning Qi smiled faintly as he transmitted his voice. Third Uncle Tao? Ning Xiandong suddenly remembered that Ning Qi seemed to have an unusual relationship with third Uncle Tao. Seeing this, he nodded and led Du Shaoling and the others away. Li Macho hesitated for a moment. After receiving Ning Qi's transmission, she also turned and left. When the few Jade Pill sect disciples saw this, they revealed arrogant smiles on their faces. Pu Yongkong laughed bitterly. He dared to stop completely because of Ning Xuandong's existence. He did not expect that the other party would decisively leave after hearing the 3 words Jade Pill sect. Thinking of this, he transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. Little brother, thank you for your kindness. You should leave first. I will settle this matter myself. After speaking, a statue appeared in his hand, and he walked towards the few Jade Pill sect disciples. Another low-grade spiritual godstone. Chapter 651. The crypt in the sacred city, flowing fire, crispy gold. Such a big piece of flowing fire, crispy gold can be sold for 40 to 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. It is enough for each of us to buy an earth-level fighting weapon. The few disciples of the Jade Pill sect looked at the sculpture as their faces revealed a hint of greed. Pu Yongkong's heart ached. Those who would go to the Meteorite Valley would more or less have some understanding of craftsmanship. Naturally, they would know about the various rare and expensive metals. This piece of fiery, crisp gold weighed at least 5 caddies, according to the market price of 15,000 middle spiritual crystals per caddy. Its value was almost equivalent to an ordinary lower heaven class fighting weapon. Even if he were to mine extraterrestrial pure gold in Meteorite Valley for 100 years, he would not be able to earn so many medium spiritual crystals. Just as the wildfire crispy gold was about to be handed over to those few Jade Pill sect disciples by Pu Yongkong, Ning Qi's figure suddenly moved, blocking between the two. Kid, what do you mean by that? You. A hint of killing intent appeared on the face of a Jade Pill sect disciple. Suddenly, someone beside him tugged on his arm. This kid's relationship with Third Master Tao is not ordinary. Be careful. Only after hearing this did the Jade Pill sect disciple react. He glanced at Ning Qi rather fearfully and said, Sir, what do you mean by this? Ning Qi directly extended his hand and grabbed the statue from Pu Yongkong's hand. Pu Yongkong was slightly taken aback, and a hint of anxiety appeared on his face. Little brother, it's better if you give them the statue. I've thought it through. Even if I take them and leave this place, I won't be able to escape the pursuit of the Jade Pill sect. Young master, could it be that you've also taken a fancy to this flowing fire crisp gold? This item belongs to our Jade Pill sect. The leading Peak Do Huang from the Jade Pill sect coldly looked at Ning Qi. If Ning Qi's relationship with Third Master Tao had not caused them to be afraid, they would have already attacked Ning Qi together. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, You want this flowing fire, crispy gold, right? When the few Jade Pill sect disciples heard that, they were slightly taken aback. Then they nodded and looked at Ning Qi rather doubtfully. Wasn't this question superfluous? If they didn't want the flowing fire crisp gold, could it be that they wanted the broken stone below? Brother, how much is this flowing fire crisp gold worth? Ningqi looked at Pu Yongkong. About 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Pu Yongkong sighed and said, Then this will be easy. Ningqi smiled and broke the sculpture and the inferior grade spirit divine stone into two. Following that, he threw the flowing fire crispy gold to the jade pill sect disciples. Are you satisfied? Ningqi smiled faintly. I'm satisfied. After these jade pill sect disciples received the wildfire crisp gold, they immediately turned around and left with low chuckles. From time to time, they would scan their surroundings vigilantly. Pu Yongkong could not help but sigh when he saw that the flowing fire crisp gold was ultimately taken away by those jade pill sect disciples. Ningqi smiled and said, Brother, I will accept this stone for 50,000 middle-grade spiritual crystals. All right, I'll sell it to you. Pu Yongkong nodded. Wait, what? He wants to buy this stone? 50,000 middle spiritual crystals? Did I hear it wrong? Pu Yongkong reacted and stared at Ningqi with his mouth agape. Little brother, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? I say, will you sell it to me for 50,000 middle spiritual crystals? Ningqi smiled. Little brother, are you bewitched? Why is this stone worth 50,000 middle spiritual crystals? Pu Yongkong subconsciously wanted to touch Ningqi's forehead. He was either bewitched or having a fever. Ningqi rolled his eyes and kept the infernal spiritual stone, which could be sold for at least 50,000 dragon-slaying coins, into his space bag. Then he took out a Qiankuan ring and threw it to Pu Yongkong. Here, the spiritual crystals are inside. Count them yourself. This Qiankuan ring is a gift from me. Ningqi smiled faintly. Pu Yongkong stared blankly at the Qiankuan ring in his hand. His mind was instantly immersed in it. With one look, he trembled all over. He was trembling with excitement. This was because he saw a huge number of spiritual crystals that he had never seen in his life. After a while, Pu Yongkong asked Ningqi hoarsely with a parched mouth, Little brother, are these middle spiritual crystals really for me? He already understood that those stones just now definitely had other uses for Ningqi. They were definitely not the ordinary stones he had imagined. However, Ningqi was still willing to use so many spirit crystals to purchase them from him without his knowledge. Pu Yongkong was very excited after taking care of those jade pill sect disciples in passing. Ningqi nodded with a smile. If you can find that kind of stone, sell it to me. This kind of stone is useful to me. For others, it is no different from ordinary stones. Okay. Pu Yongkong nodded ecstatically. Ningqi smiled, waved his hand, turned around, and left. He did not intend to find Ning Xiandong and the others. He planned to walk around the sacred city alone and see if he could get more infernal spiritual stones while looking for the ruins of the Water Dragon Holy Land. Pu Yongkong originally planned to leave this place, but with the 50,000 middle spiritual crystals from Ningqi, his confidence was greatly boosted. No one will fight with me for that kind of stone. I don't want fighting weapons or elixirs. As long as I can find the stone and sell it to you, this will be my opportunity. These 50,000 middle spiritual crystals were enough for him to practice steadily until at least the peak of the Do Huang realm. He did not need to worry about training resources. If he could get more spiritual crystals, then he, Pu Yongkong, would also have the opportunity to break through to the Do Zong realm. I have to work hard. Pu Yongkong clenched his fist and passed by Li Dongjun. At this time, Li Dongjun had regained his ability to move. He jumped up and quickly escaped from the place. Just when everyone was happily looking for various cultivation resources in the Water Dragon Holy City, a loud noise suddenly came from the most central place. Then, with a mushroom cloud rising, Everyone looked up there with a dull look on their faces. What happened? That place seems to be the direction where Cheong Wuyu and the others just went. Is there a great treasure? As soon as this idea came to mind, everyone rushed towards that direction. In less than 10 minutes, more than 1,000 people were standing in the air, staring at the huge pit on the ground with their mouths agape. It seemed that there was an underground palace in this huge pit. There was an underground palace in the Water Dragon Holy City. Could it be that all the treasures were in it? Everyone's eyes showed a fiery look, and they could not wait to fly down and check it out. However, with Third Master Tao there, they did not dare to act rashly. Is it done? Ning Xiandong flew to Ning Qi with Du Shaoling and the others and whispered. Yes, it's done. Ning Qi nodded. Chapter 652. Let me save you. Third Master Tao. There might be hidden treasures of the Water Dragon clan in this underground palace. Should we let these humans leave first? Cheong Wuyu flew to Third Master Tao's side and asked in a low voice. Huang Haitao and the other human Do Zuns revealed anger on their faces. However, the strongest person present was Third Master Tao, and he was a demonic beast. If he really accepted Cheong Wuyu's suggestion, they would not be able to resist. There's no need. Third Master Tao glanced at Cheong Wuyu indifferently. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes. If there really was a treasure below, how could he let the humans obtain it given his strength? If that was the case, why did he need to do this? Phew, Huang Haitao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, they could at least see what was in this underground palace. Cheong Wuyu's expression changed slightly, and he respectfully stepped aside. Just as everyone was wondering how Third Master Tao Tai would deal with the underground palace, Third Master Tao Tai slowly raised his hand. A ball of light that emitted a pale, white light appeared in his palm. The ball of light looked as smooth as jade, but there was a faint aura of destruction coming from it. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Was Third Master Tao going to use the most ancient and primitive method to forcefully destroy this underground palace? Sure enough, the ball of light in Third Master Tao's hand exploded toward the underground palace. Everyone immediately retreated a few thousand feet. Ning Qi was no exception. There was a loud noise, followed by a dazzling white light. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The white light lasted for more than 10 breaths before everyone put down their hands that covered their eyes and flew toward Third Master Tao Tai. Du Shaoling had a trick up his sleeve. Before the white light completely disappeared, he quietly struck Ning Qi's back with his palm. This strike was enough to seriously injure Ning Qi. Since Du Shaoling was at the back of the group, even Ning Xiandong did not notice his little move. Du Shaoling revealed a pleased look. Puff! Ning Qi felt a sharp pain in his back. His health points dropped by around 100,000. He was also poisoned, and his health points were dropping at a rate of 100 per second. Ning Qi slowly turned his head and looked coldly at Du Shaoling. What are you doing? What's going on? Why aren't you hurt? Du Shaoling was stunned. He was clearly a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the second life and death test. This palm had also used 80% of his strength. Even if it was not a fatal blow, Ning Qi should have been seriously injured. Du Shaoling, I don't seem to have any enmity with you. Why did you sneak attack me? Ning Qi said lightly. Du Shaoling's eyes revealed a trace of malevolence as he coldly said, Every generation's holy maiden of the 5 Poisons Divine Church is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. If the sect leader finds out about your relationship with the holy maiden, she will definitely personally kill you. Even if you are Elder Ning's nephew, it is useless. I am saving you. Save me? All right, I'll save you too. Ning Qi chuckled and instantly appeared in front of Du Shaoling with the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand. He then slashed at Du Shaoling's neck. A trace of disdain appeared in Du Shaoling's eyes. A low-grade D-class Do weapon appeared in his hand, and he counterattacked Ning Qi. From the way he saw it, Ning Qi definitely had an unknown defensive type Do weapon on him that was able to block his 5-poison divine palm earlier. However, he believed that Ning Qi would definitely not be able to block this sword. Clang, the Do weapon in Du Xiaoling's hand was directly broken into two. Following that, Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer saber slashed through his shoulder and came out from the other side of his armpit. Du Xiaoling's entire chest was cut into two. Du Xiaoling's face revealed a trace of shock and doubt. Why was it that he could not even block a single slash from Ning Qi? Ning Qi's cultivation was clearly lower than his. Du Xiaoling let out a final roar before his death. Then his body was split into two and fell to the ground unwillingly. Coincidentally, Lu Jingjing and the other two turned their heads and saw this scene. Their eyes immediately popped out of their sockets. "What are you doing? Why did you kill Senior Du Xiaoling?" "Elder Ning, Senior Du Xiaoling died at the hands of your junior's nephew." Lu Jingjing, Mo Xiao, and Qi Ao roared in unison. Ning Xiandong turned his head and saw Du Xiaoling's body heavily smashed onto the ground. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. A group of people immediately surrounded Ning Qi. "First uncle, he launched a sneak attack on me, so I killed him." Ning Qi said indifferently. "He launched a sneak attack on you?" A trace of doubt flashed in Ning Xuandong's eyes. "Impossible. Why would Senior Du Xiaoling launch a sneak attack on you?" Lu Jingjing and the other two looked at each other, but they already understood in their hearts that it was probably senior brother Du Xiaoling who had seized the opportunity to teach Ning Qi a lesson when everyone's eyes were not too clear. But they had never imagined that this attack of his would cost him his life. Lu Jingjing's face turned red at the thought of this. She said to Ning Qi with grief and indignation, "Senior Du would never launch a sneak attack on you. You're slandering me. Elder Ning, quickly take him down. Senior Du is one of Master's most beloved true disciples. Now that he's dead, you can't absolve yourself from the blame. If you put righteousness before family now, Master will definitely not blame you on account of your hard work all these years. Is that impossible?" Ning Qi smiled faintly as he turned around. A jet-black palm print could be seen on his back. Upon seeing this palm print, everyone immediately recognized it. It was the 5 Poisons divine palm of the 5 Poisons order. "Humph. I will deal with this matter, but not now. Let's go and see what's in the underground palace." Ning Xuandong's expression changed a few times. He winked at Ning Qi and then waved his hand, wanting to forget about this matter. Lu Jingjing's expression changed greatly. She was about to say something, but she heard Qi Ao and Mo Xiao's voice transmission. "Don't say anything more. Do you want Elder Ning to kill us? Let's go back and let Master decide this matter." Lu Jingjing heard this and felt a slight chill in her heart. She carefully glanced at Ning Xiandong and saw a trace of killing intent inadvertently revealed in the corner of his eyes. This time, she did not dare to speak again. Then everyone followed Ning Xiandong and flew in the direction of Third Master Tao. This little episode did not affect the others. In the 5 Poisons order, tens of thousands of miles away, a jade tablet marked with the 3 words Du Xiaoling instantly shattered into powder. The elder in charge of the jade tablet hurriedly looked for Huaiyu in panic. "Sect leader, Du Xiaoling's life tablet has shattered." Huaiyu looked at the pile of powder and was silent for a long time. After a while, she said faintly, "Where did he go?" The elder thought for a moment and said, "I think he went with Elder Ning to the Celestial Demon Empire to find the Saintess." The Celestial Demon Empire. Huaiyu turned around and left expressionlessly. After the underground palace was blasted into smithereens by Third Master Tao, 18 giant bronze pillars were revealed. These pillars were carved with dragons of various shapes and sizes. Among them, there seemed to be green-scaled evil dragon, black demon dragon, redbud dragon clan, black water dragon clan, desolate ancient dragon clan, and so on. These dragons were all looking up at the incomparably huge dragon at the very top. In front of this dragon, they were like ants. However, these were not the most attractive parts. The most attractive part was the muscular man who was trapped in the middle of 18 giant bronze beads by countless chains. Chapter 653. Water Dragon Annihilation. Who is this guy? How did it get sealed here? This is the holy city of the ancient Water Dragon clan. Could this person have been suppressed here by the ancient Water Dragon clan? How long has he lived? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Third Master Tao's expression became extremely afraid because he could sense a trace of the aura of a Do-Di from that strong man. No, it should be the aura of a 10th rank demonic beast? A suppressed 10th grade demonic beast. Senior, you are? Third Master Tao asked cautiously. The burly man looked at Third Master Tao and sneered. What? You don't recognize me? I'm that divine soul that you shattered. Divine soul. Third Master Tao's face turned extremely ugly as he looked at the burly man in horror. That shadow, is it, Senior? It's me, humph. The muscular man sneered. Third Master Tao revealed a bitter smile and was just about to explain his careless mistake when the strong man suddenly looked at Ning Qi, who had just flown over, and said, Kid, hand over the water dragon's sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes instantly turned towards Ning Qi. Qiong Wu Yu, Song Minglang, and the others all revealed shocked expressions. The appearance of this burly man had already shocked them, but now this burly man actually knew Ning Qi? This made them puzzled, even after much thought. Looks like this brother Ning Beixian has quite the background. Song Mingfeng revealed a look of surprise on his face. The way Lu Jingjing and the others looked at Ning Qi changed several times. They were now doubting whether Hua Yeyu would dare to avenge Du Shaoling, even if she knew that Ning Qi killed Du Shaoling. After all, Ning Qi had Third Master Tao Tai behind him, and he also knew Nameless, a terrifying existence that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. The few Jade Pale sect disciples who had pursued Pu Yongkong earlier also looked at Ning Qi with extremely strange gazes. A hint of regret vaguely arose in their hearts. Senior, so it's you, Ning Qi smiled bitterly and said, I wonder why Senior asked me to bring the water dragon's sword here. Since you're already here, I'll tell you the truth. I am Gu Sanduo. When I said that my treasure is here, I wasn't lying to you. As long as you use the water dragon's sword to cut all of these soul-stabilizing water dragon chains and let me out, I'll give you a simple blessing and you'll immediately become a Dozong. Gu Sanduo sneered. Gu Sanduo? He's Gu Sanduo, the ancient emperor of the Celestial Demon Empire? The legendary Gu Sanduo, who vanished without a trace after fighting a great battle with the ancient water dragon tribe's chief? So Great Ancient Emperor is being suppressed here. Does this mean that he lost the battle against the ancient Water Dragon clan? A look of horror appeared on Third Master Taoist's face. Let him out. A hint of hesitation flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. His opponent was too powerful. He was the demonic beast emperor of the ancient era. Even after being suppressed here for tens of thousands of years, he was still alive. A normal Do-Di might not be a match for him. If he let such an existence out, Ning Qi was worried that his opponent would slap him to death like an ant. This brat angered me so much earlier. As long as I break free from these damned soul-stabilizing water dragon chains, I'll capture this brat and torture him for 100 years. I'll make him wish he was dead. Gu Sanduo secretly calculated in his heart. Huang Haitao and Song Minglang's expressions were a little ugly. The Celestial Demon Empire was about to gain an extremely powerful Fey Emperor. Whether it was for the humans or the dragons, it was not a good thing. They wanted to stop him, but after sneaking a glance at Third Master Taoist, They hid their thoughts. With him around, even if everyone worked together, they would not be able to stop Gu Sanduo from reappearing. What? You don't want to let me out? Gu Sandwa's lips curled into a mocking smile. He immediately looked at Third Master Taoist. You have the ancient bloodline of the Taotai race. Go! Snatch the water dragon sword from this brat and help me break these soul-stabilizing water dragon chains. Yes. Third Master Taoist nodded and flew in front of Ningqi. He said lightly, Leave the water dragon sword to me. Only an existence with the ancient bloodline could pick up the water dragon sword. Third Master Taoist also agreed with this request. Moreover, he was not only looking at the evil monarch manor, but the entire celestial demon empire. Even if Gu Sandwa's reappearance might cause the current celestial demon emperor to be unhappy, the strength of the demonic beast race would definitely increase. Ningqi realized that he was locked on by Third Master Taoisora, so he could only take out the water dragon sword and hand it over to the other party. However, just as Third Master Taoist's hand was about to touch the water dragon sword, it was repelled. This terrifying force directly sent Third Master Taoist flying hundreds of zhang before he managed to stabilize himself. Mission item. Aside from the host, no one else can touch it. The system's voice rang out. Mission item? Only then did Ningqi recall that the water dragon sword had indeed become a mission item. However, he did not expect that even an existence like Third Master Taoist would be repelled so far after touching the mission item. Everyone looked at Third Master Taoist in shock, not knowing what had happened. Third Master Taoist flew in front of Ningqi again and said coldly, What did you do to the water dragon sword? Uncle Taoist, I didn't do anything. Ningqi smiled bitterly. Third Master Taoist frowned slightly and carefully examined the water dragon sword. He did not find any strange aura on it. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out again. Boom! He was repelled hundreds of zhang away again, the blood in his body churning. Qiong Wuyu, go and give it a try. Third Master Taoist said. Qiong Wuyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and flew in front of Ningqi. As soon as he touched the water dragon sword, he was sent flying thousands of zhang away with a loud bang, instantly turning into a black dot. After a long while, he finally flew back, pathetically. Third Master Taoist, I can't do it either. Qiong Wuyu said awkwardly, What are you all dawdling for? Let this kid come. Hurry up and break the water dragon chains on me. Gu Sanduo roared. Understood. Third Master Taoist nodded, then flew to Ningqi's side and said, Go and break these water dragon chains. Your future will be limitless. Ningqi sighed in his heart. He knew that if he didn't act now, he would die at Third Master Taoist's hands. Thus, he flew in front of Gu Sanduo, and under Gu Sandwa's expectant gaze, he gripped the water dragon sword and slashed at the water dragon chains. Clang, clang, clang. The seemingly sturdy water dragon chains immediately snapped when they came into contact with the water dragon sword. Only a few sharp-eyed people noticed that the water dragon sword had not actually touched the water dragon chains at all. The water dragon chains probably broke because the water dragon sword had the ability to break through restrictive arts. Ha ha ha. You old fart, just you wait. I, Gu Sanduo, will definitely avenge my suppression. Gu Sanduo felt like he was about to break free. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. At this time, Ningqi had already broken the last water dragon chains. However, right at this moment, a faint blue energy suddenly surged out from the 18 bronze pillars, enveloping Gu Sanduo within. Ningqi felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly flew backwards, barely dodging the mysterious, faint blue energy. He could sense an extremely dense aura of death from within. Water Dragon Annihilation Formation. You old fart, you actually hid your killing move inside these pillars. Gu Sandwa's face revealed a hint of fear as he screamed. Water Dragon Annihilation Formation? Third Master Taoist was stunned at first, then immediately turned around and fled. Seeing this, Ning Qi hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ning Xiandong. Run! Chapter 654. Retarded Run. Hearing Ning Qi's voice transmission, Ning Xiandong was only stunned for a moment, then immediately grabbed Li Macho and quickly fled out of the water dragon's sacred city. Immediately after, Lu Jingjing and the others also reacted. Their faces were filled with shock, and they hurriedly followed Ning Xiandong. As for the other experts like Qiong Wuyu and Song Mingling, they had already hurriedly followed when Third Master Tao fled. So far, there were only hundreds of humans and dozens of demonic beasts left. They were the kind of people who were not very smart and could not figure out what was going on. Among them, there were 2 disciples of the Jade Pill sect who had once pursued Pu Yongkong. When they found that their elder Huang Haitao and those seniors had quickly left the sacred city, their faces were filled with surprise. Why did they all leave? Doesn't that mean that we can do whatever we want in this sacred city? The 2 looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ning Qi originally wanted to escape, but he turned around and flew less than 100 zhang away. It was as if his body was wrapped by a mysterious energy. No matter how much he stimulated the dragon, slaying Do Qi in his body, he could not move forward. Kid, quickly take your water dragon sword and break this water dragon annihilation formation. Gu Sandwa's voice exploded in Ning Qi's ears. Senior, even Third Master Tao has fled. I'm afraid something terrible will happen later. Please let this junior go first. When everything is over, this junior will come back to find you. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice. Damn it! Hurry! Gu Sandwa's voice exploded again. This time, there was a hint of urgency. The pale blue energy ball on his body was getting thicker and thicker. Occasionally, 2 wisps of extremely terrifying death aura leaked out from it. Something's wrong. Finally, the 2 disciples of the Jade Pill sect came to their senses and turned to flee. They had finally figured out why their elder and the group of mystical beasts had left so quickly. Most likely, if the water dragon annihilation formation that Third Master Taoist had mentioned had been activated, its power would have been enough to kill them. I hate it. Perhaps it was because he was on the brink of death that Gu Sanduo no longer had the strength to restrain Ning Qi. Ning Qi's figure was suddenly able to move. He quickly rushed out of the water dragon sacred city. Who knew when Gu Sandwa's time bomb would explode? The light blue energy was getting thicker and thicker. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it would explode to show its power. Ha ha ha! I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill that old man to avenge the humiliation from before. The Sword Saint's successor, Li Dongjun, laughed maniacally as he pounced in front of Ning Qi and slashed at him with his sword. Shao, 13 swords. First form, Killing Wind. A terrifying whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, like a tornado, wrapping around Ning Qi. From time to time, the wind would turn into a long sword, stabbing towards Ning Qi. Are you crazy? Ning Qi's face was immediately filled with rage. Why did this idiot choose to find him at such a critical juncture of life and death? At that time, he seemed to have left Li Dongjun some face and did not step over his head. Then, Ning Qi slashed out angrily. Horizon bright moon blade, so close yet worlds apart. The incomparably ferocious saber intent instantly sliced through the tornado that was surrounding him and headed straight for Li Dongjun. At the same time, the faint blue energy surrounding Gu Senduo had already tripled in size. It looked like it would explode at any moment. You actually managed to break through my Shao 13 swords. Li Dongjun was slightly taken aback. The Shao 13 swords was a low-grade heaven-ranked martial art technique, yet the other party was able to break it with a single slash. This meant that the other party's blade technique was not weak either. At the very least, it was a low-grade heaven-ranked martial art technique. Li Dongjun was right about this. Thinking up to this point, Li Dongjun laughed coldly. Then have a taste of the second form of my Shao 13 swords, world-extinguishing flames. With a whoosh, Ning Qi felt as if he had fallen into a sea of fire. The scorching flames instantly ignited on his body, and the dragon-slaying battle qi in his body automatically circulated to protect his body, preventing the flames from causing any harm. Li Dongjun, this place is about to be in danger. If you want to fight, then I'll go out and fight with you, Ning Qi said angrily. Li Dongjun's face revealed a maniacal smile. Danger? What kind of danger can stop me, the successor of the Sword Saint Li Dongjun? You're just hoping that the old man will protect you outside. Hee, I'll deal with you first, then find a chance to deal with the old man's disciple. In the end, it'll be the old man's death. Hee, retard. Ning Qi laughed bitterly. Vile spawn? You dare call me a vile spawn? Li Dongjun was furious. Just then, a fist descended from the sky and knocked Li Dongjun unconscious. Ning Qi leaped onto the bronze puppet's shoulder and shouted, "Quick! Escape from this place!" The bronze puppet quickly leaped outside. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. Ah, Lan Haiying, even if I, Gu Sanduo, become a malicious spirit, I will cultivate to become a demon god and exterminate your entire water dragon tribe. Gu Sanduo let out a shrill roar. Boom! The light blue energy ball on his body finally exploded, and a terrifying aura instantly swept towards the surroundings with the 18 bronze pillars at the center. A few idiots who hadn't left were directly swept by this aura, and then they were turned into ashes. The fellows who were further away screamed in terror as they flew towards the outside, but their speed couldn't keep up with this terrifying annihilation energy. One by one, they were turned into ashes before Ning Qi's eyes. Return to the origin. Ning Qi roared. His body instantly grew to several meters tall, and his HP increased by 1,000,000. Then he hid in the bronze puppet's embrace, hoping that the puppet's body would be able to absorb most of the damage. In addition to his current 5,000,000 HP, he would be able to escape from this terrifying explosion. Boom! The entire world was filled with light blue energy. In just an instant, the holy city of the ancient water dragon tribe was directly reduced to dust, leaving behind only a huge crater. The power of the explosion directly penetrated through the ground that was hundreds of meters thick. Those who had already flown outside, such as Third Master Tao and the others, were shocked to find that the ground was continuously collapsing. Finally, a huge crater that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared. This huge crater is where the holy city of the water dragon was just now. Cheong Wu muttered to himself. With this kind of power, if he were still inside, he would definitely be dead. It's a pity about the treasures inside. I wonder if Gu Sanduo is dead? Huang Haitao's eyes were as calm as still water. In fact, he was most concerned about Gu Sanduo's survival. Where's Ning Qi? Did he come out? Chapter 655. Terrifying experienced Lu Jingjing, and the other two showed a hint of joy on their faces. They guessed that Ning Qi had died there. Li Macho flew toward the ruins without saying a word. Sure enough, the sacred lady and that guy definitely have an unspeakable relationship. I must tell Master. Lu Jingjing and the other two looked at Li Macho's back and secretly thought, "Gone, the ancient great emperor is also dead." Third Master Tao's divine soul swept, sighed, and turned to leave. The water dragon's sacred city was destroyed, and Gu Sanduo was clearly dead. As for Ning Qi, he had long forgotten about him. Song Minglang and the others also left. With such a terrifying destructive power, it was impossible for anything to be left behind. After a while, there were only a few dozen people left here. Just after Third Master Tao and the others left, a piece of minced meat quietly burrowed into the soil and disappeared. At the same time, in the soil dozens of feet away, Ning Qi was in a coma. His body had returned to its original size, and his HP was only a few dozen points. slowly recovering. However, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 10th Order Intermediate Monster, Gu Sanduo. Because the host's damage was not critical, the experience points will be reduced by 10 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90 million experience points. Since the host is not easy to break through now, the experience points will be temporarily stored. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze bet bag. Please open it within 1 year. Ning Xiandong also wandered around the ruins for half a day, continuously searching for traces of Ning Qi. However, even after digging 3 feet into the ground, he could not find a single trace of Ning Qi. Since then, Ning Xuandong's expression became extremely ugly. The Ning clan finally had a heaven's favorite, yet he died here just like that? Macho, stop looking. Go back to the sect first. Ning Xiandong stopped Li Macho. Li Macho said lightly, I have a feeling, is he still alive? You have a feeling? Even the entire Water Dragon Sacred City is gone. How could that guy still be alive? There must be an unspeakable relationship between you and him. Lu Jingjing sneered. Her heart was full of resentment towards Li Macho and Ning Qi. Lu Jingjing, go back and talk. Don't anger Elder Ning now. Mo Xiao and Qi Ao hurriedly transmitted their voices. Lu Jingjing snorted coldly and shut her mouth. In response to her mockery, Li Macho only frowned. She coldly sized up Lu Jingjing and said, Do you really think that I don't dare to make a move against you? You try, Lu Jingjing said angrily. Ning Xiandong looked at Lu Jingjing and the other two with hesitation in his eyes. Ning Qi had killed Du Shaoling, so he had become a sworn enemy of Lu Jingjing and Lu Jingjing. If Ning Qi was still alive, Ning Xiandong would kill the 3 of them to silence them. However, it was a pity that Ning Qi was now dead and there was no point in talking about revenge. Thinking of this, Ning Xiandong said coldly, Stop talking. Let's go back to the sect. Yes. Seeing a faint trace of killing intent leaking out from Ning Xuandong's body, Mo Xiao hurriedly responded, and then transmitted a voice to Lu Jingjing to stop her, lest the 3 of them be silenced by Elder Ning. Before Li Macho left, she took a deep look at the ruins. She had a faint connection with Ning Qi in her heart, so she believed that Ning Qi was not dead. After they left, Pu Yongkong stared blankly at the ruins. He clenched his fist and held the interspatial ring that Ning Qi had given him, which contained 50,000 medium spiritual crystals. Little brother really didn't come out, Pu Yongkong muttered to himself. After a while, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He shook his head, turned around, and left. Is there anything? I don't have it here. What about yours? I don't have it here either. It seems that it has really turned into nothingness. What a pity. In the end, the dozens of people turned around and left in disappointment after they could not find any cultivation resources. In the blink of an eye, about a month had passed. Somewhere, a mound suddenly exploded, and Ning Qi climbed out of it in a sorry state. It felt good to see the light of day again. Ning Qi could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. If it was not for his profound cultivation, even if he did not die in the big explosion, he would have suffocated to death due to the lack of oxygen. The moment he woke up, Ning Qi already knew what had happened to him, and he felt some lingering fear in his heart. The bronze puppet, which was equivalent to a peak dozun, had been directly turned into ashes. At that time, Ning Qi had reverted to his origin and transformed into the true body of the great Annihilation Titan. His defense and health points had greatly increased. In the end, his health points had been reduced to a mere 100 points by the frightening power. Only then did the frightening power gradually disappear, allowing Ning Qi to keep his life. I have lost a bronze puppet, but I have obtained 90 million experience points. It is still a loss for me. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of anger, and he began to dig at the side. Not long after, he dug up a fellow, This fellow was Li Dongjun. At that time, after the bronze puppet had been destroyed, Ning Qi had conveniently protected him. However, Ning Qi's action was not out of kindness, but wake up! Ning Qi slapped Li Dongjun's body. Li Dongjun's aura was very weak, and if Ning Qi had not protected him, he would have definitely died. Oh, where am I? Am I not dead? Li Dongjun slowly opened his eyes and asked in a daze. Of course you are not dead. Ning Qi laughed sinisterly. It's you. Li Dongjun's eyes revealed a look of horror. He only remembered that he had suddenly been knocked unconscious, and he could not remember what happened after that. Go to hell! Li Dongjun shouted loudly, and then there was no movement because his body had no strength. Had he entered that state again, Li Dongjun's face revealed a look of horror. He thought that he had been tricked by Ning Xiandong again. Idiot! Don't you think highly of yourself? Sword Saint successor? Shao, sure send swords? Ning Qi revealed a faint smile. Li Dongjun secretly felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, Ning Qi's palm directly hit Li Dongjun's dantian. Without the protection of battle qi, Li Dongjun's dantian was like a watermelon, smashed into pieces by Ning Qi. The battle qi that Li Dongjun had painstakingly cultivated for decades instantly leaked out. Uft! Li Dongjun spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You destroyed my dantian? You caused me to lose a bronze puppet. Therefore, destroying your dantian is only the first step. Ning Qi smiled faintly, and this time he directly destroyed Li Dongjun's meridians. Uft! You! Li Dongjun looked at Ning Qi with a look that was worse than death, and a trace of despair surged in his heart. His dantian and meridians were destroyed, and he was already a cripple, but it seemed like Ning Qi still wanted to attack him. Remember, my name is Ning Beixian. In the future, after you repair your dantian and meridians and become a man again, you can come and find me. Chapter 656. Bronze Bet Gift Pack. My dantian is broken, my meridians are destroyed, and even that was crushed. I must be dreaming. Li Dongjun muttered to himself as he closed his eyes, trying to wake up from his dream. After a while, he opened his eyes again and looked around. Immediately, he began to cry in despair. I, Li Dongjun, have obtained the Sword Saint's inheritance. In the future, I will aim my sword at the top 10 of the ranking list of young masters. But now, I have been reduced to a complete cripple. I hate it. I hate it. Ning Beixian, just you wait. One day, I'll find you again and get my revenge for today's humiliation. At that time, I will make you kneel down and beg me. I will torture you for eternity. Li Dongjun let out a shrill curse. Ning Qi didn't kill him, but made him suffer a fate worse than death. This was undoubtedly a punishment that was 1,000 times more painful than killing him. After Ning Qi was several thousand li away from the ruins, he found a safe place and sat down. Then he opened the bronze tier gamble gift pack he obtained from killing Gu Sanduo. The previous gamble gift packs I obtained didn't have any ranks in front of them. However, this one is different. It's a bronze rank gamble gift pack. It seems like it's also divided into bronze and silver ranks, just like the lottery ticket. However, Gu Sanduo is clearly a mid-tier, 10th tier demonic beast. Why did he only drop a bronze-ranked gamble gift pack? Since he could not figure it out, Ning Qi stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the virtual wheel that had appeared before him in anticipation. This wheel was different from the previous ones. It was like a giant bronze wheel 1 foot thick. It radiated a faint bronze light, giving off a chill. There were a total of 9 choices on the bronze wheel. These 9 choices seemed to have been carved into the wheel with knives and axes. Among them, Ning Qi hated the most. Thank you for participating. 100% chance of winning. A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. This time, the system was somewhat helpful. Ultimate Mystic Level Breakthrough, Pill X3. Mid-grade Heaven Rank Movement Technique, 1,000-Mile Leap. Mid-grade Heaven Rank Cultivation Technique, 9 Hell Chi Transformation Technique. Heaven Ranked Middle Tier Do Weapon, Eternal River Battleship. Grade 7 Demon Beast, Golden Rock, 50,000 Middle Spiritual Crystals. Sumeru Universe Ring. A dual cultivation puppet from the Great Joy Sect. 10,000 gold tails. 10,000 gold tails? Dual cultivation puppet? What the hell is this? Ning Chi's expression changed. However, he was quite satisfied with the other things, especially the Xian Top grade-breaking rank pill. A middle grade Xian Top grade-breaking rank pill that was useful to a Do Huang was sold for 10,000 dragon-slaying coins in the dragon-slaying city. A high-grade Xian Top grade-breaking rank pill was sold for 50,000 dragon-slaying coins each. If he were to win this, it would be equivalent to 450,000 dragon-slaying coins. 1,000-Mile Leap isn't bad either. It looks like it's very fast. The Eternal River Battleship should be even more domineering and majestic than Master's, right? The Master he was talking about was Meng Qingling. Let's start the lottery. Ning Chi's mind stirred, and the needle on the bronze will spun rapidly. After 10 minutes, the needle gradually slowed down and finally fell on the top grade, profound rank breaking elixir. With a flash of light, a small porcelain bottle appeared in his space bag. Profound rank breaking elixir? Not bad, I'll keep it first. Ning Chi smiled. This time, his mission to find the Water Dragon Holy Land was still unsuccessful. Fortunately, there were still more than 2 years before the disappearance of the Water Dragon Pearl. The Water Dragon Holy City had been blown up, and Gu Sanduo was dead. The clues were completely broken. Thinking of this, Ning Chi glanced at the Water Dragon sword in the space bag. Fortunately, it was still there. At least there was a glimmer of hope to find the Water Dragon Holy Land. On the other side, Huayu had already found Ning Xiandong and the others in the vast forest. Who killed Xiaoling? Huayu said coldly. Her eyes swept across Li Macho and the others, and finally stopped on Ning Xiandong. Master, Brother Du died so miserably. After seeing Huayu, Lu Jingjing immediately burst into tears. Mo Xiu's lips moved slightly. Apparently, he was transmitting his voice to Huayu. Elder Ning, it turns out that you have a family behind you. The guy who killed Xiaoling is your descendant? Huayu looked at Ning Xiandong and said lightly. Her tone was very calm, as if there was no killing intent. However, Ning Xiandong had already known Huayu for decades in the Five Poisons Divine Sect. He knew that the calmer Huayu's tone was, the more terrifying the anger in her heart was. Yes, Ning Xiandong knew that he could not hide it at this moment, so he nodded generously and said, Du Xiaoling attacked first, so he died. However, my descendant has also died in the Water Dragon, Holy City. I see. You take them back to the sect first. I'm going to have a look. Huayu said lightly. Master, the relationship between Li Macho and that guy is not ordinary. I'm afraid she is no longer a virgin. Lu Jingjing suddenly looked at Li Macho with resentment and said to Huayu. Unexpectedly, Huayu was only slightly startled. Without any other reaction, she directly left the place. How could this be? Why doesn't Master care at all? Lu Jingjing was stunned for a moment. Li Macho looked at Lu Jingjing lightly and said, After returning to the sect, I will send you a letter of challenge. At that time, I hope you will not be afraid. Letter of challenge? Mo Xiu and Chi Ao looked at each other with fear and looked at Lu Jingjing worriedly. A touch of fear flashed in Lu Jingjing's eyes. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw Li Macho looking at her indifferently, a wave of anger surged in her heart again. Good! At that time I will fight to the death. Huayu came to the ruins and swept around with her divine soul. Suddenly, She saw Li Dongjun lying on the ground with a desperate face. In a flash, Hua Yeu appeared beside Li Dongjun. Glancing at the two pits on the ground, Hua Yeu said lightly, "Two people survived? Who is the other one?" Li Dongjun glanced at Hua Yeu blankly and said, "Who are you? Why should I tell you? You are still so arrogant after becoming a cripple?" Hua Yeu glanced at Li Dongjun with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. "Yes, I have become a cripple. So, I am not even afraid of death. Kill me!" Li Dongjun shouted crazily. "Your injuries should be caused by the latecomers, right? Perhaps I can avenge you?" Hua Yeu said with a faint smile. "Revenge?" Li Dongjun was slightly startled and then came to a sudden realization. Yes, he could ask this woman to help him take revenge. With his eyesight, he could see that Hua Yeu should also be a Dozun. Thinking up to this point, Li Dongjun put on a fawning smile and said, "Senior, if you can help me take revenge, I am willing to teach you the desolate 13 swords passed down by the ancient sword saint. This is a lower heaven rank martial skill." Lower heaven rank martial technique. Chapter 657. A lot of acquaintances. This guy is really not dead. Well, teach me the martial arts skill now, and I will bring his head to you. Hua Yeu said coldly. "I don't believe it. I must see him die with my own eyes." Li Dongjuan's face showed a trace of mockery. Hua Yeu wanted to get something for nothing. Li Dongjun was not that stupid. "What do you want me to do?" Hua Yeu frowned slightly. "How about this? You take me with you and help me heal my injuries first." Li Dongjun said. Hua Yeu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Okay." After that, she fed Li Dongjun a top-grade, Earth-rank spring recovery pill. Even though it was unable to heal Li Dongjuan's dantian, meridians, or the thing that was a man, it was sufficient to allow Li Dongjun to recover his ability to move. After that, Li Dongjuan's eyes revealed a trace of resentment as he pointed towards a direction and said, "He just left in that direction." Hua Yeu grabbed Li Dongjuan's neck and rushed in the direction he pointed. Ning Qi didn't expect that there was a huge market hidden in the vast forest. This market was located in a valley surrounded by mountains. There was a huge mountain wall at the entrance, and the words Celestial Demon Mill were carved on it as if they were carved with knives and hatchets. Celestial Demon Square. Was it built by demonic beasts? Ning Qi thought about the 6 million medium spiritual crystals in his space bag. He had no use for the spiritual crystals. Perhaps he could exchange them for something he needed in the space bag. "I hope I can find some spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits to strengthen my body." He now had 90 million experience points. If he was not afraid of Qi deviation, he could break through to the Grandmaster realm at any time. However, the 9 tests of life and death were different. The 3 tests of life were fine, but the 6 tests of death were like walking on the tip of a knife. He could get injured and bleed at any time. When he entered the Celestial Demon Square, Ning Qi paid an extra 100 medium spiritual crystals because he was a human. This threshold could stop ordinary humans below the Emperor realm from entering the Celestial Demon Square. The Celestial Demon Square was very lively. There were even more people than the Jingyue Square that Ning Qi went to before. The streets were crowded with humans, dragons, and half-transformed demonic beasts. Well, I didn't expect there to be big chambers of commerce here. Ning Qi's eyes swept across the buildings and finally stopped at a very magnificent one. There were 4 big words on it. Soaring Dragon Trading Firm. This reminded Ning Qi of Long Xuanyo. After he destroyed that guy's cultivation, he probably couldn't be one of the 9 shopkeepers of the Longting trading firm anymore, right? "It's you?" A voice rang out behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi turned his head and saw several familiar faces. However, he did not have much interaction with these people. He had only seen them a few times in the capital city of the Jiuzhou Empire. Among them were Yuan Kongming, Chu Feng, Yuan Shang, Chu Xian, Dongfang Lingdong, and some Grandmaster Do level geniuses on the man ranking. Behind them were groups of juniors on the dragon ranking. Some of them had even been defeated by Ning Qi. They're here too? Ning Qi saw a few more people. They were Mu Juner, Mu Bai, Ji Kaishi, and Kai Weitao. Not only them, even Duan Minglong and Duan Juntian were here. After taking a few more glances, Ning Qi actually saw Fang Mo, Fang Bai, and Fang Jing, whom he had met once in the dragon graveyard. However, her cultivation had already broken through to the one-star Do Huang class. The eyes that she used to look at Ning Qi were filled with a complicated expression. After that, Ning Qi seemed to see a few familiar faces from the Cloud Rising sect. However, Ning Qi did not have any dealings with them and could not name them. However, he was certain that they were inner disciples and were often together with Hua Wushang. Since they were here, was Hua Wushang around? Ning Qi continued to look, and indeed, he saw Hua Wushang hiding behind the crowd. When he saw that Ning Qi had seen him, he revealed a cold smile and turned to leave. For a moment, Ning Qi thought that he was in the capital city of the Jiuzhou Empire. After that, Ning Qi came to his senses. After glancing at the group of people, he could not find a friend. He could only force a smile at Fang Mo and said, "We meet again. What are so many of you doing here?" A trace of surprise flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. He did not expect Ning Qi to greet him. "You don't know? Then why are you here at the Celestial Demon Square? There's news that a mysterious person here wants to sell a 3,000-year-old blood refining grass. It's not just us. More people will come later." Fang Mo said, "Blood refining grass?" Ning Qi immediately checked the dragon slaying mall and found that the blood refining grass mentioned by Fang Mo was very suitable for him. It had the effect of condensing the bloodline and could make the bloodline in the body reach a higher purity, indirectly improving one's aptitude and cultivation. The price in the dragon slaying mall was 500,000 dragon slaying coins. However, this 3,000-year-old blood refining grass was only effective for those below the Grandmaster realm. Those above the Grandmaster realm could only take the 6,000-year-old blood refining grass. Therefore, the competition should not be too big. Chu Feng and Yuan Kongming glanced at Ning Qi. They had their own pride in their hearts. Seeing that Ning Qi did not greet them, they would not take the initiative to talk to him. So what if he was the first on the dragon ranking? Compared to them, his cultivation was still worlds apart. Therefore, the two of them led the other geniuses on the dragon ranking and the younger generation of their families past Ning Qi and into the dragon slaying mall. "Fang Mo, who is this boy?" Just as Ning Qi was about to ask for more details, a young man with an indifferent face appeared beside Fang Mo and Fang Bai. He glanced at Ning Qi indifferently. Fang Mo's lips moved slightly. "Brother Fang Chen, he is Ning Qi from the Cloud Rising sect." The first on the dragon ranking? There was a trace of surprise in Fang Chen's eyes. He glanced at Ning Qi up and down, but he could not see how strong Ning Qi was, especially when he saw that Ning Qi was only a Peking fighter who had entered the first stage of life and death. A trace of imperceptible disdain flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, improving one's cultivation was the right way. No matter how strong one's combat strength was, if one could not break through, one would still be a cup of soil. Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng entered the dragon slaying mall. Fang Chen only glanced at Ning Qi, then ignored him and continued to ask Fang Mo yes. Fang Mo nodded. "Then let's go," Fang Chen said, and strode toward the dragon slaying mall. From beginning to end, he did not say a word to Ning Qi, as if he did not take Ning Qi seriously at all. "Brother Ning, we'll go first." Fang Mo nodded at Ning Qi and followed Fang Chen's pace with Fang Bai. Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked toward a passerby beside him. "Brother, when will the auction of the 3,000-year-old blood refining grass start?" "The 3,000-year-old blood refining grass? The dragon slaying mall is going to auction it in 10 days, But little brother, this blood refining grass is worth a lot. Although it is useless for people above the Grandmaster level, there are certainly many old monsters at the Dozun level who want to bid for it and give it to their family members. At that time, the price will probably far exceed a middle heaven rank dough weapon. You'd better give it up. The passerby saw that Ning Chi's cultivation was lower than his and advised him. Thank you. Ning Chi cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chapter 658. Chapter 658. Cloud rising holy body. Junior Hua, let's leave this place. Not only are there many monsters here, but Ning Chi is also here. If he has any bad intentions, none of us will be his match. That's right. Junior Hua finally broke through to a 1-star Do Huang. If that guy cripples you again, I'm afraid. Hua Wushang's face darkened as he listened to the persuasion of the inner disciples. Finally, he laughed coldly and said, Don't be afraid. I've already sent a message to my mother. She will bring a large amount of spirit crystals to the Sky Demon Square. Once I get the 3,000-year-old blood refining grass and use it to cleanse the impurities in my body, I will successfully cultivate the cloud rising holy body. Within 5 years, I will definitely catch up to Ning Chi. The cloud rising holy body he spoke of was a gradeless special Qi method of the cloud rising sect. After successfully cultivating it, the bloodline in one's body would change. Finally, it would increase the practitioner's aptitude. Only the lamp elder and the green-clothed elder were qualified to cultivate this Qi method. When Nu Tao saw that Ning Chi had beaten him from a 1-star Do Huang to a peak Do Wang, he couldn't stand the bitter begging of Hua, Shi, and secretly passed this Qi method to Hua Wushang. These guys in front of him had already secretly entered the 5 Poison Divine sect and could be considered as Hua Wushang's loyal followers. He wasn't afraid that they would leak it. Even if they did, there was still Nu Tao. The other 35 top sects and 9 top clans all had 1 or 2 of these special Qi methods. Some of them could even cultivate the bloodline of the ancient demon race. Therefore, when Ning Chi revealed the true form of the Titan Destroyer, people mistakenly thought it was the effect of this Qi method. Cloud rising holy body, the inner disciples of the cloud rising sect looked envious. They also wanted to cultivate this special Qi method. However, this Qi method consumed a lot of essence blood. Without enough training resources, it would only kill oneself. Even if Hua Wushang taught them, they might not dare to cultivate it. However, ever since they had snuck into the 5 Poisons Divine sect, the amount of cultivation resources they received each month was 3 to 4 times more than what a normal inner disciple of the Cloud Rising sect would get. As such, they were filled with anticipation for the future. As long as Hua Wushang became the leader of the 5 Poisons Divine sect, they would definitely have enough cultivation resources to cultivate the Cloud Rising holy body. Don't run into Ning Chi during this period of time. I'll be cultivating in seclusion here. Help me find out some information. If the auction is brought forward, remember to call me. Hua Wushang continued. Yes, junior brother Hua. They nodded and turned to leave. Ning Chi, just you wait. As the divine child of the 5 Poisons Divine Church, one day I will make you kneel down and look up to me. Hua Wushang's eyes were filled with the flames of fighting spirit. Ning Chi found an inn. After paying 500 lower spiritual crystals, he obtained a room that was full of restrictive spells. Those below the Do Huang level could not enter without permission. Then Ning Chi sold all the lower spiritual godstones he had obtained in the Water Dragon Holy City to the system in exchange for 160,000 dragon-slaying coins. He spent 700 dragon-slaying coins to buy a low-level training ground for 7 days. He did not dare to buy more as he was afraid of missing the auction. Hence, 7 days was the safest. Subsequently, Ning Chi's figure disappeared from the room and appeared in the familiar stone pavilion. The 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art requires 1 million proficiency points. I don't even have 100,000 points right now. Based on the rate at which I can increase 24 proficiency points a day, I only need to cultivate for another 100 years to break through to the 6th level, so I'll just cultivate the Aries technique before obtaining a treasure that could increase the speed of cultivation. Ningqi planned to cultivate to the 5th level of the Aries technique. 100 years was too long. He had to seize every minute. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within these 7 days, hundreds of humans came to the Celestial Demon Square. Even the Baishao clan and the Zhuge clan, which rarely appeared in the Jianghu, had disciples come. Although there were many cultivation resources in the 9 great clans, and even the 6,000-year-old blood refinement grass was not rare, those at the bottom only had a few times more cultivation resources than ordinary people. They still did not have the chance to obtain rare spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines, so they had to come out and find them themselves. In addition to the humans, there were also demonic beast experts who had completely transformed. They brought the younger generations of their clans. Their numbers were second only to the humans. The least came from the Dragon Clan, because the Dragon Clan had a very long lifespan, and they were the rulers of the Dragon Continent. They had countless cultivation resources. In addition, the Dragon Clan was small in number, so they could allocate even more cultivation resources. It was rumored that each of the 3 dragon clans had a medicinal field, and the oldest spirit grass was more than 10,000 years old. Therefore, the 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass was not enough to attract too many dragon clans. Outside the Celestial Demon Square, Huaiyu and Li Dongjun stood side by side. During this period of time, she brought Li Dongjun to search the vast forest, but she couldn't find any trace of Ningqi. The appointed time between Huaiyu and Hua Wushang was approaching, so she brought Li Dongjun to the Celestial Demon Square first. "Senior Hua, are you going to give up?" Li Dongjun's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Actually, you have a chance to recover your cultivation," Hua Yeyu said lightly. "But if you provoke me again and again, I will have to kill you. As for the lower grade heaven rank martial skill, as long as I am alive, I will have a chance to get it." I was just joking." "Senior Hua, don't be angry." Hearing that, Li Dongjun felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly laughed dryly. He did not have much desire to live before, but now that his injuries were almost healed, he naturally wanted to find a chance to repair his dantian and meridians. He did not want to die like this. After all, he was the successor of the Sword Sage. "Let's go," Hua Yeyu said lightly. The two entered the Celestial Demon Square. Soon she found Hua Wushang. "Mother." Hua Wushang's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Your cloud-rising sacred body has improved?" Hua Yeyu glanced at Hua Wushang with a hint of joy in her eyes. "Sect leader." The inner sect disciples beside Hua Wushang bowed respectfully. Of course, they called him sect leader telepathically to prevent others from hearing it, and the green-robed elders from the cloud-rising sect from hearing it. I feel that my aptitude is much better than before. Oh, who is this?" Hua Wushang looked at Li Dongjun curiously. He could not feel any Do Qi from Li Dongjun. He was like an ordinary person. Could it be that Li Dongjun was also a Do Zun like his mother? At this moment, Li Dongjun did not care about Hua Wushang. Instead, he looked in another direction with a face full of resentment. Hua Yeyu and Hua Wushang followed his gaze. "Ningqi. Li Dongjun? Why is he with Hua Wushang? Who is that woman? She looks like Hua Wushang. Could it be?" Ningqi frowned slightly. Then a thought flashed in his mind, and his eyes revealed a hint of shock. Chapter 659. My life is very tough, Mother. He was at odds with me in the cloud-rising sect. When I broke through to the one-star Do Huang realm, he forced me back to the peak of the King Do. Hua Wushang transmitted his voice to Hua Yeyu. At the same time, a light flashed in his eyes. This time, Ningqi did not have Meng Qingling to protect him. As long as his mother took action, She would definitely be able to keep Ning Qi in the Sky Demon Square. Then his biggest worry would be eliminated. Thinking of this, Hua Wushang began to feel happy. It's him? Hua Yu knew that Hua Wushang was at odds with someone in the Cloud Rising sect, but she did not expect that it was the same person who killed Du Shaoling. Could it be that this person had a grudge against the Five Poison sect? Or could it be that Ning Xiandong wanted to use this person to cut off the Five Poison sect's wings? Thinking of this, Hua Yu looked at Ning Qi indifferently and then at Li Dongjun. She then asked Ning Qi coldly, "Did you kill Shaoling?" Du Shaoling was dead? Hua Wushang's eyes revealed a trace of shock. However, for some unknown reason, he felt a faint trace of happiness in his heart. Honestly speaking, although he was the divine son of the Five Poison Divine Sect, in terms of talent, he was slightly inferior to Du Shaoling. Although Du Shaoling had only trained for around 10 years more than him, he was already a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the second stage of life and death. Even if it was Hua Wushang, before he had successfully mastered the Cloud Saint body, he might not have been able to reach this level within 10 years. After Du Shaoling's death, the remaining young disciples are no match for me. In the future, it will be reasonable for me to take over the Five Poison sect. Haha, Ning Qi! I didn't expect you to help me eliminate a hidden opponent. This time, I really have to thank you. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi with a trace of joy in his eyes. So, she had a grudge against this guy. No wonder she agreed to my request so easily. Li Dongjun secretly glanced at Hua Yu. Then he continued to look at Ning Qi with a face full of resentment. If looks could kill, Ning Qi would have been cut into pieces. The grudge of destroying his cultivation and ending his family line were both life and death grudges. Du Shaoling? Ning Qi smiled and said, "He was indeed killed by me." "You admit it?" Hua Yeyu frowned slightly. "He was the one who ambushed me first, and his skills weren't good enough, so he died. With his temperament, even if he didn't die by my hands this time, he would have died by Zhang San and Li Si's hands. The result would have been the same." Ning Qi smiled faintly. This guy is so arrogant. Doesn't he know what kind of existence he's facing? The eyes of the inner sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect sparkled as they looked at Ning Qi with admiration. No matter what, he is still my disciple. So, go to hell. Huayu's face showed a trace of anger. She directly stretched out her hand to grab Ning Qi. Her palm was instantly covered with a layer of faint black gas. A pungent smell could be smelled from afar. This palm could probably poison a dragon to death. If he was caught by her, Ning Qi would definitely die. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that my revenge would be avenged so quickly? It's a pity that I didn't do it myself. Li Dongjun laughed maniacally in his heart. He looked at Ning Qi with a gloating expression. Is Ning Qi about to die? Hua Wushang was a little excited. At the same time, his heart suddenly felt empty. It was as if he had lost his motivation once Ning Qi died. However, Ning Qi was not worried. As expected, the moment Li Macho made her move, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed between Hua Yeyu and Ning Qi, blocking Hua Yeyu's palm. This silhouette was about 3 meters tall, with muscles all over its body and a wolf's head. One look, and one could tell that it was a rank 8 demonic beast. With the strength of a rank 8 demonic beast, it could completely transform, but this demonic beast was only in a half-transformed state. Obviously, it preferred this form. As soon as the wolf demon appeared, it used its aura to lock onto Hua Yeyu. Hua Yeyu's face revealed a trace of fear. The wolf demon looked at Hua Yeyu coldly and said in a low, muffled voice, "The Celestial Monster Mill does not allow private killing. If you want to fight, please do it outside the Celestial Monster Mill, or you can apply for a life and death duel with the mill owner. However, you have to pay 1,000 medium spiritual crystals. If you can afford it, the mill owner will naturally arrange for you to fight." 1,000 medium spiritual crystals? Hua Yeyu's expression changed slightly. I don't know how much the 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass will fetch. I can't use the spiritual crystals here for the time being. Then, after the auction is over, I will take this boy's life. Thinking of this, Hua Yeyu sneered at Ning Qi. Your life is in your hands for the time being. I'll take it another day. You can also try to leave the celestial monster square. Maybe you can escape back to the Cloud Rising sect. Seeing that Ning Qi was about to be killed by Hua Yu, but was protected by the wolf demon, Li Dongjun and Hua Wushang were disappointed. Fortunately, with Ning Qi's cultivation, it was no different from a fool's dream to escape from the palm of Hua Yu, a 1-star Dozun. My life is very hard. Can you try to take it away? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Then I will give it a try. Hua Yeyu smiled slightly and then left with Hua Wushang and the others. When Li Dongjun left, he deliberately lagged behind and said to Ning Qi coldly, Boy, you didn't expect that I could find someone to help me take revenge so quickly, right? Are you regretting that you didn't kill me? How can killing you relieve the hatred in my heart? You just be a good-for-nothing and live well. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Li Dongjun was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to slap Ning Qi to death, but he was even worse than an ordinary person now. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and chase after Hua Yu. The conflict between Ning Qi and Hua Yu was seen by Yuan Kongming and the others who happened to walk out of the soaring dragon trading firm. Is that the leader of the 5 Poisons divine sect, Hua Yu? Chu Feng's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Yes, it is her. I have seen her once. Yuan Kongming nodded. How did Ning Qi offend the leader of the 5 Poisons divine sect? It seems that he cannot escape this time. Chu Feng smiled. This matter has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it. Yuan Kongming smiled slightly. After that, everyone walked past Ning Qi. Yuan Shang, Chu Xian, and Dongfang Lingdong, who were behind Yuan Kongming, glanced at Ning Qi with gloating eyes. On the other side, there was also a group of people who were curious about Ning Qi. This was especially so when they knew that Ning Qi was the number 1 on the dragon ranking. The interest in their eyes became even more intense. Other than the dozen peak Do Huangs in this group, there were 3 people whose auras were not weaker than Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng's group. They were 2 women and 1 man. Bai Xiao Lingyi, what do you think of this person? One of the women said faintly. Zhuge Hui. When this person defeated the desolate ancient owl, he was only a peak Do Huang and had yet to step into the 9 stages of life and death. An elder of the Bai Xiao clan once said that if there is no accident, this person can easily become a Dozun. Bai Xiaolingyi smiled. Then the 2 women looked at the silent young man with waist-length hair and a somewhat devilishly handsome face. Big Brother Ding, what do you think? If this person dies in the hands of Hua Yu, then he cannot even become a Dozong. Ding Yuanjia said faintly. Brother Ding is right. The 2 women smiled and nodded. Chapter 660. The Madman from the Tuoba Clanlongting trading firm. This place was divided into an elixir section and a battle equipment section. However, there were only top-grade, earth-rank elixirs and weapons. Heaven rank and above were on the 2nd floor. Ning Qi went straight to the 2nd floor and happened to pass by Mu Juner and the others. Their expressions were a little ugly, and Ning Qi could not help but feel curious. Brother Ning, you shouldn't go up. Mu Juner hesitated and said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi was startled. What happened up there? The madman from the Tuoba clan is fighting with a demonic beast. If you want to buy elixirs, you should wait until tomorrow. Ji Kaishi said indifferently. Wait until tomorrow? Ning Qi smiled and said, Thank you for the reminder. He continued to walk to the 2nd floor after saying that. Without the miracle cure pill, Ning Qi did not feel safe. Therefore, he did not plan to wait until tomorrow. This guy. Ji Kaishi looked at Ning Qi's back and sneered. He's a little arrogant. Maybe he doesn't care about ordinary people because he's ranked first on the dragon ranking. Kai Weitao said indifferently, "What's so great about being ranked first on the dragon ranking? Any one of us is stronger than him." Mu Bai muttered. Mu Juner said indifferently, "Can you still say that when he breaks through to the Grandmaster level?" Mu Bai immediately choked. "Let's go up and take a look." Kaishi narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Agreed. Mu Bai and Kai Weitao nodded respectively. Seeing this, Mu Juner could only follow them back to the second floor. Once Ning Qi reached the second floor, he saw Fong Chun, Fong Mo, Duan Minglong, Duan Juntian, and the others. Dozens of people seemed to be watching the show. At the center of the second floor, there was a young man who looked to be in his 20s or 30s, and he was facing off against a demonic beast that was around 10 feet tall. This half-transformed demonic beast's entire face was covered in tiny green scales, and its eyes were emitting a faint green light. If a timid person saw this, they would have goosebumps. Ning Qi glanced at the two's attributes. Tuoba clan, Tuoba Qingfeng level. 7-star Do Zone cultivation method. Heaven-ranked inferior grade indestructible flame body. Martial skill. Heaven rank low grade green flame 5 Buddha fist. Health points 1150000 over 1 million HP. It seemed that among all the human Do Zongs Ningqi had seen, this fellow was the first one to break through the limit of 1 million lives. Rank 7 medium level demon beast, Hell Serpent, HP 450000. Little snake demon, do you really want to go against me today? Tuoba Qingfeng sneered at the Hell Serpent. The Yin Hell Serpent's tongue suddenly flicked, and everyone felt that the temperature seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees. Then the Yin Hell Serpent smiled faintly and said, "Tuoba Qingfeng, according to you humans, we will not rest until one of us is dead, right? Fight to the death? Ha ha ha, with just you? I can pinch a little snake like you to death with one hand." Tuoba Qingfeng laughed out loud. His cultivation was indeed higher than the Dark Hell Serpent. A rank 7 middle-class demonic beast was at most equivalent to a 4-star Dozong. Hence, Tuoba Qingfeng was not boasting. However, that was only to an ordinary demonic beast. Everyone knew that the Yin Hell Serpent had an innate magical ability. It was a passageway that connected hell and the human world. An ordinary 1-star Dozun would not dare to be so arrogant in front of the Yin Hell Serpent. Although the Yin Hell Serpent was not ranked high on the man ranking list, it was because it rarely fought. Or rather, there were very few people who saw it. Those who saw it were likely sent to hell by it. Hence, the Baishao clan only symbolically ranked the Yin Hell Serpent 436th on the man ranking list. At this moment, footsteps were heard from the staircase. It was Baishao Lingyi and the rest. Fang Chun's expression changed slightly when he saw Baishao Lingyi and Zhuge Hui, after which he looked at the outrageously handsome Ding Yuanjie. A stern glint flashed across his eyes. "Miss Lingyi, Miss Zhuge Hui, you have also come." Fang Chun stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. "Oh, it's you." Zhuge Hui glanced at Fang Chun and nodded faintly. As for Baishao Lingyi, she directly ignored Fang Chun. Instead, she focused her gaze on Tuoba Qingfeng and the Yin Hell Serpent. This was especially so for the Yin Hell Serpent. As a disciple of the Baishao clan, she naturally knew all the experts from various places like the back of her hand. This was the first time she saw the Yin Hell Serpent, which was rumored to be feared by even a Dozun and belonged to an unusual species among demonic beasts. The curiosity in Baishao Lingyi's heart was instantly magnified by over 100 times. She quietly anticipated in her heart that it would be best if Tuoba Qingfeng fought with the Yin Hell Serpent here. At that time, she would be able to see if the Yin Hell Serpent's magical ability was as powerful as it was rumored to be. Anger flashed across Feng Chun's eyes when he saw that Bai Xiaolingi was ignoring him. He used a gaze that was difficult to detect to sweep over Ding Yuanjie with jealousy before he snorted and stood back. Feng Mo and Feng Bai exchanged glances in tacit understanding when they saw this. They shut their mouths and did not speak. They had heard that Feng Chun had been taught a lesson by someone half a year ago because he had pursued two ladies. Could this person be Ding Yuanjie from the Ding clan? Speaking of Ding Yuanjie, he had another identity. He was Big Brother Ding Ling, who guarded the Book of Life and Death in the Cloud Mist Tower of the Nine Prefectures Empire. Because Ding Ling was guarding the Book of Life and Death, even some old Doshing monsters avoided offending this pair of siblings. Feng Mo and Feng Bai quietly sized up Ding Yuanjie when they thought of this. They could not help but feel sad for Feng Chun when they saw that he had not even looked at Feng Chun. Kill me with one hand? What a bold claim! The Een Hell serpent sneered. It is said that everyone in the Tuoba clan is crazy. It is indeed as the rumors say. Even if the elders in your clan were standing in front of me, they would not dare to boast like this. That's right. I am a crazy person. Do you want to try? Tuoba Qingfeng laughed maniacally. His body was immediately enveloped in flames, causing the temperature that had dropped earlier to rise again. Ning Qi only planned to buy some miracle rejuvenation pills as soon as possible and wait for the auction of the 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass to begin. Therefore, after glancing at the two of them, he walked directly to the counter that sold elixirs. Do you have heaven-level miracle rejuvenation pills? Give me a dozen of them, Ning Qi said nonchalantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted from Tuoba Qingfeng and the Een Hell serpent to Ning Qi. Many people revealed gloating expressions. Before the grudge between me and the little serpent is resolved, no one can buy anything here. Which clan's descendant are you from? Where is your clan's elder? Why aren't you taking him away? Tuoba Qingfeng glared at Ning Qi with eyes filled with killing intent. After which, he swept his gaze across Feng Chun, Bai Xiaoling and the others, other than Ding Yuanjie. All the dozongs that he saw avoided his gaze to avoid being pestered by this lunatic. I told you to come the next day, but you didn't listen. What will you do now? Chapter 661. Are you an idiot? Ning Qi frowned slightly. He looked at Tuoba Qingfeng and said, Don't you know that the Celestial Demon Square does not allow private fights? Tuoba Qingfeng froze for a moment, as if he could not keep up with Ning Qi's thoughts. What's wrong? You talk about fighting and killing. Why don't you hand over 1,000 middle spiritual crystals and ask the owner of the Celestial Beast Mill to arrange a match for you? Why are you shouting here? Ning Qi continued. When the Hell Serpent heard that, it glanced at Ning Qi before looking at Tuoba Qingfeng. The corner of its mouth curled into a mocking smile. Besides, what does it have to do with you that I'm buying things? What right do you have to control me? Ning Qi said again. Hiss, everyone gasped. Even Ding Yuanjie, who had been expressionless, looked at Ning Qi with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Was this kid crazy or stupid? He actually dared to offend Tuoba Qingfeng like that? It had to be known that Tuoba Qingfeng was like a pile of shit in the world of martial artists. Even if he did not stink to death, he could still disgust them to death. Good heavens! Ji Kaishi stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. It seems that Brother Ning has already given me enough face. Feng Mo rejoiced in his heart. Ning Qi could be so arrogant and unruly even when facing Tuoba Qingfeng. But he spoke to Feng Mo politely and respectfully. Feng Mo actually felt a little overwhelmed by the favor. Is this what they mean by newborn calves are not afraid of tigers? By Xiaolingi and Zhuge, Hui exchanged glances. Although Ning Qi was number 1 on the dragon ranking, the dragon ranking only recorded experts who were below the Do Huang class. They could not be compared with the existences on the man ranking. As for Tuoba Qingfeng, his ranking on the man ranking was not low. He was in the top 200. You don't know who I am? Tuoba Chingfeng scanned Ning Chi from head to toe and realized that Ning Chi was only a peak-do emperor who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. I know, isn't it, Tuoba Chingfeng? Ning Chi smiled faintly. What? You know who I am, yet you still dare to be so impudent towards me. Are you courting death? Tuoba Chingfeng said furiously. Then come and hit me. Ning Chi said with a sincere smile. You. Tuoba Chingfeng almost couldn't help but slap Ning Chi to death. However, he immediately recalled the rules of the Celestial Demon Mill. If he killed Ning Chi today, he would probably be kept here even if he was the elite disciple of the Tuoba family. Therefore, Tuoba Chingfeng endured it. Ning Chi was somewhat suspicious. The rumors in the outside world about him did not seem to be too accurate. If Tuoba Chingfeng was really a madman, he should have already made a move by now, right? Why would he have any misgivings? Feels so good, Fong Bai thought to himself. He had long found Tuoba Chingfeng an eyesore. Tuoba Chingfeng had a grudge with the Dark Hell Serpent, and he had to settle it privately. He had even implicated everyone by not allowing them to purchase the elixirs. Now that Ning Chi was confronting Tuoba Chingfeng head-on, Fong Bai felt as though he had just drunk a bowl of iced sour plum juice on a sunny day in March. There were many people who thought the same as him. At least half of the people on the second floor were feeling as good as Fong Bai, such as Mu Juner and the others. They had all been reprimanded by Tuoba Chingfeng before, which was why their expressions were so unpleasant when they went down the stairs. Gee, who? Who's laughing? Tuoba Chingfeng turned his head angrily in the direction of the laughter. So what if I'm laughing at you? Come and hit me too. A cute purple-clothed girl smiled at Tuoba Chingfeng. She had imitated Ning Chi's tone of voice very well. Zhou Luning, if you continue to act like this, I'll bring you back to the White Emperor Tower. Wuma Fengling transmitted her voice to the purple-clothed girl angrily. Damn it, you're courting death too. Tuoba Chingfeng was furious. Ning Chi glanced at Zhou Luning and then at Wuma Fengling. He revealed a strange expression. He felt that Wuma Fengling was somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen her before. Wuma Fengling saw Ning Chi looking at her expressionlessly. She believed that Ning Chi would never recognize her. After all, she had fled thousands of miles away after stabbing Ning Chi with her sword. She did not give Ning Chi a chance to see her true appearance. Which family is this girl from? How dare she be so bold? Everyone looked at Zhou Luning curiously. It seems like he was right. You really don't dare to make a move in the Celestial Monster Mill. Zhou Luning giggled. I'm so angry. Tuoba Chingfeng felt as though his chest was about to explode. Ning Chi glanced at him indifferently and asked the shopkeeper behind the counter, Do you have inferior, heaven-class rejuvenation elixirs? The shopkeeper nodded hurriedly. Yes, 100 inferior spirit crystals. How many do you want, young master? I'll give you 100 first. Ning Chi took out 100 middle spirit crystals and handed it to the shopkeeper. Then the shopkeeper took out a large porcelain bottle and handed it to Ning Chi. Ning Chi did not check the quantity and stored it in his spatial bag before heading downstairs. Tuoba Chingfeng ignored the Hell Serpent and blocked Ning Chi in a flash. He said to Ning Chi coldly, Kneel down and admit your mistake. Perhaps I will spare your life. Are you an idiot? Ning Chi shook his head. He brushed past Tuoba Chingfeng and went downstairs. Tuoba Chingfeng stood there blankly. Everyone could clearly see that his shoulders were trembling non-stop. Tuoba Chingfeng, it seems like you have a new target now. Let's settle our feud next time. The Hell Serpent walked to Tuoba Chingfeng's side and sneered. Then it went downstairs and left. After Ding Yuanjia saw this scene, he said to Bai Xiaolingyi and Zhuge Hui, Let's go. Let's see if there are any elixirs we need here. Okay. The two girls nodded. Since the Hell Serpent had left, the show was over. Hence, Everyone began to check the elixirs on the counter and ignored Tuoba Chingfeng. That brat, if I, Tuoba Chingfeng, do not beat you to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, I will write my name backwards. Tuoba Chingfeng roared in his heart and ran downstairs. Senior sister, let's go as well. Let's befriend that brat first, and then take the opportunity to kill him. This is the only way to have a 100% chance of killing him. Zhou Luning smiled at Wuma Fengling. Wuma Fengling was slightly stunned. Only then did she realize that Zhou Luning was not mocking Tuoba Chingfeng for no reason. She was trying to leave an impression on Ning Qi and befriend him. Thinking of this, Wuma Fengling blushed. She had not thought of this method. Ning Qi had only taken a few steps away from the soaring dragon trade firm when he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He turned his head and saw the hell serpent. What's the matter? Ning Qi asked indifferently. What's your name? The hell serpent smiled. Ning Qi frowned slightly and said indifferently, My name is Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian, I'll remember you. Chapter 662. See through, but do not expose. What's the matter? Ning Qi frowned as he looked at Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling. I know you. You're the first on the dragon rank, Ning Qi, right? You gave me a fake name just now because you're afraid of being assassinated, right? Zhou Luning chuckled. There are many people who know me. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Ning Qi said lightly, Hey, wait. Seeing Ning Qi leave directly, which was completely different from the script in Zhou Luning's mind, she immediately called out anxiously, Senior sister, he actually ignored our beauty. Zhou Luning said angrily to Wuma Fengling. Beauty, Wuma Fengling raised her head to look at the horizon. Then she turned her head around and asked Zhou Luning, What do you plan to do now? Follow him. Zhou Luning clenched her teeth and chased after Ning Qi. Seeing this, Wuma Fengling hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Just like that, Ning Qi had two little tails. Don't keep following me. Ning Qi couldn't help but stop and frown at the two of them. You go your way and we go ours. Are we in your way? Zhou Luning said angrily. Sigh, if you want to follow me, then follow me. Ning Qi sighed and continued to wander around the celestial demon mill. Suddenly, he stopped and glanced at their stats. White Emperor Tower. I see. Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling's identities were exposed just like that. The two of them did not expect that Ning Qi could directly check their attributes. They did not know that their identities as assassins from the White Emperor Pavilion had been exposed, and they continued to follow behind Ning Qi. When Ning Qi looked at them, Zhou Luning even rolled her eyes at him. So these two fellows wanted to assassinate me and then go to the Martial Imperial Manor to collect the bounty. Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you. Ning Qi smirked. The next place he visited was a little special. In the Celestial Demon Square, there were also brothels similar to those in human cities. Why would that guy go to such a place? Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling stood at the entrance. Their expressions were somewhat dull. Are we still going in? Wuma Fengling said with a frown. Enter. Zhou Luning gritted her teeth. After following Ning Qi for only a day, Zhou Luning was already exhausted. This guy was too good at running. He ran here and there and almost walked through the entire Celestial Demon Square. Fortunately, this guy probably wants to wait for the 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass to come out. Tomorrow is the auction. We just need to wait for one more day. When he leaves the Celestial Demon Square, we'll make our move. Zhou Luning sent a voice transmission to Wuma Fengling as she stood at the entrance of an inn. For some reason, Wuma Fengling felt a hint of unease in her heart. Mother, when the auction is over and we get the blood refining grass, you must help me kill Ning Qi. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Hua Yeyu said lightly. When Hua Wushang heard this, a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. Damn you! I don't believe you won't leave the celestial monster mill. When the time comes, I'll let you taste despair." Tuoba Ching-fong looked coldly at an inn and roared in his heart. This inn was where Ning Chi was staying. After he left, Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling suddenly appeared where he had been standing. The two girls had been by Tuoba Ching-feng's side, but Tuoba Ching-fong did not notice them at all. "Senior, maybe Ning Chi will be killed by Tuoba Ching-fong without us doing anything. Should we observe the situation and reap the benefits?" "Sure." Wuma Fengling nodded. "Big Brother Ding, Zhuge Hui and I have about 80,000 middle spiritual crystals. This time, we will definitely help you bid for the blood refining grass." "If that's the case, thank you, sisters." Ding Yuanjie smiled and nodded. Many people were waiting patiently. Soon a night had passed. The next day, Ning Chi came to the soaring dragon firm again. This time, there were more than 10 times more people than the day before. There were also many people who were suspected to be dozuns. It seemed that they were here for the auction today. Under the guidance of the staff of the soaring dragon firm, everyone was led to the 3rd floor. It was a very large hall with thousands of seats. The most eye-catching one was a high platform in front. There was already a smiling elder standing on it. Behind the elder, there was a middle-aged man standing with a gloomy face. Ning Chi was a little surprised when he saw that fellow. That middle-aged man was one of the 9 managers of the soaring dragon firm, Long Xuanyo, whose cultivation had been destroyed by him. Why was this fellow here? Not long after, all the seats were filled. Everyone had to pay a hefty sum of middle spiritual crystals to get a seat, which was said to be the cost of participating in the auction. Ning Chi sat at the back. On his left sat Hua, Yeyu, and the rest, while on his right sat Tuoba Ching-fong. There was a clear distinction between the human clan, demonic beasts, and dragon clan. Li Dongjun had been staring at Ning Chi with resentment. He was imagining Ning Chi's fate after leaving the Sky Demon Square. It seems that other than the 9 great clans, the remaining clans and sects have sent their elders over. Ning Chi saw Duan Minglong and the others sitting together with an old man who exuded the aura of a dozong. Mu Juner and the others also had a suspected 1-star dozun beside them. However, Ning Chi had never seen them before. Clearly, this group of old fellows had purposely revealed themselves today. "Everyone, I am one of the 9 managers of the soaring dragon firm, Long Tian." On the high platform, the old man glanced at everyone and said with a faint smile. After a pause, Long Tian continued with a faint smile, "I'm sure everyone is here for the 3,000-year-old blood refinement herb. I won't keep you in suspense. I won't sell anything else but the blood refinement herb in this auction." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the gloomy Long Xuanyo, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Go and bring the blood refining grass." "Yes." Long Sun nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, he reappeared with a jade box in his hand. The lid of the jade box was open, and inside it was a stalk of deep red blood refinement grass that seemed to have been dyed with blood. Judging from its color, it was indeed 3,000 years old. It seems that Long Xuanyo's status has been reduced to that of a lackey. Ning Chi laughed in his heart. The starting price of this 3,000-year-old blood refining grass is 10,000 middle spiritual crystals. Each increment must be no less than 500 middle spiritual crystals. Everyone, please start. Long Tian took the jade box and smiled at everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuoba Ching-fong had already opened his mouth and shouted, 20,000 middle spiritual crystals. He directly bid 20,000. Everyone looked at Tuoba Ching-fong and was not surprised. In fact, they all knew the value of the 3,000-year-old blood refining grass. The starting price of 20,000 middle spiritual crystals was just the beginning. Chapter 663. The richest doe, Huang Ningqi, had been observing the entire time. The elder of the divine Dragon Marquis Palace did not seem to be very interested in the blood refinement grass. Ningqi suspected that he did not have much confidence. After all, compared to the families and sects present, the foundation of the divine Dragon Marquis Palace was slightly inferior. Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng screamed the loudest. Zhuge Hui, by Xiaolingi and Ding Yuanjie didn't bid. Mu Juner would occasionally add 500 middle spiritual crystals, but it was not much. Like Zhuge Hui and the rest, Hua Yeyu did not make a bid. In addition to the human clan, a few members of the dragon clan and demonic beasts would occasionally bid. In less than 15 minutes, the price of the 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass had been pushed to 80,000 medium spiritual crystals. Most of the credit could be attributed to Tuoba Qingfeng. He was looking down on everyone with a proud expression. For the sake of this 3,000-year-old blood refinement herb, the amount of spirit crystals he had brought would definitely shock everyone. Stop fighting with me. You won't be able to outbid me. This is too slow. How about 500,000 middle spiritual crystals? Tuoba Qingfeng laughed maniacally. 500,000 middle spiritual crystals? This was already equivalent to the price of a middle heaven tier dough weapon, far surpassing the market price of a 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass. Where did Tuoba Qingfeng get so many spirit crystals? Yuan Kongming's expression was somewhat unsightly. I'm really unlucky to have encountered this lunatic. It seems I can only wait for the next opportunity. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. Tuoba Qingfeng had already set the price. The middle-grade spirit crystals that they had brought were far less than 500,000. In other words, they had already been eliminated. Yuan and Kongming weren't the only ones who were eliminated. The divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, Fengchun, Mujun, and 99% of the humans who came to the Celestial Monster Square were eliminated. Even some beasts and dragons were eliminated. However, the dragons were better off. They had a lot of spiritual crystals to begin with, so they could still call for a few more rounds. Well, I won't be able to bid for the blood-refining grass this time. The Hell Serpent shook his head with a bitter smile and looked at Tuoba Qingfeng. Coincidentally, Tuoba Qingfeng looked at him as well, and his eyes were filled with complacency. I'll let you be smug for a while longer. The Hell Serpent sneered in his heart. Mother. Hua Wushang was shocked and looked at Huayu, not knowing what to do. He didn't know that the 3,000-year-old blood refining grass, which was usually sold for 200,000, would be sold for 500,000 this time. Was he going to miss this opportunity? Damn it! Hua Wushang clenched his fists tightly. Without the 3,000-year-old blood refining grass, if he wanted to successfully cultivate the cloud-rising sage body, he would have to take a detour. Don't worry. Hua Yeyu's face revealed a hint of confidence. Seeing this, Hua Wushang felt much more at ease. Brother Ding, it seems that we can't get the blood refinement grass this time. Zhuge Hui and Bai Shaoling transmitted their voices to Ding Yuanjie. Don't worry, the auction isn't over yet. Ding Yuanjie smiled confidently. When the two women saw this, they were slightly shocked. Could it be that Brother Ding still had a backup? However, as far as they knew, the total amount of medium spiritual crystals that the three of them could take out was no more than 250,000. This young man has bid 500,000 middle spiritual crystals. Is there a higher bid? A look of surprise flashed in Long Tian's eyes. Before the people he had arranged made a move, there was already a fool who helped him raise the bid. 500,000, he. Same, he. Everyone revealed a look of disdain and smiled without saying a word. However, they were devastated. They had come to the Sky Monster Square with ample preparation, but they met Tuoba Qingfeng, who did not play by the rules, which made their preparations go down the drain. Is the Tuoba family so rich already? It seems that I have to suggest to the primordial dragon race to increase the tribute of the Tuoba family. A few dragon race members looked at Tuoba Qingfeng with dissatisfaction and thought to themselves, 510,000 middle spiritual crystals. Ding Yuanji raised his hand slightly and said plainly, "Brother Ding." Zhuge Hui and Bai Shaoling were shocked. "Don't worry." Ding Yuanjie smiled at them. When the two women saw this, they already understood that the middle spiritual crystals that Ding Yuanjie had prepared this time were far from what they had imagined. "Ding Yuanjie, how dare you go against me?" Tuoba Qingfeng's complacent expression disappeared instantly, and he looked at Ding Yuanjie angrily. "Everyone is equal in the auction." Ding Yuanjie smiled faintly. "All right, I'll pay 550,000. Tuoba Qingfeng sneered. "Let's see how you're going to follow. I'll play with you till the end." 600,000. Ding Yuanjie said plainly. "You." Tuoba Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Ding Yuanjie's confidence made him feel a little threatened. Although he had prepared 700,000 middle spiritual crystals this time, 90% of them were secretly taken out from the Tuoba family. Initially, he had planned to act first and report later so that he could make up for it in the future. However, from the looks of it, 700,000 middle spiritual crystals did not seem safe enough. "Stop arguing. The Black Water Dragon race will be taking this 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass." An old man stood up slowly. After casting a disdainful glance at Ding Yuanjie and Tuoba Qingfeng, he said to Long Tian, 800,000 middle spiritual crystals. 800,000 SS. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Black Water Dragon race? When Ning Qi heard these words, he subconsciously looked at the old man. Indeed, his aura was very similar to Heishui Yunshi's. Damn it! Tuoba Qingfeng sat on his seat in a daze. This, Ding Yuanjie's face also showed an expression of miscalculation. 800,000? Ha ha ha, the Black Water Dragon race indeed. All right then. Long Tian laughed. He had intended to close the deal immediately. In his opinion, a 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass being sold at this price was already the highest price. This price was even more expensive than when the blood refinement grass was at its most scarce. It was impossible for anyone present to offer a higher price than the Black Water Dragon race. 1,000,000. Hua Yu stood up and said, 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals. 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals? Crazy! This group of people is crazy. A mere 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass is sold at a higher price than a 6,000-year-old blood refinement grass. Chu Feng sneered sarcastically. Who is that woman? She seems to be the leader of the Five Poisons Divine Sect. Mu Juner said in a low voice. Five Poisons Divine Sect. Mu Bai frowned slightly. A mere second-rate sect can actually take out 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals? How is this possible? Yuan Kongming's face showed a thoughtful expression. That's great. This blood refinement grass is mine. Hua Wushang was ecstatic and did not think about why Hua Yu suddenly had such a large number of middle spiritual crystals. Ha, if I, Tuoba Qingfeng, can't get it, your Black Water Dragon race, Ding Yuanjie can't get it either. Tuoba Qingfeng's face showed a gloating smile and said loudly. The Black Water Dragon race elder's face suddenly became a little gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, another voice came from not far away from Hua Yu. 1,050,000 middle spiritual crystals. Who was bidding again? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a small Emperor Do raising his hand. This person was none other than Ning Qi. Hua Yu's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Hua Wushang's eyes revealed a trace of undisguised killing intent. Yuan Kongming and the others were very curious. Tuoba Qingfeng was a little shocked. It's him. Long Xuanyo, who had been listless on the high platform, seemed to be injected with chicken blood after seeing Ning Qi. His eyes were like sharp swords that pierced deeply into Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with endless, monstrous hatred. Impossible. You are just Emperor Do. How can you have so many middle spiritual crystals? You are causing trouble. Tuoba Chingfeng subconsciously shouted. Ning Qi looked at him disdainfully and said, "Because I am the richest Emperor Do. Don't grumble in front of me if you have no money." Chapter 664. Blood, refinement grass obtained. This little brother really bid one. 0.5 million middle spiritual crystals and not one. 0.5 million lower spiritual crystals? Long Tian looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. How could a mere peak Do Huang, who had just entered the first stage of life and death, have so many spiritual crystals? Everyone did not believe it and looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a liar. Little brother, don't cause trouble in the soaring dragon trading firm. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. A dozong behind Ning Qi advised. It seems even more interesting. The dark hell serpent looked at Ning Qi with a smile. From Ning Qi's demeanor and tone, he could tell that Ning Qi was not here to cause trouble. That kind of confidence was hard to fake. The richest Do Huang? You're messing with me. Tuoba Chingfeng immediately reacted and felt that Ning Qi was just messing with him. If you really have one, 0.5 million middle spiritual crystals, then I will let you have this 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass. Hua, Yeu looked at Ning Qi and said faintly, Mother. Hua Wushang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Don't worry, he can't have so many middle spiritual crystals. Hua Yeu transmitted her voice. Hearing this, Hua Wushang heaved a sigh of relief. His mother was right. No matter how much Meng Qingling loved Ning Qi, she would never give him so many middle spiritual crystals. 1.05 million. This amount of money could be used to purchase 2 middle-grade Heaven Tier Do weapons. Even a lower-grade Heaven Tier Qi method would be enough. It seems that I don't need Hua Yeu to deal with you. The soaring dragon trading firm will not let you off today. Li Dongjun looked at Ning Qi with resentment and smirked. It was as if he could see Ning Qi's miserable fate. Thinking of this scene, Li Dongjun's heart felt refreshed. This guy looks familiar. The Dozong level elder looked at Ning Qi and fell into deep thought. Elder, he is Ning Qi, the first on the dragon ranking. He has come to our Dozong mansion many times. Duan Minglong transmitted his voice. So it's him. The Dozong elder's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect to meet the legendary number 1 on the ranking list of young masters here. Furthermore, the relationship between the number 1 on the mortal list and the divine dragon manor was extremely complicated. He was someone's enemy, but also someone's friend. He heard that Duan Ingjun was very close to Ning Qi when he was in the Cloud Rising sect, so the attitude of the divine dragon manor towards Ning Qi was somewhat ambiguous. Do you guys think that he really has so many middle spiritual crystals? If not, I'm afraid he won't be able to walk out of the soaring dragon trading firm's door today. Ji Kaishi transmitted his voice to Mu Juner and the others. That's impossible. The Mu King's mansion has mobilized all of our resources, but we can barely gather 1 million middle spiritual crystals. He's just a peak Do Huang. It's impossible for him to have so many spiritual crystals, Mu Bai said confidently. Everything can't be said to be absolute. I feel that his words are not groundless. Kai Weitao said lightly. Then let's make a bet. Let's bet 1,000 middle spiritual crystals. Mu Bai said. Mu Juner glared at Mu Bai, but Kai Weitao smiled. All right, I'll bet. Shopkeeper Long Tian, did you hear what you said? Aren't you going to drop the hammer? Ning Qi looked at Long Tian and smiled faintly. Okay. Long Tian nodded and glanced at the crowd. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher than 1,050,000 middle spiritual crystals? Everyone was silent. Even if they had the spiritual crystals, they would never take them out to buy a 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass. It was not cost-effective. They would rather wait for the next opportunity. What's more, among the people present, there was probably no one else but the Blackwater Dragon clan who could take out so many spiritual crystals. 1,050,000 middle spiritual crystals going once. Second time, third time, deal. Until Long Tian dropped the hammer. The elder of the Blackwater Dragon clan just looked at Ning Chi indifferently and did not continue to bid. Little brother, this 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass belongs to you. Let's settle the matter. Long Tian looked at Ning Chi and smiled faintly. He was already prepared in his heart. As long as Ning Chi said that he had no spiritual crystals, Long Tian would personally suppress Ning Chi. Long Shunyo's face was very ugly. Among the people present, he was probably the only one who knew that Ning Chi could not only take out 1,050,000 middle spiritual crystals, but even 6,050,000 middle spiritual crystals. Ning Chi smiled faintly and walked to the high platform. With a wave of his hand, everyone felt a surging Do Chi aura sweeping towards them. In front of Ning Chi, there were many thumb-sized middle spiritual crystals. According to the size, there were at least 1,000,000 of them. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at Ning Chi in horror. Then they looked at the spiritual crystals. Some people even rubbed their eyes, as if they could not believe what they had seen. How is this possible? Tuoba Chingfeng's face was livid, and he was still unwilling to believe it. This guy's wealth is so rich that he can't even compare to us. Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng looked at each other in shock. Then they looked at Ning Chi enviously and felt a little ashamed at the same time. Ding Yuanjia's face was very calm. Zhuge Hui and Zhuge Hui could not tell what he was thinking, but both of them knew that he must be in a bad mood. After all, the cultivation technique that he was currently cultivating urgently needed a 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass. Without it, the progress of Ding Yuanjia's cultivation technique would be very slow. After seeing these spiritual crystals, Hua Yeyu's expression changed a few times. As for Hua Wushang, he was so angry that his face turned blue. Long Tian looked at Ning Chi in shock. He did not expect this kid to have so many middle spiritual crystals. Then he checked and counted. After confirming that the number of spiritual crystals was correct, Long Tian put the spiritual crystals into the interspatial ring. Then he took the jade box from the expressionless Long Xuanyo and handed it to Ning Chi. He smiled and said, "Little brother, this 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass is yours." "Thank you." Ning Chi smiled faintly and put the blood refinement grass into the space bag. Then he turned around and left. "Mother," Hua Wushang clenched his fists. "Go find the owner of this place and give him 1,000 middle spiritual crystals. Tell him that I want to compete with that kid." Hua Yeyu said faintly and handed an interspatial ring to Hua Wushang. Then she chased after Ning Chi. "Senior sister, let's follow her. This guy has the blood refinement grass and is likely to escape from the Celestial Monster Square." Zhou Luning said to Wuma Fengling, "Don't worry, he will definitely choose to consume the blood refinement grass here." Wuma Fengling said faintly, "If this kind of thing was not consumed immediately, it would be robbed as soon as he left the Celestial Monster Square." Therefore, she was very confident that Ning Chi would not leave this place. On the other side, Long Xuanyo whispered a few words in Long Tian's ear. The more Long Tian listened, the worse his face became. Finally, he waved his hand and directly chased after Ning Chi. Long Xuanyo hurriedly followed behind with a proud smile on his face. Chapter 665. Search seeing Hua Yeyu chasing after Ning Chi, and even Long Tian chasing after Ning Chi for some unknown reason. Yuan Kongming and the others glanced at each other. Finally, they tacitly got up and left. They wanted to see if Ning Chi planned to escape from the Celestial Demon Mill, or if he had other plans. Seeing Ning Chi enter the inn, Hua Yeyu's face became gloomier. Not long after, Long Tian rushed over. "Leader Hua, where is that boy?" Long Tian asked after seeing Hua Yeyu. Hua Yeyu glanced at Long Tian and pointed at the inn. Let's go in. Oh, Long Tian frowned and said to Hua Yeyu, Leader, Hua seems to have a grudge against that boy. Manager Long, are you going to help him? Hua Yeyu's eyes became gloomy. Long Tian's cultivation was much higher than hers. He was at least a 4-star dozun. If he wanted to help Ning Qi, she could forget about suppressing Ning Qi. You've misunderstood me, sect leader Hua. I accidentally learned that he had stolen something from the soaring dragon trading firm. I'm afraid the 1,050,000 spiritual crystals originally belonged to the soaring dragon trading firm. Since you have a grudge against him, I wonder if you can hand him over to me? Long Tian smiled. At this moment, Yuan Kongming and the others happened to be here. After hearing Long Tian's words, they suddenly realized where Ning Qi's spiritual crystals came from. I didn't expect the spiritual crystals to be stolen from the soaring dragon trading firm. He is really audacious. Bai Shaoling frowned. Brother Ding, it seems that Long Tian will take back his 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass. We still have one more chance. Zhuge Hui said happily. Ding Yuanjia nodded with a faint smile. Not only him, but Yuan Kongming and the others also thought of this. Duan Juntian, Duan Minglong, and the elder of the Duan clan stood at the outermost of the crowd. However, as a 7-star king of Dou, he naturally heard what Long Tian said to Hua Yu. He gloated in his heart. So what if Ning Qi was stronger than him? He still offended someone stronger. With 2 dozuns guarding him at the door, he could forget about escaping. Senior sister, it seems that we don't need to do anything this time, Zhou Ning Lu said with a smile. For some unknown reason, Wuma Fengling kept having the feeling that the situation before her would not be a problem for Ning Qi. The moment this thought appeared in her mind, Wuma Fengling revealed a surprised expression. Am I hallucinating? On the other side, Hua Wushang had already obtained the permission of the Celestial Demon Arena's workshop owner and rushed over to Hua Yeyu's side with the token. Following behind Hua Wushang was the rank 8 demonic wolf that they had met before. Who are you going to compete with? The rank 8 wolf demon glanced at Long Tian indifferently and then looked at Hua Yu. Hua Yeyu's lips moved slightly. The rank 8 wolf demon frowned and said, According to what I know, that guy is only a peak Do Huang? You are already a 1-star dozun. If you want to compete with a peak Do Huang in the Sky Demon Square, I'm afraid that 1,000 middle spiritual crystals won't be enough. Hua Yeyu frowned slightly and looked at the rank 8 demonic wolf. How many spiritual crystals do I need? At least 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, the rank 8 demon wolf said indifferently. With that, Hua Wushang's face turned ashen. 100,000? Hua Yeyu frowned tightly. Senior wolf demon, are you familiar with that guy? I think so. He asked for 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Obviously, he is protecting that guy. You are wrong. This is just a measure of the Celestial Demon Square. If a 1-star dozun can spend 1,000 middle spiritual crystals to challenge someone with a lower cultivation, how can the Celestial Demon Square be safe? Well, that makes sense. Obviously, Hua Yeyu had also thought of this. The rank 8 demonic wolf demon looked very determined. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation. Then, I will wait here for him to leave the Celestial Demon Square, Hua Yeyu said indifferently. Go ahead. The rank 8 demonic wolf demon smiled. As long as Ning Qi left the Celestial Demon Square, he would not be under his jurisdiction. It did not matter how many times Hua Yeyu wanted to kill Ning Qi. How many spiritual crystals do I have to pay to challenge that guy? Tuoba Qingfeng took the opportunity to ask. As long as Ning Qi left the Celestial Demon Square, even if he wanted to take revenge, Ning Qi would fall into Hua Yeyu's hands. Therefore, he had to teach Ning Qi a lesson while he was still in the Celestial Demon Square. Tuoba Chingfeng was filled with anger when he thought of how Ning Qi had humiliated him. If he did not cripple Ning Qi's cultivation, he would not be able to extinguish the flames in his heart. You, 10,000. The rank 8 demonic wolf demon said indifferently, 10,000 it is. I want to challenge him. Tuoba Chingfeng sneered. Subsequently, he took out 10,000 middle spiritual crystals. After the rank 8 demonic wolf demon confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and entered the inn. Everyone thought that Ning Qi would be brought out by him. Unexpectedly, after 15 minutes, the rank 8 demonic wolf demon slowly walked out of the inn, but there was no one behind him. The guy is not inside. The rank 8 demonic wolf demon said indifferently. How is that possible? Tuoba Chingfeng said angrily, I clearly saw him enter the inn with my own eyes. The rank 8 demonic wolf demon's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Tuoba Chingfeng. The terrifying pressure made Tuoba Chingfeng take 3 to 4 steps back. Are you saying that I lied to you? The rank 8 demonic wolf demon said coldly. Humph. Tuoba Chingfeng snorted coldly. Seeing that Hua Yeyu had entered the inn, he followed her in. After searching for a few times, he did not find any trace of Ning Qi. In the lobby, he exchanged glances with Hua Yeyu and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. How did Ning Qi leave this place? Seeing that Hua Yeyu and Tuoba Chingfeng walked out empty-handed, everyone was curious. After all this time, the main character had already escaped? Interesting. The hell serpent's lips curled up slightly. Master Hua, I will guard the exit of the market. He is definitely still in the market. Go and find him. Long Tian said. Hua Yeyu nodded. Subsequently, Long Tian guarded the exit of the market, while Huayu and the rest searched for Ning Qi in the Celestial Demon Square. Low-level cultivation training ground. After Ning Qi consumed the 3,000-year-old blood refinement grass, he discovered that his apocalyptic titan descendant bloodline had been slightly strengthened. However, the most obvious change was that the meridians in his body were about 2 times thicker than before. It could be said that his physique had been greatly improved. The chances of qi deviation had also been greatly reduced. Now that I have reverted to my origin and transformed into the true body of the Titan Annihilation True Species, it should be enough to withstand the 90 million experience points, right? Ning Qi said in his heart. However, I can only transform into my true body once a month. It's better to wait until I return to the cloud, rising sect, and break through. Subsequently, Ning Qi cultivated in the low-level cultivation training ground for a month. When he returned to the inn, he was already captured before he could slap a mystic mid-grade invisibility talisman on his body. You are indeed still in here. The rank 8 demonic wolf demon looked at Ning Qi and smiled faintly. Senior, what do you mean by this? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Someone wants to compete with you. Chapter 666. Woof, Woof Celestial Monster Square. In the arena, Ning Qi stood on the stage, and opposite him was Tuoba Chingfeng, who had a sinister smile on his face. Then, Ning Qi glanced at the stands and saw many familiar faces flashing by. Other than the demonic beasts and the dragon clan, most of them were the human clan. Many people of the human clan had ugly expressions on their faces because they could see that Ning Qi's body seemed to have changed a little. He must have taken the 3,000-year-old blood refining grass. Mother, I want to kill this kid with my own hands. Hua Wushang said gloomily. Yes. Hua Yeyu simply nodded. As long as he can survive Taba Qingfeng's attack, you will have the chance to personally kill him. He survived Taba Qingfeng's attack? Li Dongjun sneered. Tuoba Qingfeng was on the ranking list of young masters, and his cultivation was higher than Li Dongjun's. Of course, in terms of combat power, Li Dongjun was confident that he was not weaker than Tuoba Qingfeng. After all, His desolate 13 swords were not just for show. Do you think Ning Qi has any chance of winning this match? Yuan Kongming said with a faint smile. 0 chance of winning. Chu Feng said indifferently. Brother Chu is right. When Taba Qingfeng goes crazy, only Brother Kongming and Brother Chu are his opponents. Ning Qi might be the first on the dragon rank, but he is not on the same level as us. A young Dozong smiled as he spoke. At the same time, he flattered the both of them without leaving a trace. Quite a number of Dozongs nodded in agreement. However, they could sense 2 cold gazes from Feng Chun and Ding Yuanjia. Clearly, the words of the young Dozong had unintentionally offended these 2 fellows. Their strength was not any lower than Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng's. Sister, what do you think? Ning Qi can defeat the ancient Desolate Owl, but can he defeat Taba Qingfeng? Mu Bai whispered. Before Mu Juner could speak, Ji Kaishi sneered mockingly. Even if the 4 of us attacked together, we would not be able to defeat Taba Qingfeng. As for Ning Qi, can he defeat any one of us? Of course they can't beat us, Mu Bai said. Then what you said just now, were you stupid? Ji Kaishi sneered. I'm asking my sister. It's none of your business. Mu Bai rolled his eyes. Ji Kaishi smiled and ignored Mu Bai. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Ning Qi and Tuoba Qingfeng. They seemed to be about to fight. Brat, I will give you another chance. You have no chance of victory against me. After all, you are merely a Peak Do Huang who has stepped into the first life and death stage. In my eyes, you are just like an ant. Tuoba Qingfeng smiled faintly at Ning Qi. He felt that he could control Ning Qi's life and death, so he was very relaxed. He wanted to tease Ning Qi before he crippled his cultivation. Oh, what chance are you giving me? Ning Qi asked curiously. When everyone heard this, the way they looked at Ning Qi suddenly changed. A look of disappointment appeared in Feng Mo's eyes. He didn't expect that Ning Qi would be the same as them at the critical moment of life and death. He would bow and scrape for his own life. Is this the first on the dragon rank? That's all. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Ning Qi, to think that you would have such a day. Hua Wushang clenched his fists and stared coldly at Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with delight. Beside him, Li Dongjuan's expression was exactly the same as his. Ha ha ha, how about this? Kneel down and bark like a dog. I will see how I feel before deciding. Tuoba Qingfeng laughed wildly. What does a dog bark look like? Ning Qi asked curiously. Woof, woof, woof. You don't even know this? Tuoba Qingfeng subconsciously demonstrated. The arena was completely silent. Many people's faces were flushed red, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud. They were afraid that this lunatic Tuoba Qingfeng would bear a grudge against them. Ning Qi smiled and said, You're quite good at mimicking a dog's bark. Damn it, Tuoba Qingfeng reacted. His face alternated between green and white as he angrily growled at Ning Qi. Ant, are you really not afraid of death? With your cultivation, I can crush you with a finger. Yet, you have angered me time and time again. I thought that Ning Qi had admitted defeat. It is unexpected that he has dug a pit for Tuoba Qingfeng to jump into. It is unexpected that a mere Peak Do Huang can be so calm when facing a 7-star Dozong and a 7-star Dozong from the Tuoba clan. It is not luck that he obtained the first rank on the dragon rankings. Yuan Kongming smiled and said, I suddenly like this fellow a little. Chu Feng said with a face of pity. It is a pity that he has angered Tuoba Qingfeng like this. It is likely that he will not be able to leave the arena. If this fellow was a 1-star Dozong, he would likely have some ability to protect himself. It is a pity that he is not a Dozong. By the side, Yuan Shang quietly laughed in his heart as he looked at Ning Qi gloatingly. Feng Mo, it is not a coincidence that you were defeated by this fellow back then. I have never seen a Do Huang act so arrogantly in front of Tuoba Qingfeng. Perhaps this is the secret behind why he obtained the first rank on the dragon rankings. Feng Chun said faintly. Feng Mo did not say anything. He merely looked at Ning Qi with an additional expression of contemplation. It would not be worth it if this fellow were to die here. Feng Bai quietly sighed in his heart. After all, Ning Qi was the first human to obtain the first rank on the dragon rankings in over 100 years. He was of great significance to the human race. If he were to die in the hands of his own people, would he not become a joke to the dragon race? If this fellow had hidden and trained to the Dozong level before coming out, he would not have been defeated by Tuoba Qingfeng today. As a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, did the Cloud Rising sect not remind him? Zhuge, Hui shook her head and said, "Something is wrong," Ding Yuanjie suddenly muttered to himself. Bai Shaoling and Zhuge, Hui were slightly startled. "Big brother Ding, what is wrong?" "I feel that this fellow still has a backup plan," Ding Yuanjie said. "Impossible. Even if he has a trump card, how can he surpass so many levels and face a 7-star Dozong?" Zhuge Hui frowned and said. Bai Shaoling nodded. "The gap between a peak Do Huang and a 7-star Dozong is too big." Although the two girls had always been obedient to Ding Yuanjie, they did not dare to agree with Ding Yuanjie's current thoughts. Ding Yuanjie did not argue. He only had a slight feeling that Ning Qi would not be able to withstand 2 moves from Tuoba Qingfeng. Yes, he felt that Tuoba Qingfeng would be able to defeat Ning Qi in 1 move. No one thought that Ning Qi could create another miracle. After all, he was currently facing Tuoba Qingfeng. Even if he had just broken through to the rank 7 giant dragon and was ranked first on the dragon rankings back then, it was impossible for him to be a match for a veteran Dozong like Tuoba Qingfeng. "Did you hear that? No one thinks that you are a match for me. Among the Do Huangs an ant," Tuoba Qingfeng mocked. "Is that so? Take a closer look. Am I a Do Huang?"